The story begins with Lyman recalling his first thought after being born in this new world. An wondered why his vision was so distorted. The maid then announced the birth of a baby boy to a woman named Lady Maya, and Lady Maya responded with relief and joy, asking that the baby be delivered to her immediately. When Mrs. Maya took the newborn in her arms, she noticed that his eyes were green, like his father's, and his hair was dark, like hers. Maid noticed that the child's features resembled those of a king, and expressed confidence that the boy would make a fine ruler. Lyman, listening to her words, was inwardly surprised by the mention of the ruler, wondering if it was really about him. He realized that he had just been born, but he still asked himself questions about where he was born and where he got such knowledge. Lady Maya named the boy Limond and announced that he would be the next king of the kingdom of Centauro. Inwardly, Lyman exclaimed in surprise that he seemed to have been reborn. Lyman then recalls that time passed quickly from the moment of his birth. 3 months flew by unnoticed, and by that time memories began to return. He remembered that in his previous life he had lived on Earth and was a full-blooded Japanese. Lyman didn't understand why or how he died, but he decided to clarify what he was doing in that life. He realized that for some unknown reason, he had been reborn into the royal family of this world. In his previous life, he could be called a grown man, but now he was a cute, plump child with soft skin. When his memory first returned, Lyman was in despair. But a few months later, he accepted his new position. Lyman, although he talked about humility, he wasn't really humbled, but rather put his thoughts in order. He had had enough time to realize that he was just a helpless child, but with memories from his past life. Lyman also wondered if he might have been a completely different person in his previous life, as his memories were constantly changing, and with each change, they became more complete. However, he knew for a fact that he wasn't a small child in his previous life, but he couldn't call himself quite an old man either. The main thing for him was that now he is him. At that moment, Lyman noticed the whispers of the maids, who were quietly telling each other that the mistress had arrived. He knew that if the maids were whispering like that, it meant that someone important was heading towards him. Lady Maya came over and picked up Lyman. She proudly proclaimed that he would be the next king. She then asked him if he understood her, and insisted that Lyman, as her son and the son of the first lady of the Ost Empire, would not be inferior to the son of some duchess, and would definitely become king. Lyman thought of his mother, Maya, who kept telling him the same thing, to be king. Despite her youthful appearance, he was aware that Maya was a grown woman. From her, Lyman learned that he had siblings, which meant that his father had other wives besides Maya. Hence, if nothing special happened, his older brother would be the heir to the throne. However, because of their mother's behavior, the servants tried to avoid communicating with Limond. Maya never tired of repeating her desire to see him as king. Meanwhile, Lyman began to think about his father. It was at this point that the man came up to him and greeted him, affectionately calling him Lymandic. Lyman's father, the reigning king of the Centauro state, Abram Centauro, would tenderly babble to him, admire his cute eyes, and constantly tell him how much he loved him. Lyman noted that Abram stopped showering him with praise only when he kissed him, and it seemed to him that such treatment negatively affects his self-esteem. He even wondered how this kingdom still existed with such a ruler. Abram said how cute Lemon was again, and Lemon noticed that his father said so. Maya, on the other hand, insisted that he become king, and Lyman put it down to his mother. Although he didn't fully understand what was going on in the world yet, he was sure that such an attitude was unlikely to affect him positively. Lyman also recalled that he had met another person in those 3 months. The girl he saw addressed him as Monsieur Limon. The daughter he saw is called Maria, and she is his nanny. Lyman noted that Maria is a beautiful girl with a gentle character. He even called Gay her an ideal and decided, to a random man, he's determined to protect her, no matter what the cost. However, he realizes that there is a big age difference between them. Lyman made a mental note that he couldn't propose to the girl who had once changed his diapers. Even Maria, meanwhile, tries to calm him down, saying that everything will be fine. She notes that Mrs. Maya has high hopes for him, but adds that she will also always be on his side. Maria then shows Lyman the direction and tells him about the world outside the palace. She points to the side where his mother's homeland, the Ost Empire, is located, and describes that this country is very different from theirs, as it has many mountains on its territory. Mary goes on to say that dragons live in these mountains, which are called God's messengers. She emphasizes that dragons are very important to the Ost Empire, and many of the imperial knights are skilled dragon riders. Lyman, upon learning of this, is surprised, not believing that dragons really exist in this world. Maria noticed his interest and clarified that dragons are noble creatures. She said that dragons are monogamous, and find one partner for life. So when people see a good and happy couple, they are called a pair of dragon lovers. Maria added that if one of the dragons dies, his partner can't stand the loss and also dies of melancholy and loneliness. Maria also mentioned that dragons are considered the ancestors of the scaly reptiles from the United Kingdom of Rengonotos, adding another detail to the story of a world full of amazing creatures and mysteries. Lyman began to make sense of what Maria had told him and wondered if these scaly reptiles were draconids or lizardmen. Maria noticed his interest and asked if he was interested in these scaly creatures. When she realized that this was the case, she offered to tell him more about the United Kingdom of Rengonotos. Lyman noticed that this was the first time he had been carried out of the room. He explains that his mother, as the king's wife, is rarely in the room, as she has many things to do. His father doesn't come in very often either. Previously, Maria was concerned about his safety and therefore did not take him out of the room. But that day had finally arrived, and Lyman could go out. Lyman noticed the furnishings of his room. It was completely furnished in the style of medieval Europe. As he stepped out into the corridor, he realized that everything around him was filled with the same atmosphere. A guard appeared in their path and addressed Maria, noting that His Highness Lyman was with her today. Maria greeted the guard, whose name was Chris, and explained that she was wondering if she could show Lyman what was going on outside. Chris supported the idea and offered to accompany them. Maria was happy with his suggestion, saying that in this case, she would not have to worry about their safety. Something unusual caught Lyman's attention, and he was surprised to see that Chris must have had a tail. Chris, in turn, asked to wait a minute and said that he would call someone to replace the guard. He put his hand to his ear and relayed a message, introducing himself as Chris Nyarukos, and asked for a soldier to guard Her Highness Maya's room, explaining that Mistress Maria and His Royal Highness needed an escort. Lyman was surprised when Chris seemed to connect with someone from a distance, and he couldn't figure out how it happened. He supposed it might be magic, but he still didn't understand how it worked. Chris announced that the soldier would be arriving soon, and suggested that they wait a bit before moving on. Maria noticed Lyman's confusion and asked what had surprised him. She guessed that Lyman found it odd that Chris had been able to contact someone. Chris noticed that it looked like His Highness had never seen a magic transmitter before. Then he took off his helmet and showed the earring, explaining that it was a transmitter. A spell was infused into the stone inserted in the earring, and with the help of the magic power invested, it was possible to contact another person. Chris called it a magic stone that allows you to contact anyone, or simply a magic transmitter, adding that it is also called Maiden. Chris was surprised that Lyman wasn't showing typical childish curiosity, since any other child would have reached out to touch the transmitter long ago. Maria confirmed that Lyman is really precocious and seems to understand everything that is said to him. Chris was impressed and said he couldn't wait to see what Lyman would be like in the future. Maria picked up the subject and said that Chris was originally from the United Kingdom. Lyman noted that Chris didn't look like a lizard man at all, and suggested that perhaps the United Kingdom was a country where non-humans lived. Chris caught his interest and asked if His Highness was interested in the United Kingdom of Rengonotos. Maria replied that she had already told Lyman about the dragons of the Ost Empire, and that he seemed very happy about it. Then she mentioned scaly reptiles, and that seemed to make Lyman even more interested. Chris decided to greet Lyman properly, and Lyman noted that he would have jerked his hand away if anyone else had tried. But it was as if he had fallen in love with Chris, even though he was a man himself. Lyman sensed something special about Chris and thought of him as a true gentleman. He even decided that when he grew up, he wanted to be a gentleman like Chris. Maria pointed out that only the east side is visible from Her Highness Maya's room. While looking at the south side of the garden, you can feel the atmosphere of the United Kingdom. Chris replied that there were indeed some similarities, although it wasn't exactly what you'd see in his homeland. Maria took note of this with interest. She also told Chris that Lady Maya says Lyman has a chance to become the crown prince. Maria wanted Lyman to have the same chance as others, and so she tried to give him knowledge not only about his native lands, but also about other countries and other races. Chris was impressed by her care, and even noticed that she was acting like a real mother. He also agreed with her approach to raising Lyman. Chris noted that the order of succession to the throne is determined by the order of birth, but advised not to expand on this issue. Even if Lyman becomes the heir, his relatives can become a serious obstacle in his path. Maria looked at Limond with concern, and Limond mentally decided that he wasn't going to cause them any trouble and wasn't planning to fight for the throne. He knew it would be almost impossible, considering how many older brothers he had. Suddenly, Lyman remembered wanting to touch Chris. He had never regretted his short limbs so much before as he did at this moment. He couldn't wait to touch Chris. Maria was surprised to see his outburst and warned him to be careful. And Chris was also surprised and turned to Limond, surprised by his actions. Limond, in turn, smiled inwardly and thought it was cool. Maybe Maria and Chris would get married. He even promised himself to do everything in his power to support them in this endeavor. There was a sound, and someone asked who was there. Maria apologized, addressing him as Monsieur Giancarlo, and asked if they had disturbed him with the noise. Giancarlo replied that everything was fine and there was no need to worry. He noticed that a child was standing in front of him. Giancarlo looked at Limond with interest and, noticing him, began to admire him, touching his cheeks. He then asked Maria if it was her child, to which Maria replied that it was the son of Her Highness Maya, Monsieur Limond, and that Giancarlo was his older brother. Giancarlo was startled. He exclaimed that he had a little brother after all, and added that John had lied to him, saying that he did not have a little brother. Limond made a mental note that this guy was his older brother, but who John was he didn't know, although he could assume that this was another relative of his. Giancarlo introduced himself and told Limond that his name was Giancarlo and that he was his older brother. Then he again admired the lemon in a heartfelt way, calling it Milaha. Limond thought it was normal that he thought Giancarlo was cute, even though he wasn't a shotgun guy himself, but it was really hard to resist being so cute. Giancarlo went on to address Limond. He suggested calling him Jean, saying that only John was allowed to call him that, but he was willing to make an exception for Limond. Limond mentally exclaimed about how charming Giancarlo seemed to him, unable to resist his cuteness. Giancarlo turned to Limond, asking if this was the first time he had stepped outside of his room. When the answer was yes, he suggested that Limond take a walk with him. Chris, turning to Giancarlo, offered to join them, saying that Madame Maria would be carrying Limond in her arms, and therefore she would not be able to take Giancarlo. However, he is willing to carry it himself, and asked if Giancarlo agrees. Giancarlo confided in him and called Chris N.Y. Anus, which seemed very touching to Limond. Chris confidently assured Giancarlo that he would do everything in the best possible way, and Limond mentally noted to himself that Chris was a real teacher, full of talent. Maria drew Limond's attention to a glittering object, naming it Roy Roju. Chris added that this plant looks like a dragon wrapped around a round gemstone. He also pointed out a tree that, if cut, will produce sap, and for this reason it is called the Tree of Tears. Maria explained that in the Notosa language, these plants are called Posu Gyrosu, which means dragon pearls, and Huerlon, which means tree tears. Giancarlo said that his mother is an elf, and so he visited the south, where, according to him, it was very beautiful. He suggested that Limond go there with him one day. Limond, surprised, realized that Giancarlo was an elf and understood why he was so handsome. He noticed that he hadn't noticed his ears right away, even though it was pretty obvious. Limond realized that he was in a classic fantasy world and had always wanted to meet an elf. He began to dream that an elf like Giancarlo would appear in this forest, playing the harp. Limond imagined how beautiful it would be and how beautiful this moment would be. Giancarlo exclaimed, asking Nyarukos to put him down. Chris said he would do as he was told. Then Giancarlo turned back to Nyarukos with an exclamation. Chris, submissive, confirmed that he was listening. He also said that Giancarlo is his brother. Giancarlo pinned the flower 2 and #X0A, Y and #X0A, Y and #X0A, S. He enthusiastically said that it was the red flower Antares, which in the language of flowers means that he will always love. With pride, he gave this flower Limond. Maria added that Antares flowers are also called crystal flowers. She explained that they would bloom beautifully when Limond grew up and got his own room, and offered to plant them in his room. Chris promised that when the time came, he would give him the seed of this flower. Giancarlo, noticing this, exclaimed that it was not fair, and said that he also wanted to give something to his brother. He continued to address Chris and said that maybe he wasn't as strong as John, but he was still the big brother, so he was ready to protect him. He added that it was getting colder outside and advised me to go back. Maria, hearing this, said that they would go first. Giancarlo felt sick. At that moment, John came in and asked if Giancarlo was there. With a worried voice, John also asked if Giancarlo was okay and what had happened. Giancarlo, reassuring him, replied that everything was fine and that he was very happy because he had a younger brother. At this, John, with displeasure, said that this 7th bastard is a younger brother and added that he does not recognize him. He assured me that he would never recognize it. Maria addressed Limond as His Highness and asked him where he had gone. Meanwhile, Limond was thinking about his naughty childhood. He and Maria were playing hide-and-seek, and Lyman was chuckling softly. Maria kept looking for him, wondering where he might be, and called out to him again. Lyman suddenly came out of his hiding place, startling her. Maria was startled and cried out in surprise. She was outraged by his prank, remarking that such behavior was not appropriate for a prince. Lyman, laughing, apologized to her for his behavior. Maria reproachfully reminded him that it was time to stop messing around, and stressed that he wanted to meet Giancarlo. She said they needed to prepare for the meeting. Lyman obediently agreed and confirmed his willingness. In his mind, Limon remembered that it had been 5 years since he first met Jean. During this time, he only communicated with him and practically did not know his other brothers. He also realized that in these 5 years, he had learned that he was the 7th prince in the royal family. Lyman thought about how his mother kept telling him that he should be king, but he didn't want to be king at all. He thought that he only knew the names of his older brothers, but since he had never met them, he had no idea what they looked like. In his mind, Lyman listed, Frederick and Orlando are the children of Queen Karina. Bertrand and André are the sons of the 2nd Queen Anastasia. Gian and Giovanni are the sons of the 3rd Queen Sophia. However, Lyman doesn't know them at all, and this was because of his mother, who kept telling him that he should be the next king. He felt like a nuisance to them and, being still too young, couldn't go out alone. Because of this, Lyman only played with Jean in his room or in the Eastern Garden. But at last Maria informed him that he could go outside, because Jean had decided to have a tea party in the South Garden in honor of Lyman's birthday. The South Garden, with its fantastic beauty, was decorated in a fantasy style. At this time, Chris approached Lyman, saying that he had come for him. Lyman happily greeted his teacher and asked him to take care of him. Chris assured him that he would do everything in the best possible way. Lyman, filled with excitement, thought about how he had wanted to go outside for a long time, and today it would finally come true. When they arrived, Giancarlo was waiting for them. He greeted Lyman warmly, saying that he had been waiting for him. Lyman, delighted to see his brother, ran to him. Oni hugged. However, a moment later Giancarlo started coughing, interrupting the moment of their meeting. Lyman anxiously asked if Giancarlo was all right after his cough. Giancarlo, reassuring his younger brother, said that everything was fine with him and there was no need to worry. Limon thought back to the first time they'd met, when he'd learned of Giancarlo's poor health. However, since the attacks had not appeared for a long time, he began to forget about it. Lyman reflected that if he had been a doctor in a previous life, he might have been able to help, but the problem was not so much the disease, as the fact that all children born as a result of mixing races face health problems for unknown reasons. Lyman thought that if the cause could be found, it would be possible to leave a noticeable mark on history. Giancarlo, having recovered from the attack, said that everything had already passed and asked for forgiveness for this. He remembered that he had recently finished another painting and suggested that Lyman look at it. Lyman, without hesitation, happily agreed. In his thoughts, Limond noted that, like himself, Jean rarely went out, so he became interested in drawing. Limond was impressed with his skills and thought Giancarlo was really good at it. Giancarlo then stopped Nyarucos and Maria, telling them that they couldn't go any further, as this was his and Lyman's secret location. Maria replied that there was a protective barrier in the South Garden, so there was nothing to worry about, suggesting that they wait here. Chris added that they should call him if they needed anything. When the brothers were alone, Lyman noticed the Antares flower, and Giancarlo asked if he liked it. Lyman admitted that the flower is really dear to him, because Giancarlo gave it when they first met. Giancarlo was surprised that Limond remembered such a moment from his early childhood. Lyman hesitated for a moment, wondering if it was strange that he remembered such old events, but then decided that it didn't really bother his brother. Giancarlo exclaimed happily that he was pleased that Lyman remembered such details. He then asked if Lyman remembered what he said at that moment. Lyman remembered what Giancarlo had said when he said that he wanted to give something to his younger brother, and, a little hesitantly, replied that he seemed to remember his desire to give a gift. Giancarlo urged Limond to follow him. He held Lyman's hand and pointed the way. Lyman, admiring the beauty of the surroundings, followed his brother. They were suddenly alone as Giancarlo led him on. But suddenly John appeared in their path. Lyman heard John rebuke Giancarlo for going to meet with Lyman behind his back. Giancarlo, stunned, couldn't hide his confusion. He exclaimed, asking why John was here and why he had come. In response, John suddenly pushed Lyman, reminding Giancarlo that Lyman was not only his younger brother, but also the heir to the throne. John said firmly that Lyman should remember his place. Lyman realized that John was Giancarlo's own brother. There also a 5th crown prince named Giovanni Santoro. Giancarlo was outraged, defending Lyman and saying that it was not his fault, and only Lady Maya imposed such thoughts on him. However, John did not give up, and demanded proof that Lyman really does not seek the throne. Giancarlo had to admit that he had no proof. But he knew one thing for sure. Lyman didn't seek power. John insisted that Lyman, despite Giancarlo's opinion, was still Mistress Maya's son. Giancarlo argued that Lyman wasn't like that. John, trying to explain himself, said that he wanted to protect Giancarlo because he was his brother. Giancarlo pointed out that Lyman was also their brother, but John coldly replied that Lyman was a stranger to him, since they had no blood connection. He added that Giancarlo is very dear to him. Lyman knew that John had always been protective of him, so he didn't want Giancarlo to fight with Giovanni over him. Lyman spoke softly to Giancarlo, who tried to calm him down by assuring him that Lyman had done nothing wrong and that he would protect him. At that moment, Giancarlo started coughing, and John, startled, screamed his name. Enraged, John slapped Lyman, accusing him of being responsible for all this. Lyman cried out in pain and bewilderment, not understanding what John was talking about, who kept saying that every time Lyman was around, Giancarlo was overexerting himself. Lyman reflected that Giovanni was due to turn 14 this year, and that in Japan, children at that age are still schoolboys. He knew that Giovanni was in a state of heartache, because Giancarlo was the closest person to him, and he probably always took care of him during his attacks. Giovanni wanted to protect his brother with all his heart. Summoning up his courage, Lyman asked Giovanni to call Maria and Chris as teacher, aware that at 5 years old he couldn't handle it on his own, and that Giovanni, being older, was clearly faster. John refused to leave Lyman alone with Giancarlo, saying that he would never leave, because he had to protect his brother. Lyman tried to argue, insisting that they had no other choice, but John just grinned, suspecting that Lyman would seize the moment. He was firm in his decision to stay and continue to protect Giancarlo. Lyman yelled furiously at John to shut up. He said that if John didn't do it, he would go for help. He also added that John will have to watch Giancarlo suffer without doing anything. Lyman reflected that he could never have hurt Giancarlo, who had always taken care of him. Although their mothers were different, Giancarlo was a real brother to Lyman. He knew that he couldn't leave him, but he also knew that in his young body, he wouldn't be able to reach Maria and Chris on teacher in time. In addition, the surrounding noise of trees and birdsong could drown out his cries for help. He urgently needed to find another solution, something that might attract attention. Lyman thought back to one of Chris' teacher's lessons, where Chris had taught him about magic. He realized that although he didn't have much magic power, he did have a talent for magic. Lyman can already cast simple spells, such as cooling and heating. She decided to risk it for Giancarlo, because he had no other choice. Remembering the words of Chris's teacher that to use magic, you need to know the spell or clearly imagine the desired result, Lyman began to imagine a transparent sphere. He mentally gathered water from the air around him and placed quartz flower inside it. I also placed it in the sphere. Then he decided to throw it high, imagining that it was not affected by gravity, so that it could be seen from afar. Lyman knew that his magic power wasn't enough, but he couldn't afford to make a mistake at this crucial moment. With a wave of determination, he shouted for the power of magic to work. He noticed that the temperature of the sphere's shell increased dramatically, while the water inside remained cold. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and a bright flash of light blinded everyone around. Maria, Chris, and John immediately noticed when they saw the explosion happen. The guards nearby shouted that it was from the direction of the South Garden and rushed to the scene, thinking in a panic that they had been attacked. A strange man standing a little to the side was watching with interest, his face showing curiosity about what had just happened. The unknown man thought for a moment, trying to make sense of what had happened. The guards shouted in panic that the explosion was in the South Garden, raising the alarm and preparing for action. Lyman, full of excitement, was pleading for help in his mind, hoping that someone would save his brother Jean. Chris, alarmed, exclaimed to Lyman and Giancarlo. He, who was aware of the gravity of the situation, muttered how could he not have noticed someone sneaking into the garden. Chris ordered Lyman to sit in his arms for a while, then added irritably that he couldn't smell any enemies. Lyman, reflecting on the situation, noted that even when Chris is serious, he still looks cool. However, he didn't have time to be distracted by such thoughts. He turned to Chris, saying that it was he who conjured this explosion. Chris wondered if this was really true. Lyman confirmed his words, adding that the most important thing now is that brother Jean is in danger. Chris, quick to respond, reported that doctors were urgently needed in the southern garden. He tried to reassure Lyman that everything would be all right now. Giancarlo, feeling ill, said Limonda's name softly. He thanked him. Chris, still thinking about the explosion, couldn't understand how it could have happened. Lyman again insisted that it was he conjured the explosion. John, confirming Lyman's words, said that he wasn't lying. Lyman, filled with anxiety, thought of his brother Giovanni, and how the servants were whispering about his talent for magic, comparing him to Bertrand at his age. The servants thought Tikat might be dangerous, because Giancarlo might be in such a state because of him. And Limon's mother is Maya's mistress. Lyman, lost in thought, was aware that his mother was constantly telling him to become king. Naturally, if her son could pull off such a trick with the explosion, he would be suspected of something wrong. Normally, he didn't care about the opinions of others. But today, on his birthday, everything looked different. He sensed that his brother Giovanni the Peria were already in favor of him. Because his mother was Maya. Even if he wanted to change the situation, it was hard for him to say anything to the contrary. Turning to Chris, he expressed a desire to return to his room and asked him to tell him later how Brother Jean was feeling. Chris, understanding the gravity of the situation, agreed to take Lyman to his room. However, he pushed his hand away, saying that he could walk on his own. Chris, confused, tried to persuade him to wait. Maria, surprised by Lyman's return, she asked what had happened, and Lyman, feeling confused, asked what he should do now. Lyman had been reflecting on his existence since birth, wondering why he had been reborn, and kept the memory of his past life. His older brothers had their own roles. Crown Prince Frederick helped his father with his duties. Bertrand finished his studies and started teaching, while Andre and Orlando delved into the study of diplomacy. Brother Giovanni, who had a musical talent, also stood out for his charisma. Jean, the other brother, was known for his kindness and excellent drawing skills. Lyman wondered about his place. What can he do if he doesn't have a talent for the wu arts? His mother kept pushing him even though there was no war, and there was no point in getting stronger. He understood that he could become stronger to become an adventurer, but he didn't aim to become a hero. Lyman wanted to find his place in the world. He reflected that perhaps if he had been born a commoner instead of a royal, his life would have been better. Lyman wondered why, as a prince, he couldn't leave the confines of his room, and wondered why, with his brothers, he couldn't even talk to them. He felt resentful and asked why no one would listen to him. His thoughts were filled with anger. Why did the servants make such faces when they saw him? Lyman wondered what he had done wrong and why he was despised. He wasn't saying that Chris and Maria's company wasn't enough for him. He just wanted to be understood the way Brother Jean understood him. He hoped that in time he would be able to come to terms with this situation. After all, he was an adult. However, he was soon overcome with doubts and sadness. Lyman exclaimed that he was so lonely. In response to his words, Maria hugged him and said that Mr. Lyman should not hold back his tears. She continued that she would always be there for him and wouldn't go anywhere, so he shouldn't hide his feelings. Lyman burst into tears, and Maria, understanding his grief, said that he could say everything that was in his heart. A few days later, Maria contacted him again, asking if he would come out today. Lyman replied that even if he went out, he would regret it later, and decided to stay in the room. In his thoughts, he realized that he had become a real recluse, and he felt tired from the situation. He didn't care about the opinions of others, and he didn't even react when people said bad things about him. He also thought about his mother, who, in his opinion, was utter nonsense and completely shifted her expectations to him, not thinking about the fact that he was only 5 years old. Maria tried to distract him by telling him that Giancarlo and Giovanni had sent him an invitation to a tea party and asked if Neil could come. Lyman, curious, asked if it was really an invitation from Brother Giovanni, and not just from Jean. Maria confirmed that they were calling him to the South Garden. Lyman abruptly said that he didn't want to go out, as he had already seen everything. Maria, hearing his refusal, decided to refuse the invitation. In his mind, Lyman decided that he would not go outside the walls of his room, except in the Eastern Garden. He understood that being part of the royal family, he couldn't show his face to the world. For the next 7 years, he was determined to stay here, becoming a true elite recluse. Maria sighed heavily as she left the room. At that moment, Chris asked if he could come in. Lyman recognized the teacher and allowed him to enter. Chris reported the explosion in the South Garden and asked if it was really Lyman's doing. Lyman, feeling uneasy, replied that he had already answered. Then, when he saw Chris' face, he was embarrassed. Lyman apologized and admitted that he shouldn't have raised his voice to Chris. In his mind, Lyman noted that Chris had just come to ask. Chris reassured him that he didn't need to apologize and didn't mind at all. Dejectedly, he added that if it was so unpleasant for Lyman to remember what had happened, he was sorry. Lyman hurriedly replied that it was all right and asked him what he wanted to know. Chris hesitantly asked if Lyman would mind talking to him. Lyman was relieved to say that if it was Chris, how could he say no? Chris continued that many people have the wrong opinion about him, and if they looked closely, they would realize that Lyman doesn't need to be the crown prince. Lyman felt better and said he was glad Chris at least believed that. Chris, smiling modestly, said that Lyman was too kind. Lyman told Chris not to worry about him, and confidently asked if Chris would never leave him. Chris smiled and said that he couldn't argue with him, and that even when he was old, he would still be on Lyman's side. Lyman asked why Chris had come to see him. Chris hesitantly asked him to forgive him, but asked if he could go somewhere with him. Chris clarified that we are talking about the Northern Garden. In his mind, Lyman recalled how he had talked about becoming a real recluse, and admitted that he had lied. The servants passing by started whispering to each other. The corridor seemed cramped to Lyman, and he felt uneasy. Chris exclaimed to Lyman. Lyman, slightly nervous, replied that it was not worth paying attention to the rumors, as it did not matter. He added that it was better to let Chris talk about the Northern Garden. A strange man who happened to be nearby started talking about the Northern Gardens. He explained that there were two of them, and that one of them contained flowers from isekai. The contrast between the blue sky and the flowers is really beautiful, and he really likes it. Lyman thought of his brother Bertrand, and thought that he had never spoken to him, but that he was one of his brothers. Second Prince Bertrand Santoro came up to them and told them that the most important thing was the second garden. He suggested that Lyman take him to a place where they could talk. They came to the North Garden. Bertrand, pointing to the flower, asked if Lyman was seeing it for the first time. He explained that the flower was called tijuag, and it was the warmest shade you'd ever see in Sibyl. Lyman said he was cold. Chris confirmed that this is indeed the case, as this is the first time Lyman feels the cold. Lyman, nodding, acknowledged that this was true, and in his thoughts noted that in this world there is no climate change. In warm countries it is always warm, and in cold countries it is always cold. This place seemed to be separated by a thin border, like a magic veil. Bertrand noticed that it was better to feel it for himself than to listen to stories, and went through the teleportation gate. Lyman, seeing this, exclaimed that it was magic, and noticed how everything turned white. Chris, turning to Lemon, offered to wrap him up in his uniform and said that he would carry him in his arms. Lyman enthusiastically thanked Chris, saying that it was incredible. He looked at the flower and remembered that Bertrand had shown it to him, but the color was different from what he had seen before. Bertrand explained that these flowers change their color depending on the temperature, so in cold places they only have a purple or blue hue. Lyman, full of questions, asked Brother Bertrand what the name of the tree was. Bertrand replied that it was Levaud, and clarified that some people just call it hoarfrost, but these are completely different things. He asked what Lyman thought of it. Lyman thought about it and said that the frost just covers the surface of the tree with ice. But is this tree really made up entirely of ice? Bertrand confirmed that this was true, and added that, as he thought, Lyman was smarter than a normal child. He then expressed a desire for Lyman to show off his knowledge at school. Lyman, surprised, asked about the school, to which Bertrand suggested that they continue the conversation inside the hut. Lyman said that the hut resembles a Japanese traditional house. Bertrand noted that his servant had to prepare the tea, and assumed that Chris was probably cold in his shirt sleeves. Chris replied that he was warm because he was covered in fur and holding His Highness in his arms. Lyman thought that even though Chris claimed he wasn't cold, it was impossible. He admired Chris' self-control and beauty, wondering if Teacher Chris was perfect. Bertrand called for everyone to come. Lyman noticed that even though they were on the terrace warm. He cut to the chase and asked how Lyman had conjured up such a big explosion. Lyman explained that caused the explosion with the smell-off vapor. Bertrand was surprised and asked if it was really possible to use water magic and raise the temperature. Lyman explained that there was no water nearby, and he imagined how water was collected from the air. Bertrand wondered where the water in the air could have come from. Lyman was surprised that this world didn't know basic science. He explained that when water is boiled, steam appears, and if you continue to boil, the water boils away, wondering where it goes. He thought back to his science lessons in Japan. Bertrand asked if that was why Lyman assumed there was water in the air. Then he remarked that it was foolish to keep Lyman in his mother's shadow. In the end, Bertrand invited Lyman to teach at the academy with him. Lyman considered the possibility. Lyman said thoughtfully that he could teach elementary education at the academy. Bertrand explained that primary education is just the basics of academic knowledge, and he was talking about something much more important, secondary education, where the basics of witchcraft are studied. Bertrand added that Lyman should continue his magical research at the senior level, as the research of magic in their world should be continuously developed. An awareness of the structure of education in the realms emerged in Lyman's mind. He remembered that every kingdom has a school or academy, and the Centauro Kingdom's academy is the largest in the world. It has 3 classes of students. Commoners and low-ranking aristocrats receive a general education, Zatem Secondary, for learning the basics of magic and various specializations. There is a faculty for any profession, for example, the Faculty of Magic. And finally, senior education, learning the basics of teaching at the academy. Only those who get excellent grades in middle school and then in high school are allowed to teach at the academy. Despite Bertrand's words, Lyman noted that Bertrand, being a professor, does not even know that there is water in the atmosphere. The thought flashed through Lyman's mind that the knowledge of this world was far from Japan, but since he didn't like learning, he didn't really want to immerse himself in it again. He told Bertrand straight out that he didn't want to study. However, Bertrand argued that not using his intelligence is a great loss for society. Lyman then offered a compromise. He would tell Bertrand everything he knew, and Bertrand could publish the results on his own behalf. Bertrand reacted sharply. He claimed that he wasn't so pathetic as to appropriate his younger brother's research results. Lyman apologized sheepishly. Bertrand admitted that he shouldn't have shouted and apologized to Lyman. He stressed that he is not going to appropriate other people's work because he will not be satisfied with career growth in this way. Bertrand explained that after talking to Lyman, he realized how much smarter he was than him. He recognized Lyman's special talent and expressed a wish that this talent would not remain hidden because of their mother. But it wasn't just talent. Bertrand admitted that he was worried about Lyman. Lyman thought about it and realized that perhaps Bertrand had invited him here because his mother's servants weren't watching him here. He thought of how his mother's servants almost worshipped her, and if they knew that Bertrand wanted to distance him from her, they wouldn't just let it go. Lyman then asked if Chris had been coaxed into the plan as well. After that, he noted that it should have been a difficult task to organize everything, including finding a suitable place. Lyman called Bertrand a sly man. Bertrand responded by suggesting that they call him tactician. Lyman asked Bertrand if he had found out what he wanted. Bertrand confirmed that he had received answers to his main questions, but he had new ones. He offered to discuss them, noting that there are no prying ears and eyes in this place. Lyman agreed and said he was ready to have a constructive conversation. Lyman noted that until now, as a 5-year-old child, no one had taken him seriously. He was surrounded only by children's books and toys, and conversations with him were limited to primitive explanations, as if he were a stupid baby. For a Lyman with the intelligence and values of an adult, this was too much. Lyman then asked a question about demi-humans, specifying that they have the traits of both humans and other races. Bertrand explained that demi-humans look more like inhumans. Lyman pointed out that they were probably closer to the inhumans, and asked if Bertrand had studied their blood. Bertrand replied in the negative, to which Lyman remarked that appearance should not be the only criterion for understanding their nature. Bertrand agreed that this was a good point. Lyman, reflecting, was glad that his brother wasn't talking to him like a 5-year-old, and it gave him pleasure. His main goal was to understand why Jean's body was so weak. He recalled that children born from mixed marriages often have defects. Lyman's father sought to improve relations with the United Kingdom, and so Sophia, daughter of the Elf King, became his father's concubine. From their union, Jean and Giovanni were born. But, as feared, the children were born with defects. Jean was physically weak, suffered from anemia, and was always tired. John couldn't use even the simplest magic, despite his good health. The reasons for these problems were still unknown. Bertrand suggested that the problem is related to fundamental aspects of their species. He explained that there was a theory that humans were a lower race and non-humans were a higher-ranked race. The human body is unable to hold the energy of other races, which causes it to weaken. When strength leaves the body, it is the body's response to trying to defend itself. Bertrand also noted that inhumans are closer to spirits, and the ability to use magic in humans depends on their talent. While non-humans can always use magic carrion, often they, in human society, due to the inheritance of the external characteristics of non-humans, which leads to the belief that they bring misfortune. Lyman thought about it and decided that it looked pretty obvious. He then asked if human DNA could be the problem, noting that magic depends on talent. In his thoughts, he reflected that dark skin is a dominant trait and is inherited, so a child from a mixed marriage is usually born a mulatto. He noticed that the situation is similar with inhumans and humans. Lyman continued that children from mixed marriages will inherit traits of both races. The ability of humans to use magic, in his opinion, depends on talent, and therefore half-breeds can also use magic only if they have the talent. Bertrand confirmed this by asking if a half-breed would actually inherit magical powers, but not be able to use them without talent. He also asked how Lyman explained their physical weakness. Lyman said he couldn't answer that without studying the differences in the lifestyles of humans and non-humans. He asked which of them lived longer, humans or non-humans. Bertrand said they were inhumans. Lyman then clarified whether the inhumans have any special features in their diet and lifestyle. For example, whether they move a lot. Bertrand replied that it was true. Lyman asked what would happen if the Inhumans didn't eat right. He reflected that elves eat what nature provides. Beastmen prefer raw meat, and lizardmen recover their strength with water. All these races have different diets compared to humans. Although half-breeds have inherited the digestive organs of humans, they can have poor digestion of human food, which may mean that they lack essential nutrients. Bertrand asked whether he really believes that half-breeds simply lack proper nutrition. He suggested that Giancarlo should eat like them. Lyman couldn't believe that his brother, Jean, was now eating what the elves ate. Bertrand confirmed that this was the case. Lyman concluded that the fatigue and anemia experienced by half-breeds may be symptoms of malnutrition. O'Neill wondered why no one in the last 10 years had guessed that this could be common malnutrition. Bertrand was surprised by the term malnutrition, saying that he was hearing it for the first time, but agreed that Lyman's theory sounds plausible, and suggested opening a medical institute under the name Lyman. Lyman was aware that science in this world is not developed, and medical knowledge is at a terrible level. As he stood up, he ordered food to be brought to Jean immediately, demanding meat, fish, rice, and soybeans in large quantities. In his thoughts, Lyman was aware that his eyes were full of malice, and his voice was loud as thunder in the room. Chris whispered softly that he never wanted to see him like this again, and apologized for witnessing it. A year has passed. Giancarlo and John came to visit Lyman. Maria saw the Coleman formed Le Monde, politely invited Coleman inside. Lyman noticed that Giancarlo was eating normally now, and he felt better. John came to apologize for the incident in the garden and thanked Lyman. Now they have a better relationship. Giancarlo brought cookies and asked Maria to make tea. He noticed Lyman's loop tie, which he had made himself. Le Monde remembered that it was Giancarlo who had given him the tie in the south garden. John asked if Lyman was going to sit in the room again. Lyman answered in the affirmative, adding that even if he did, no one would be particularly happy about it. He mentioned that he had a fencing lesson planned with Chris, and then Brother Bertrand was coming for another training session. Lyman knew that their meetings with Bertrand were more like ordinary conversations than real lessons. He reminded John that he and Giancarlo came to visit him every day, so he didn't really see the need to leave the room. He was already having fun. John nodded curtly. Lyman confirmed that he had a fencing lesson planned with Chris, and then Brother Bertrand would be coming. He added that even if he didn't leave the room, he was having fun with them. Giancarlo remarked on how much Lyman's hair was green, to which Lyman replied that green eyes were unique to royalty, and that was why he was considered the crown prince. Giancarlo added that Le Monde can show them for them. With that, Giancarlo brushed the hair out of Le Monde's face and admired how beautiful it looked. He remarked again that he liked Lyman's eyes very much, but Lyman reminded him that Giancarlo's eyes were the same color. John chimed in, confirming that this was true, and mentioned that he had brought a shen with him today, a musical instrument that he could play. Lyman reflected that the shen was a tool that, as far as he knew, was used in spirit encounter celebrations in the United Kingdom. John started playing the shen while Giancarlo sang along. Lyman, impressed by their performance, exclaimed enthusiastically that it was beautiful, turning to both brothers. Giancarlo, seeing Lyman's face, was impressed and added that his younger brother was so cute. John, in turn, added that Lyman is also their dear younger brother. Lyman thought that few people in his entire family spoke to him, and that was why Giancarlo and John had become especially dear to him. Lyman confessed that he loved them. He soon realized that he shouldn't have said it loud. Giancarlo hugged him back. He happily added that he loved him too. John, in turn, said that he did not hate Lyman and considered him a dear brother. Lyman admitted that he really loves his brothers very much. Maya reminded Le Monde that he should be the heir. She assures Le Monde that his father will notice him one day and that he really deserves to be the heir, since he inherited his eyes and her hair. Lyman reflected that he had been hearing the same words from his mother for 6 years. He answered her with the familiar, "Yes, mother," knowing that she would accept no other answer. Maya turned to Lyman, calling him her favorite son and emphasizing that only he remains on her side. She begged him not to leave her alone. Lyman answered her, but each time he felt how lonely she was. After he was born, because of his mother's loud statements, people started avoiding her. Maya was constantly nervous in the presence of her father, who, mistakenly believing that she hated him, stopped visiting her. She turned out to be a typical tsundere who always had an interest in her father and wanted Lyman to become the heir. She was increasingly dependent on him as her only companion. Maya asked Lyman if he really loved her. He didn't know how to answer that question, debating whether to show pity or just leave her. While she kept asking if he loved her, Lyman decided to act like a child and replied that of course he loved his mother. Maya rejoiced, claiming that her son could not hate her. At this time, Maria offered Lyman a glass of hot milk, and he gladly accepted. Lyman sensed that his parents were moving away from each other, and he began to wonder if he should interfere with their relationship. He wondered if the child would be able to make a difference in this situation. However, he wasn't going to give up so easily, knowing that just by complaining about problems, he wouldn't be able to get rid of them. It seemed obvious to him. When Maria entered the room, Lyman decided to talk to his father and asked how he could arrange a meeting with him. Abram, his father, was surprised to note that he rarely sees initiative on the part of his son, and was glad that Lyman himself wanted to talk to him. He quote, "favourite Lemon," but Lemon, slightly embarrassed, reminded him that he was no longer a small child. Lyman's younger brother, First Prince Frederick Santoro, noted that Lyman appears to be having a serious conversation. Lyman realized that his brother also understood the importance of the moment. Abram, Lyman's father, looked a little surprised, but quickly composed himself. Lyman thought that brother Redrick had saved him. He asked what Lyman wanted to talk to him about. Lamond gathered his thoughts and began cautiously, aware that his words might sound rude. After collecting his thoughts, Lyman directly told his father that he should stop avoiding him and start communicating with his mother again. Lyman exclaimed impatiently, urging Abram to stop his actions and start communicating with his mother again. In response, Abram expressed doubts, saying that he did not like her at all. Lemon noted with displeasure that his father was hurting his mother with his actions. He couldn't believe that Abram didn't realize that his mother was a tsundere. Outraged, he asked who his father thought he was, comparing him to the harem master. Not understanding what they were talking about, Abram asked what a harem was. Frederick, hearing the word, clarified the meaning of the term tsundere. Lyman confirmed that this was so, and in his anger exclaimed that his father was infuriating him. He wondered how many women Abram had slept with and pointed to his mother, describing her as a cute tsundere. Abram stuttered in shock, trying to understand what it meant to be silent. He also asked where Lyman got those words from. In exasperation, Lyman exclaimed that it didn't matter. After mentioning his mother, he said that she loved her father very much. Returning to the subject again, Lyman added that his mother's love was so great that she couldn't talk to Abram properly. In addition, he pointed out his mother's inexperience, asking what kind of behavior he expected from her. He asked if his father knew why his mother wanted him to become the crown prince. Thinking about it, Abram assumed that she wanted to be in power. Lyman, dissatisfied with this response, said it was wrong. He stressed that his mother really loves Abram very much. Remember what your mom said about Lyman having dark hair like hers and green eyes from his dad, calling him cute? And also, if Lyman can become the heir, then perhaps Abram will finally visit her, even if he does not feel love for her. He expressed hope that Abram at least visit her. Abram was surprised when he asked if Lyman knew that Maya was in today. Lyman confirmed that she should be her. Abram then suggested that Lyman go with him to Maya's, to which he gladly agreed. At this point, Abram turned to Frederick, asking if he would like to join them. Frederick refused, explaining that his father was constantly losing track of time when it came to family matters, and that he would finish his job for now. Lyman, turning to his brother, apologized for this. Frederick, with a grim face, told him not to worry about it. Lyman noticed with a chuckle that Frederick was talking to forget, but he didn't seem to be able to do it himself. Abram, laughing merrily, added that he hadn't hugged Lyman in a long time and noticed that he had obviously gained weight. He confessed that he didn't like being a king and that he was very lonely, even to the point where he couldn't keep track of his own son's growth. Lyman asked sympathetically if he was lonely too. Abram sadly agreed. He continued by saying that Maya would prefer to have a full-fledged spouse, adding that she has become dearer to him than anyone else. He spoke about his attempts to stabilize the situation in the country, which is why they began to see each other less and less often. Abram reflected that he had missed the most important thing, and sometimes he wondered what he was living. He expressed doubt that Lyman would understand his feelings. Lyman admitted in his mind that he used to think Abram was just a kissing demon, and realized that it was time to change his mind about him. He then stated that he loved his mother more than his father because he spent more time with her. Abram agreed with this statement, confirming that this is indeed the case. Lyman kissed his father's face and said tenderly that he loved him too. He added that he knows Abram is working hard for them all. In response, Abram wanted to kiss Lyman, enthusiastically calling him a real angel. However, Lyman evaded by offering to enter the room. Abram agreed, saying it was time to take responsibility. Meanwhile, Maya sat in her room, fingering a flower and thinking about her feelings for Abram, wondering if he loved her or not. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. She asked who was there and invited me in. Abram entered the room and greeted her happily, saying that he hadn't seen her for a long time. Maya was delighted to see Abram, but she got and hid behind the curtain, Maya exclaimed in fear, asking why Abram had come. In a panic, she added that you cannot suddenly enter the girl's room. Abram, feeling awkward, apologized to her. Maya, in response to his apologies, said that they were of no use, and asked him not to do so again. Abram was a little dejected by her words. Lyman, noticing this, slapped his father on the back and tried to support him. He noticed that what Maya probably meant was that next time she would have to warn him in advance, otherwise she wouldn't have time to clean up. Maya exclaimed that she would not preen herself for Abram. Lyman, trying to defend her, said that she did not mean it. Surprised, Maya asked Lyman whose side he was on. He confidently replied that, of course, he was on her side, and encouraged his father, inviting him to hug his mother. Abram was taken aback by this suggestion and exclaimed Lyman's name in surprise. Then he laughed, saying that he didn't know Maya was so cute. Maya, feeling uncomfortable, shouted that she didn't want to be approached. Lyman quoted her as saying that she was shy and therefore not suitable. Abram, taking the hint, thanked Lyman for the translation and apologized before hugging Maya. He confessed that he didn't understand her true feelings and that he was stupid. Abram promised that he would spend more time with her. However, Maya, sobbing, asked why he decided to say this only now. Abram expressed understanding and apologized again, but Maya, in response to his apology, said that she would never forgive him. It flashed through Lyman's mind that for his mother, Abram was the most powerful person in the world, and that was too much for her young age. He realized that Maya must have been very worried when she was married to him. But after seeing how gentle and caring his father was, Lyman realized that it wasn't surprising that such a shy girl ended up falling in love with him. On the other hand, he noticed that Abram didn't know how to deal with a much younger girl. Lyman, with a smile on his face, remarked that now their parents would be able to talk to each other enough. He then added that if Maya can't express her love in words, she should show it in actions. After that, he announced that he was going to see his brother Frederick. However, before leaving, he once again addressed his parents, expressing his desire to have a younger sister. Hearing this, Maya said Lyman's name in disbelief. Abram, trying to keep up the conversation, asked if his younger brother would be suitable. Maya, shocked by the answer, exclaimed Abram's name. Lyman was happy to confirm that his younger brother wasn't bad either. At this time, Maya began to melt from such conversations. Lyman then returned to Frederick, greeting him. Frederick, looking sullen, asked where their father was. Lyman said that Abram was talking to his mother and asked if he could stay here. Frederick agreed, saying it wasn't a problem. At that moment, a man approached them and introduced himself. He said that he was Frederick's servant, and that his name was Bernardo Bernini. Lyman, surprised, asked if he belonged to the Duke of Bernini's family. Bernardo confirmed that Lyman knew about it. The information that flashed through Lyman's mind was that the Duchy of Bernini was related to the first Queen Karina. This discovery allowed him to realize that Frederick and Bernardo were cousins. Bernardo noticed that when Frederick was Lyman's age, he wasn't particularly interested in the ducal house. Frederick, puzzled, asked why Bernardo was sharing this information. In response, Bernardo offered Lyman a treat, to which Lyman thanked him. Bernardo noted that Lyman was very polite and that it was not necessary to address him so formally. Lyman, however, clarified that he considers Bernardo older than himself. Then he added that he plans to move to the city. At that moment, Bernardo and Frederick exclaimed in surprise in unison. Frederick, shaken by the news, asked grim face what was going on and why Lyman had decided to move to the city. Lyman explained that his mother was always making a big fuss and that it wouldn't be funny if a family feud broke out over him. He thought to himself that this scared him and added that he didn't want to become the crown prince. It seemed to him that it would be a good idea to get rid of all these obligations. Frederick clarified that Lyman was really going to leave, to which Lyman confirmed his words. Frederick also asked if Lyman would leave if no one pushed him to become crown prince. Lyman agreed, but then hesitated, saying that brother Frederick didn't seem to like him very much. Frederick froze for a moment, and Bernardo just snorted in response. Frederick opened the conversation by saying that Lyman was his dear little brother and that he had always thought so. Bernardo, slapping Frederick on the back, laughed and said that Lyman was the best, but Frederick always had too scary a face. Frederick, reacting to this frown, was like, now. Lyman, thoughtfully, replied that Frederick seemed to have too many facial muscles that didn't function except between his eyebrows. Because of this, in his opinion, Giovanni constantly avoids communicating with Frederick, and Jean begins to cry with fear. Frederick reproached Lyman for being cruel, and Bernardo added that Lyman thought Frederick hated him, which was very funny. Lyman continued, telling Frederick to talk more. To which Frederick replied bitterly that it was a shame. Bernardo, laughing, said that Frederick was simply destroyed by Limond. Frederick then asked Limond to chat with him occasionally. Limond agreed to have a cup of tea with Frederick if he didn't mind, to which Frederick was surprised and asked if that was really the case. Bernardo remarked that Frederick had always liked Limond, but the latter asked Bernardo not to say too much. Frederick promised to let him know when the tea ceremony was ready, and asked Bernardo to pass it on to Limond. Bernardo agreed, and Limond said he was relying on him. Bernardo happily replied that he was glad that Limond now called him Bern. Limond suggested that he might call Lee. Frederick, listening to the conversation, began to wag and froze in place. Limond, noticing his reaction, asked. Frederick said sheepishly that he could also call Limond Lee. Limond was surprised by the change and wondered if the brotherly instinct had worked. He confidently replied that it wasn't a problem. Frederick, a little nervous, said Lee's name. Limond turned to Frederick with an exclamation, asking him to speak more clearly. Frederick, slightly embarrassed, apologized for his words. Still hopeful, he added that he would look forward to the day when they could have a chat over tea. Bernardo, whispering to Limond, said that when Monsieur Giancarlo got worse, Frederick was very worried. Limond, trying to keep up the conversation, agreed that he would also be waiting. He suggested that since they were a family, they could hug and spend time together, just like their father does, who always climbs up to hug and kiss. Frederick, hearing this, exclaimed in surprise, realizing that Limond was right. With determination, he hugged Limond and asked him to come back more often, calling him Lee. Limond, smiling, said that he would definitely come. Limond returned to his room to see Jean and John. Giancarlo said they were here to play. Giancarlo was surprised to see Bernardo and asked if they were together. Limond, a little embarrassed, replied that Bern was just seeing him off. Bernardo greeted them and said he hadn't seen them for a long time. Giancarlo and John out of their minds when they heard this. Limond saw the brothers, looked at Bern in disbelief, and asked what he had done. Bernardo smiled and said it was a great reaction. Bern, winking, commented that Frederick had a scary face and added that he just stood behind them and looked at them when they were scared. Limond hit Bern, who immediately exclaimed that it hurt. An angry Limond called him a scoundrel. Bern breathlessly apologized and asked for forgiveness. He added that he would come back and said goodbye. Giancarlo, concerned, asked Limond if Bernardo had done something wrong and if he was okay. Limond confidently replied that he was fine and that he was just talking to his brother Frederick while meeting Bern. Giancarlo was surprised to hear that Limond had spoken to his brother Frederick. John asked if Limond was afraid. Limond assured me that Frederick wasn't so bad after all. He added that his brother was even cute. John and Giancarlo looked at each other in surprise and said it was really cute. Limond, continuing the conversation, offered to have tea with his brother Frederick and asked if they would like to join him. John immediately declined, and Giancarlo also followed suit. Limond tried to convince them that Frederick really loved his younger brothers, and that if they talked to him, they would know that he was very nice. Meanwhile, Frederick was sneezing, and Limond would not be offended if they declined the invitation. However, he asked them to come if they changed their minds. Giancarlo, laughing, remarked that how could they refuse when Limond was making such a face. John added that he wouldn't say he didn't like brother Frederick, and since Limond was asking, he would try. Limond was delighted to hear this and confirmed that they had agreed, and he was waiting for them. Later, Maria came running in and told Limond that an invitation to tea had arrived from Herr Frederick. Limond, delighted, said that since he was participating, he should bring a souvenir, and asked if Maria would be able to prepare something. Maria, without hesitation, replied that of course she would prepare it. Limond thought that Maria was clearly in a good mood and was probably glad that he was starting to connect with his brothers. He thanked Chris for keeping him company tonight. In his mind, Limond noted that Master Chris was as cool as ever. Chris readily replied that it wasn't a problem, Your Highness. Limond thought about the fact that the Master turned 30 this year, and Maria is already 24. He decided that maybe it was time for the two of them to get married and have cute kids. Limond didn't want Maria to get some lout, and he thought the Master should marry a better woman. At this time, Bertrand noticed that Limond was leaving somewhere. He was surprised, since Limond usually only spent time with him, Giovanni, and Giancarlo. Limond, turning to brother Bertrand, explained that he was having tea with brother Frederick that day. Bertrand if he could join them, to which Limond replied that of course he could. Maria, a little embarrassed, said that even though Limond had asked her to help, she couldn't find any sweets. Limond expressed bewilderment, saying that you can't go empty-handed and that it's not suitable for him to go unprepared. Bertrand, not wanting to linger any longer, dragged Limond along, telling him that it was time for them to go. Lyman, a little confused, exclaimed, trying to figure out what was going on. Bern greeted Lyman happily. Bernet was surprised to see that Monsieur Bertrand was also there. Bertrand, after exchanging greetings, said that it had been a long time since he had seen Bernardo. Bern, in turn, confirmed that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. He remembered that Monsieur André was coming today too, and Bertrand was disgusted. Lyman, puzzled, asked what was the matter. Bern said he had a little family problem. Bertrand cut in sharply, saying that he shouldn't call them family or talk about them like that, as he didn't want anything to do with Bern. At this time, a man came up to them and kindly asked if it was a lemon. He introduced himself as André, and noticed that this was the first time they had spoken. Lyman thought that André was one of his brothers and the third prince of the Centauro kingdom. Surprised, he asked if André had decided to come to the tea party. André happily confirmed that he did, and added that it was a pleasure to meet you. However, Bertrand, not wanting anyone to approach Lyman, sharply warned André not to touch him. André frowned in surprise. Frederick, interrupting them, exclaimed to them to stop quarreling. Bertrand, ignoring his words, said that André should not touch Lyman. André frowned and asked what the problem was. Bertrand replied that André had already spoiled his older brother too much and that Lyman was too relaxed. Lyman, in his mind, couldn't believe this was happening and asked why they were acting like this. He greeted Frederick and asked if Bertrand and André had a bad relationship. Frederick, explaining the situation, said that they do not hate each other but constantly quarreling because of Ayam. Lyman, surprised, asked what it meant, because of Hegem. Frederick, trying to explain the situation, asked him to listen. André, in defense of Frederick, said that he just wanted to help him. Bertrand noticed with displeasure that André was already interfering not only in negotiations, but also in Frederick's personal affairs. André, surprised, exclaimed that he only wanted to help with the preparation for the tea party, and that he only helps in negotiations when Frederick can't find the words. He added that Bertrand was too strict with Frederick, who didn't speak very well anyway. Bertrand objected, saying that if André continued to do everything for Frederick, he would never learn. André, pointing out this, said that this was what needed to be proved, and again repeated that Bertrand was too strict. Frederick admitted that he is very bad at communicating, despite the fact that he is the crown prince, and therefore these two help him. Lyman noticed that they were arguing about how to raise a child. He sharply ordered them to stop arguing. André and Bertrand both froze at his words. Lyman, continuing angrily, turned to Bertrand and asked why he had come with him to stand and argue with André. Bertrand replied that he just wanted Lyman to understand that Frederick was the crown prince and needed the necessary skills, all because of his association with André. Lyman objected, noting that everyone had their own pace. Bertrand, accepting his words, agreed. André supported him, exclaiming that it was true. Lyman added emphatically that it would come to André now. André be surprised at this. Lyman explained that he understood how much André was worried about Frederick, but stressed that Frederick was already an adult and independent person, and he needed to learn to speak. André agreed with his words, taking it into consideration. Lyman added that André couldn't take care of Frederick forever. Then he turned to Frederick, who was beaming with impatience, and asked him why he was so cheerful. Frederick said it was the first time he had ever seen Lyman so angry, and he wanted to hear what he had to say. Lyman, with a grin, said that since Frederick understood, he wouldn't say anything. Frederick was dejected when he heard this. Lyman, switching to another topic, suggested that everyone start drinking tea already. He noticed the beauty that Maria had prepared, which attracted the attention of everyone present. André, showing interest, said that these sweets seemed to be popular in the Ost Empire, and that he had always wanted to try them. Frederick asked Lyman if he was going to go to the academy and what he was going to study there. Lyman reflected that Centauro Academy had many departments, and one of them is the Department of Magic, where his brother, Bertrand, taught in person. Lyman confirmed that he had thought about it. Frederick, surprised, asked if Lyman didn't want to go to the magic department. Lyman explained that he could learn magic from Bertrand and was considering joining the Knights department. Frederick was surprised and asked anxiously if Lyman had really decided to leave and if he was seriously thinking about it. Hearing Lyman's words, everyone present was surprised. André, unable to believe his ears, exclaimed that this was a joke and asked if Lyman wanted to leave the royal family. Bertrand intervened, demanding that Lyman explain where he was going. Maria, in shock, dropped her mug and said she couldn't believe it. Lyman tried to reassure her that he wasn't sure if he was going back to town yet. He added that he wasn't going anywhere until he saw Maria's fiancé and Master Chris found a suitable bride. He stressed that even by force he will not be forced to leave here. Maria, a little embarrassed, agreed with him. Andre, asking a question, said that if Maria never married, Lyman would stay here forever. Limon replied that he would not allow Maria's happy family life to be ruined because of such a small thing, and promised that he would never forgive Andre if he tried to do it. He also added that he would not give Maria to the first person who came along, and that it should be a strong, responsible, and ready-to-test man. Byrne, looking at Limon with understanding, noticed that he really cared about Maria. Lyman replied that of course, because Maria was like an older sister to him. Maria, holding back her tears, addressed Lyman as Her Highness. Andre asked Maria if she belonged to the Duke's family and if she really didn't have a fiancé yet. Maria, confused, replied that she had no fiancé yet and rejected all applicants until Lyman grew up. Lyman, mentally apologizing, realized that because of him, she had missed the time for marriage. Frederick reminded Maria that she was already 24 years old and would be older by the time Lyman turned 18. Then Frederick began to imagine a picture of the future marriage of Maria and Lyman. Lyman warned Frederick that if he continued to insist on the idea of his betrothal to Maria, he would be seriously angry. Lyman added that if he did, he would never have tea with him again. Frederick, embarrassed, replied that he understood. Bertrand, remembering the conversation about marriage with Grimaldi, remarked that Lyman's future bride, Leandra of the House of Balzer, would clearly be displeased. Lyman, surprised, asked if he really had a future bride. Andre confirmed that she was about the same age as him. Lyman thought that this was really a problem, and maybe he should run away to the city. Bertrand, noticing his concern, tried to calm him down, telling him that he understood what he was thinking, and that no matter what happened, they would protect him. Andre supported Bertrand, adding that he is not only worried about the wayward Frederick and is even ready to cooperate with Bertrand. He assured Lyman that they would be close by. Lyman replied that he didn't care which of them would protect him, to which both brothers exclaimed in surprise. He then asked what factions currently existed in the royal court. Byrne revealed that the current dominant faction is that of Maya, Limon's mother, followed by that of Karina, Frederick's mother. He explained that Maya's aristocrats want to raise Limon to the top, and Karina's aristocrats want to make him their pawn. Lyman was puzzled to see that, in other words, his mother was just a set piece. Bertrand, not believing that Lyman had called his mother a stage set without hesitation, rebuked him. Andre, trying to get the conversation back on track, reminded them that they hadn't talked about it at all, and asked again why Lyman chose the Knight's House. He expressed his bewilderment, stating that the magic department would clearly be more decent, and asked if Lyman had a reason to become a knight. Lyman replied without hesitation that he wanted to be like Master Chris. This Chris Audeville. Chris, slightly embarrassed, apologized. Andre asked why he was so excited. Lyman, remembering, said that even when he was a little boy, Chris treated him like a real gentleman, and he had no reason not to admire him. He added that he admires strong people, and his goal is to leave, gain skills, and come back. Lyman imagined Master Chris admiring him and telling him that he was noticeably stronger. Then, in his mind's eye, Chris will ask if Lyman can withstand another attack. Lyman imagined how confident he would be when he said yes, he could do it. In his mind's eye, a scene unfolded where he could barely stand on his feet, holding his sword with the last of his strength, and Chris, holding out his hand, tells him that this is not the end. Frederick chuckled and noticed that Lyman admired Chris very much. Lyman was proud to say that he adored it. He described Chris as a real, reliable gentleman with steel muscles. A real man. When Chris picks him up, he feels safe. Lyman talked enthusiastically about how Chris drops to his knees to make eye contact with him, isn't afraid to get his knees dirty, and always asks permission before picking him up. If necessary, Chris is ready to show his inner childish side. Lyman confirmed his feelings, once again admiring his master. He continued that you can't help but notice how you can be so cute and cool at the same time. Chris was also modest. Lyman, in his thoughts, noted how attractive his master was. Frederick winked and asked Chris to keep an eye on Lyman. Chris nodded sheepishly and said that of course he could count on him. Andre noticed that his younger brother doesn't admire any of them. His idol is swordsman Chris. Bertrand added that it couldn't be helped, because Chris was always supportive and close to Lyman even when they didn't know each other. Andre noticed that because of the division into factions, he couldn't speak to Lyman. Lyman whispered softly in Andre's ear and asked if he could talk to him whenever he wanted. Andre hugged Lyman and happily confirmed that it was a deal. A man came up to them, noticing Bertrand and Andre, and exclaimed that they were also there. Then, when he saw Limon, He asked in surprise what fates had brought him to this place. He introduced himself as Orlando. Lyman replied that he was glad to see him, and noted that this was their first meeting. He thought to himself that Orlando was the fourth prince of Centauro. He studied abroad in the Okudin's kingdom and fell in love with the princess of that kingdom at first sight, after which he became engaged to her. Lyman was surprised that Orlando and Frederick had the same mother, but they were so different. Orlando continued that he lived with Fran and introduced her as his wife. He said that he had long wanted to talk to Lyman. Lyman asked if he really lived in Okudins. Orlando agreed that after graduating from the academy with Andre, he went abroad to Okudins. Andre, annoyed, asked Orlando to stop calling him An-O because it sounded too feminine. Orlando said that was what he used to call Andre, and added with a smile that Andre really did look like a girl when he was a kid. Bertrand agreed, noting that Andre used to be a real cutie. Andre noticed that Bertrand acting like he was older than him and said that he was only a year older than him and maybe he would stop acting like an older brother. Bertrand smiled and reminded her that he was really the older brother. Andre replied that he did not recognize him as an older brother. Orlando, watching the exchange, noted with a smile that they were arguing as usual. Bertrand and Andre both exclaimed that it was all Orlando's fault. Frederick, wanting to change the subject, asked Orlando about Madame Francisca. Orlando enthusiastically began to talk about his wife, calling her cute. He mentioned that if he talks to another girl, Francisca gets jealous and sulks, but that only makes her look nicer. He then described how he would put his arm around her from behind, and she would put her hand on his arm, calming down. Orlando added that Fran always wears peach and gold-colored dresses to the ball. Orlando asked if Lyman why. Lyman said it was to match the color of his hair. Orlando confirmed that it was cute and that he also wears Fran's hair-colored jewelry. His outer clothing is partially orange to match the color of her eyes. Andre, tired of listening, intervened and asked to stop. Andre insisted that Frédéric Sonic stop playing along with Orlando and not listen to him at all, claiming that he was spreading his tongues again. Orlando was surprised and exclaimed, not understanding why his words caused such a reaction. Andrew Stasis, annoyed by Orlando's behavior. Frederick tried to calm them down, but Orlando ignored the tension and asked Andre if he followed fashion, as he wanted to bring some souvenirs for Fran. The situation turned into chaos. Lyman expressed his feelings in frustration, wanting to go home, but Byrne urged him to stay, claiming that things would get out of hand without him. Lyman doubted his own importance in this situation, and Byrne remarked that it was at least possible to laugh at what was happening. Lyman jokingly reproached Ludo for his cruelty. Frederick and Lyman exchanged glances, and Frederick noticed that Lyman had a scary look that spoke of his fatigue. Lyman took a deep breath and ordered everyone to stop making noise, asking if they were here to fight or drink tea. Orlando, justifying himself, said that he just wanted to ask what is better to give Fran. Lyman said that he should think about it himself, as she would be more happy if he chose the gift himself. Orlando asked, with a small smile, if that was true. Bertrand apologized to Lyman for creating a tense atmosphere, to which Lyman reminded everyone to live together. Andre, meanwhile, expressed his displeasure at Orlando's behavior, but Lyman exclaimed that everyone should not quarrel. At that moment, the sound of a door opening was heard, and Byrne invited them in. Giancarlo and John apologized for the intrusion. Everyone froze in place. Lyman was relieved to see that all the brothers had finally gathered, though Jean and John didn't look too happy. Giancarlo said they overheard Lee going to a tea party with his older brother, Frederick. John explained that he knew it was rude to come without an invitation, but he hoped that no one would mind if they joined in. Lyman suddenly jumped up, hugging Giancarlo. Giancarlo, surprised by this outburst, asked what Lyman was doing, to which Lyman calmly replied that he wanted to hug, and then promised to hug John. Giancarlo laughed and said that if he did, he would squeeze him too, to which Lyman happily agreed. John, a little embarrassed, added that he needed a hug as well, as he was also waiting for it. After Lyman finished his cuddle session, he looked at the brothers and noticed their expressions and asked them what kind of faces they had. Byrne asked if Lee could behave like a normal 6-year-old. Andre expressed his desire for Lyman to embrace him as well as the others. Frederick noted that Lee has a good relationship with his brothers, and Bertrand added that Lee can be affectionate. Lyman replied with a slight indignation that he could be affectionate too, since he was still a child. He added that it was almost like Bertrand's magic. Bertrand agreed, saying Lyman was right. Andre mentioned that he and Orlando had their first proper conversation today, and they usually fight and don't notice what's going on around them. Andre admitted that it was hard to deny the truth of his words. Lyman began the conversation by noting that his brother Frederick would rather be a gentle king than a strict one. Byrne, surprised by this assessment, asked if Lyman really thought so. Lyman explained that the kingdom is created by the efforts of everyone, and no matter how talented the king is, he can't do anything without the people. He added that everyone should help Frederick if he became king, and Lyman himself was ready to help. Frederick, hearing this, admired his younger brother, and said that he had a wonderful younger brother. Byrne exclaimed that Lee should be honored, and Lyman thanked him for it with a restrained assent. Lyman then demanded that a seat be made up for John and Giancarlo next to him. Happily noticing that all 7 brothers were gathered together, he expressed surprise that John and Giancarlo did show up, to which John recalled that they had promised to do so. Giancarlo asked, somewhat doubtfully, if it was really possible to come without an invitation, addressing Frederick. Frederick replied with a grim expression that there was no problem. Lyman, noticing the serious expression on his face, thought that Frederick was probably just very happy that Giancarlo had spoken to him. However, Giancarlo, noticing Frederick's grim face, was startled and began to tremble in apology. Frederick said nothing, and Giancarlo began to stutter, not knowing what to say next. At this point, Lyman interrupted them and said that he was tired of all this. He noticed that only teenagers and children can't express their feelings properly. Lyman spoke directly to Frederick, asking him not to be shy and tell him what was on his mind. Giancarlo, on the other hand, was completely confused, not understanding what was going on. Frederick, noticing the tension, explained that he was not angry at all, but simply not very good at communicating and was just learning to do so. He apologized if his grim face scared anyone. Giancarlo, surprised by this admission, immediately replied that Frederick had nothing to apologize for. Lyman intervened and warned Giancarlo not to spoil Frederick, which caused Giancarlo confusion. Frederick continued, admitting that he was aware of his intimidating appearance, but that he genuinely wanted to mend his relationship with Giancarlo and John. Giancarlo, embarrassed, admitted that he had previously avoided Frederick, unaware of his true intentions, but now wants to change that. John also added that he used to avoid his brother and didn't understand him, but now it's different. John expressed his self-doubt by saying that he is not a talented magician like Bertrand, not a diplomat like Andre, and does not have the same energy as Orlando. The only thing he can do is play music. He also mentioned that he felt inferior because he was a half-breed and couldn't use magic. Frederick, touched by their words, said that the origin does not matter, and stressed that children born from the union of a human and a non-human are no different from the rest. All that matters to him is that Giancarlo and John, like everyone else, are his family, and he will always take care of them. Frederick firmly said that no matter what the circumstances, he would never turn his back on his brothers, as they were his precious younger relatives. Giancarlo nodded affectionately, saying that he would always be with them. Lyman, noticing this touching moment, encouraged Frederick, saying that now was his chance to comfort Giancarlo and John, and urged his brother to hug them. Lyman insisted, urging Frederick to do it as quickly as possible. However, Frederick, embarrassed, replied that he could not do it, considering that it was too much for him. Lyman, puzzled, protested that it was quite easy, and continued to encourage Frederick to finally decide on a hug. Frederick, overcoming his shyness, turned to Giancarlo and Giovanni, admitting that he did not know how to communicate well, but sincerely wanted to get to know them both better. He suggested that they visit him from time to time, if they don't mind. Giancarlo agreed. He did not hide his emotions, immediately agreed, and rushed to hug Frederick, assuring him that they would definitely come. After that, Giancarlo calmed down a little and apologized to his brother for being emotional. John, embarrassed, also apologized, admitting that he was ashamed of the way he showed up at that moment. Andre, watching them, said in surprise that there was nothing wrong with it, and even said that it was quite nice, especially considering that Giancarlo and John had rarely approached their brothers before. Lyman immediately stepped in to stop Andre from further banter. Orlando, happy that the brothers are getting closer, joked that he used to think that only Lee was so cute, but now he sees that this is not the case. Giancarlo clenched his fists and exclaimed that Orlando was mocking him, feeling slightly indignant. In the meantime, Bertrand decided to change the subject and reminded that the factions were not taking active action at the moment, as they were during Maya's isolation. He noted that the times when they were in the center of the struggle of factions are over. The power of Maya's aristocrats has weakened since Maya and their father resumed communication, and now they can only offer a potential bride for the appearance of a new prince. In addition, their influence is being suppressed by Karina's aristocrats. Bertrand assured the brothers that they cannot hesitate to rely on the support of the family in any difficulties. John, moved by Bertrand's concern, said his name softly, grateful for the brothers' support. Andre, remembering something, asked Giancarlo if he was already 11 years old, to which Giancarlo replied in the affirmative. Andre then turned to Giovanni and remarked that he didn't seem to have attended high school, to which Giovanni, a little embarrassed, confirmed. Giovanni explained that he could neither use magic nor wield a sword, so their father decided to send him to music lessons. Last year, Giancarlo faced health problems, and Giovanni decided not to go to school to support him. Lyman, lost in thought, remembered that high school is usually entered at 14, although the minimum age for admission is 12. At the same time, there is no upper age limit for admission, so Giovanni still has a chance to get into the academy. However, many people prefer not to enter the academy, but to hire personal teachers. Andre did not wait, but continued the conversation, turning back to Giancarlo and asking what about him. Giancarlo admitted that until his health improves, he is not going to enter the academy. Andre then brought up an important topic, saying that one of the main problems today is going out and finding wives for Giancarlo and Lamond. He noted that this applies to all three suitors, including Giovanni. John, Lyman, and Giancarlo were shocked to hear this, clearly surprised by the conversation. Frederick, noticing this reaction, asked if Lamond didn't already have a fiancée. Andre explained that their father wasn't entirely sure about this matter yet, especially since the nobles of the Maya faction wouldn't just let it go. Bertrand added that it is likely that the aristocrats of Maya will try to marry their daughters to Lyman, and possibly to Giovanni and Giancarlo, in order to strengthen their position. Lyman, unable to withstand such pressure, unexpectedly exclaimed that he wanted to escape. Everyone in the room was shocked by this statement. The brothers were completely bewildered, and at the same time exclaimed, asking if Lyman was serious about leaving. Lyman, realizing that his words had caused such surprise, quickly reassured them, saying that he had no plans to leave yet. The brothers, still not fully believing what was happening, turned to him again, trying to understand his intentions. At this time, Leandra's father, reminding her of her engagement to His Highness, noted that the fate of their family depends on this marriage. Leandra calmly confirmed that she understood the importance of the situation and her responsibility to her family. However, despite all the formalities and importance of this union, Leandra couldn't help but wonder about Lyman, wondering what kind of person he really was. Giancarlo, concerned, asked Lyman if he was really going to leave the house. Lyman, hesitantly answering that he probably didn't, tried to calm him down. However, Giancarlo was still looking at him suspiciously, clearly doubting his words. Lyman assured him that everything was fine, and if he ever decided to leave, he would not only lose the right to the throne, but would remain a member of the family. He stressed that nothing terrible would happen and asked not to worry. In response, Giancarlo grabbed Lyman tightly and demanded that he stop saying such things. Giancarlo, overcome with emotion, loudly declared that he would not allow Lyman to leave, as he wanted to always support him. He expressed how much Lemon is dear to him as a family member and added that he wants to see him happy. Although Giancarlo admitted that he might not be able to do for Limond what the other older brothers do, he firmly stated that he did not want Limond to have to sacrifice anything. Giancarlo, with enthusiasm, declared that he had a selfish desire. One day he would like to draw the baby Limond. Limond, a little surprised by this passionate reaction, mused to himself. He understood that Giancarlo was very upset, although leaving his family was an extreme case for him, which he would only use in the most difficult situation if there was no other way to avoid conflicts in the royal palace. Lyman was also aware that this all seemed troublesome, and that he couldn't handle it all alone. However, despite his memories of his past life, he considered his current life rather mundane, but he was willing to try harder. Lamond, turning the subject, noted that the Maya faction might also be paying attention to Giancarlo, so he warned him to be careful during his social debut, which was coming up next month. He stressed that he would not want to be upset because of his brother. Giancarlo, reacting immediately, confirmed that he did not want to upset Lyman. He said that he loved him, and said that if Lyman wasn't happy, John and their mother would be very upset too. Giancarlo asked again if Lyman really loved his family very much, smiling fondly. He said that he himself is madly in love with all members of his family, emphasizing how important relationships with loved ones are for him. Lyman responded by expressing his admiration, saying that he had the most wonderful older brother. Giancarlo laughed in response, claiming that he had the best little brother. At this point, John joined in, joking that both of his younger brothers were the best in the world. Limond and Giancarlo turned to him happily. John suggested the idea of making a new suit for Giancarlo to please his father. He mentioned that Andre was very enthusiastic about designing clothes, and that his father had already called a seamstress to do it. John asked Giancarlo if he would mind going for a fitting now. Giancarlo, smiling, agreed, supporting the initiative. Giancarlo said goodbye to Limond and said they would talk again. Then John, a little worried, asked Lyman if he was really going to leave the house. Lyman, in turn, confidently replied that he was not going to do this. John, calming down, reminded that as soon as Lyman turns 14, he can go to the academy, which will be much safer than staying in the palace. However, Lyman expressed his concern that his black hair and green eyes set him apart from the rest. John agreed that it was impossible to hide the black color of his hair with powder paint. Lyman thought that if he turned his hair gray, it would make it stand out even more. John, not knowing what exactly Lyman meant, was surprised. Lyman thought about how to reduce the amount of melanin in his hair by using debilitating magic, so that no one would know that he was from the royal family. He turned to John, waiting for his reaction. John, startled, noticed that Lyman's hair had changed color and asked if he could get it back. Lyman, a little confused, confirmed that it was possible. Lyman breathed a sigh of relief after applying the magic, and John stroked his hair, admitting that he liked the new color better. Lyman reminded John that he should think about getting married, especially if he wasn't going to go to the academy. John, however, reassured him that there was no need to worry about it. He plans to spend some time in the United Kingdom of Notos, his mother's homeland, to study music. Lyman was surprised and asked if he would go there with Giancarlo. John replied that Jean had his own hobbies, and they wouldn't be studying together. Lyman wondered if John would be able to break up with Giancarlo, because he considers him a real angel. John, in turn, assured that this does not mean that he will never see Jean again. He can return to Centauro whenever he wants, and his house does not go anywhere. Lyman was pleasantly surprised to realize that John wanted to move forward. He claimed to have cool brothers. John invited Lyman to come visit him when he was at the academy and had the opportunity to go abroad. Lyman promised that he would definitely come. John was happy to say that he would be waiting for him in the Elven City. At this point, the brothers congratulated Giancarlo on his first appearance in public, and Andre added that he has great taste in clothes. Orlando admiringly called Lyman an angel. Bertrand recognized his talent, which displeased Andre, who said that all this was for the sake of his dear younger brother. Frederick also expressed the hope that Lyman will help when the time comes for Leah. Meanwhile, Lyman himself reflected that he wasn't old enough to go out into society yet, and decided to stay in his room. Maria offered to bring him something to drink, to which he agreed. Lyman thought that Giancarlo was probably having fun at the party. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Lyman wondered who might have knocked on his door, because if it was a family member or a vassal, they would have asked for permission to enter first. He wondered if someone else was lost in the palace. Since there was no sign on the door, he decided to open it and see who was there. Opening the door, Lyman saw a crying girl who was anxiously looking for her father and exclaiming that she was lost. Lyman asked if she was lost. The girl tried to introduce herself in confusion, and Lyman reflected that they were about the same age and that she was lost so far from the main hall. He asked if everything was all right and if she was lost. The girl thought that everyone should be at a celebration that is taking place in another part of the palace, and exclaimed in surprise. Lyman, not understanding what had happened, asked the girl what was the matter, wondering at her reaction. The girl exclaimed when she realized that he had black hair and green eyes, and asked if he was Mr. Lyman. Lyman introduced himself to the girl, saying that his name was Lyman, and expressed pleasure at meeting her. The girl, nervous, couldn't answer right away. Then Maria appeared, asking what had happened. Lyman explained that she was lost and offered to take her to the main hall so she could rest. He also asked for something to help her calm down. Lyman told the girl that he needed to get ready and asked her to wait, to which she agreed. He thought that if he was going to go there, he needed to look the part. When he returned, he asked her if she had calmed down, and Maria asked her to introduce herself. The girl introduced herself as Leandra Balzar and said she was glad to meet him. Lyman also expressed his pleasure at meeting her and offered to escort her to the main hall. He inquired who she had come to the palace with and learned that she had come with her father, Duke Balzar. However, she didn't meet him, as he was busy with work, and she planned to leave before the party started. But the king ordered her to stay and eat sweets. Lyman remembered that General Balzar, her father, had picked up his swordsmanship skills from his predecessor, and that his own father was in close contact with the general. He also remembered that one of his brothers had said that Leandra might be one of the bride candidates for him. Lyman asked why she was alone, and Leandra asked him not to laugh at her answer. Leandra explained that she saw a beautiful garden from the window and went out to get a closer look. As a result, it was lost. Lyman thought it was rather nice. He thought it looked very childish. While Leandra was embarrassed, Lyman asked her what kind of garden she had seen, and when he heard that she didn't know, he suggested that it might have been the central garden, visible from the main hall. Lyman asked why Leandra hadn't given up on her quest, and if she really liked the garden so much. She said yes. The garden was very beautiful. Lyman offered to show her the other gardens the next time they met, and Leandra was a little embarrassed. Then, taking Lyman's hand, she apologized if her request seemed rude. Leandra asked if he would spend the evening with her. Lyman, in turn, apologized to her. Leandra said it was expected. Leandra's father, General Balzar, had been a member of the Karen faction and had supported Frederick as crown prince, Lyman thought. This posed a danger to Lyman, as being close to Leandra could cause gossip about him joining the faction. He knew it was unacceptable, but he could feel Maria's eyes on him, as if they were burning through him. Lyman knew he couldn't afford to make a lady cry. Suddenly, Leandra started crying and looked upset. At that moment, a man approached her, and when he saw her, he exclaimed with relief that he was looking for her. She addressed him as Papa and explained that she was lost, adding that His Highness Lyman had escorted her here. Leandra's father, perplexed, said Lyman's name to express his concern. Lyman, on the other hand, was thinking that he should disappear before anyone noticed him. He was mildly puzzled by the fact that the situation was really strange, and added that he was very surprised when Mrs. Leandra knocked on his door. It occurred to him that perhaps one of the party guests secretly wanted to meet him, which was the reason for his thoughts. In response, Leandra's father only made a sound of confusion and displeasure. Lyman, with a smirk, joked, asking if they were scared. Leandra's father, with a light laugh, replied that Lyman was much more witty than he had heard. He noticed that this was the first time he had seen him in person and that he really had black hair like the Ost Empire and green eyes like the Centauro Kingdom. The thought flashed through his mind that it wasn't surprising that there were people in the royal palace who wanted to see Prince Lyman on the throne. Lyman continued the conversation, stating that he liked his hair because it was his parents' color. Leandra's father said approvingly that it suited him very well. Lyman nodded and added that he was often told that. When Leandra's father asked who exactly said that, Lyman said cryptically that it was a secret and that he wasn't going to share it with anyone with whom he didn't have a good relationship. Leandra's father, feigning grief, said that it hurt him to hear it. A puzzled thought crossed his mind as to who, then, Lyman was on good terms with. He suspected that he might be connected to Maya's faction, which might be planning something behind the scenes. Lyman, realizing his displeasure, thought that this was what Leandra's father was thinking right now, and inwardly approved of his attempts to turn the situation around. Meanwhile, Maria wondered why Lyman was provoking Leandra's father. Lyman jokingly remarked that his father did not want to pry into his own affairs, because secrets should not be revealed. He knew that if he said too much, the Corinne and Maya factions would focus on trying to figure out what was going on around him. However, he was sure that they wouldn't be able to find anything. Leandra, clearly hesitating, addressed Lyman using his first name. Lyman asked with interest what was the matter. She, a little embarrassed, asked him if he wanted to get engaged to her. Lyman was perplexed. Leandra's father exclaimed in surprise, then quickly asked his daughter if she liked Prince Lyman. Leandra, with confirmation, said yes, and added that it was simple. She admitted that she did not know how to get lost and end up in his room, considering it a rather rude act on her part. Leandra noted that Lyman had never accused her, and that he had behaved like a gentleman in escorting her here. So she decided that she wanted to marry Monsieur Lyman. In Lyman's mind, the idea sounded strange. Leandra's father thought with a grin that this was great news. He then asked Prince Lyman what he would say to this, emphasizing that his daughter was extremely intelligent and asking if he would like to marry her. Lyman was perplexed when he heard this. He knew that from the very beginning Leandra's father had wanted him to get engaged to her, and this annoyed him. At the same time, he was intimidated by the way Maria was glaring at him. Lyman apologized to Leandra, saying that he could not become her fiancé. Then he complained that she wasn't the problem. He noted that if she was with him, it would only get in the way. Leandra replied indignantly that it was not so. If he was with her, he would not interfere with her. Lyman insisted, but said he would never agree. He added that he is a nobody and does not want anyone to contact him. Leandra said his name in dismay, urging him not to refuse. Lyman, addressing her as his mistress, said that if she still loved him when they were older, he would let her say those words again. But at this moment, he wanted to tell her something important. After all, he was a man, and when he grew up, he would be stronger to protect her. Leandra exclaimed enthusiastically that she would be waiting, and added that she would also be able to protect Lyman, intending to hone her skills. The thought crossed Lyman's mind that she was a special girl, and that he wasn't worthy of her. Lyman mentioned Leandra and General Balzard as he said goodbye, to which she replied that she hoped to see him again. Chris offered to accompany Maria and Lyman. Maria, with some concern, asked Lyman if he was sure of his decision. Lyman didn't immediately understand what she was talking about until she clarified that she was talking about Leandra. Maria pointed out that General Balzar was the head of the aristocrats of the Karina faction, and that Le Monde could ask for protection from that faction. Lyman dismissed the idea, saying he couldn't do it. He believed that the faction should take the bait and focus their attention on him. Maria was surprised to hear the word bait. Chris, not understanding, asked why Lyman was saying that. Lyman explained that his job was to protect Brother Jean. Meanwhile, John turned to Giancarlo and asked if he was tired. Giancarlo replied confidently, saying that everything was fine, and that thanks to Leah's support, he was fresh and alert. He added that he should be the inflexible sixth prince. John praised him for that. Giancarlo wondered what Lee was up to, and looked forward to the day when he too would go out in public. Maria, showing interest, asked Le Monde about his plans, and he said that now the factions will consider him the only one who can remove Frederick from the position of crown prince. But he also wondered what would happen if he joined or left the Karina faction. In the royal palace, Lyman was thinking that if he became the bait, the nobles of the Maya faction would start looking for a replacement. Their next target will be Jean, who has the highest magic power among the brothers. The idea that Jean hadn't been touched because he was ill crossed his mind. But now that he was recovered, Lyman was sure that the faction wouldn't leave him alone. He knew that compared to him, who had memories of his past life, Jean was just an ordinary child, and adults would use him for their own purposes. Lyman decided that he should become a decoy to distract attention from Jean, and most importantly, then escape himself. He also thought about going to the academy after that, where he could change his appearance. In his mind, he made plans, imagining that he could learn a lot at the academy and meet a lot of new people. He longed for training, magic, and swordsmanship, for the equal friends he couldn't get outside the palace walls. He was full of hope to discover a new world. In the end, he firmly stated that as long as he couldn't carry out his plan, he would protect Jean. Maria, listening carefully, noticed that it could be dangerous. Chris, supporting Lyman, addressed him as His Highness, suggesting that he would then become a shield that would protect him in all adversities. Lyman said thoughtfully that Chris was talking about it, but he would never agree. Chris, surprised, asked what he meant by that. Lyman explained that Chris, being an honorary aristocrat of the kingdom, should become his ally. It crossed Lyman's mind that Chris had started out as a commoner adventurer, but now he was one of the few S-rank adventurers with power equal to dukes. Lyman thought that if such a person was by his side when he matured, the rumors that he wanted to remove Frederick from the crown prince's position would become a reality. Chris, with determination in his voice, said that he would improve his skills to become a worthy defender of both Lyman and Maria. Lyman expressed that he didn't want Chris to be his shield. Chris pointed out ironically that if he wasn't going to be a shield, then maybe he should be a sword. Lyman clenched his fist and said that he didn't need a sword or shield, as it would only put Chris in danger. He added that he would rather die alone than drag him along. Chris started to protest, but Lyman cut him off, saying that he didn't want Chris to die for him, but wanted him to live for him. He added that only under this condition can Chris become his sword. Chris agreed, and remarked that since he was called a sword, it was obvious that he should always be around. Lyman, with a slight grin, replied that if he got stuck and didn't know what to do next, then Chris would have to be his sword and show him the way. They both agreed that they would be willing to give their lives for each other. Lyman, with a serious expression on his face, stated that if Chris sacrificed his life for nothing, he would hate him. He insisted that he would not let him die and forbade amateur performances. Chris, with a slight grin, replied that he would do as he was told. There was a sense of futility in Maria's mind. She thought that unlike Chris, she couldn't be a shield or a sword, and she wouldn't be useful. Lyman, noticing her depression, tried to support her. He started talking to her, turning to Maria, trying to find words that would make her feel better and raise her spirits. Maria leaned forward, telling Lyman that she could hear him. He grabbed her hand and expressed his feelings, emphasizing that for him she is not only like a mother, but also like an older sister and teacher. He added that if she finds herself in a difficult situation in the future, she shouldn't think that she can't help him, because everything he has now is thanks to her. Lyman's mind flashed back to how, when he'd first been born, the first hands to take him had been hers. She was the person who had told him about the whole world, who had been in a room with him where there was nothing, and who had led him out of the walls that were pressing down on him. He also recalled images of Master Chris, Jean, John, and the other brothers. He realized that they were all people dear to him. Lyman assured Maria that it was only because of her that he had become what he was. Maria, touched by his words, replied that from the bottom of her heart she was glad that she was able to raise him. She added that she wouldn't be able to protect him like Chris, and she wouldn't be able to be his right hand or cover his back. However, she expressed the hope that when he grows up, he will have his own place and home to return to, and he will no longer need her. However, she stated that she was defending his honor, the Prince of Le Monde, and that if he went astray, she would do everything possible to stop him. In the end, she would be the one who would shout the loudest about his innocence, even if the whole world was against him. It was her duty as the first teacher. Lyman, absorbed in her words, thought that she really was the best girl. John announced that it was time for him to leave, attracting the attention of his brothers Jean and Lyman. Giancarlo noticed that John had gone to notes. Lyman curiously asked Jean if he would miss John. With a smile on his face, Giancarlo replied that he had spent a lot of time with John and therefore would not be bored. Lyman expressed bewilderment at such a cruel statement, poking fun at his brother. In a joking tone, Giancarlo clarified that his words should not be taken seriously, and added that John tried to appear cool, especially in front of Lee. Lyman, a little surprised, admitted that this was the first time he had ever heard such an opinion, but still noted that John seemed nice to him. Realizing that this could cause outrage, Giancarlo added that if John had heard this, he would probably have been displeased. At this time, John accidentally sneezed. Lyman asked Brother Jean about his plans, not understanding why to hide the information. He expressed confidence that Jean was also going to leave the palace. Giancarlo confirmed this, noting that he would not be able to hide anything from Limond. Frankly, he added that he doesn't hide anything and wonders why he seems predictable. Lyman, confident in his observations, noticed that he and Jean often communicate, which helps him better understand him. With interest, he asked again exactly where he was going. Giancarlo smiled and said he could go anywhere. Lyman was surprised by this response. Giancarlo reminded Lyman of his plans to leave the family and added that he had a similar idea. Lyman expressed surprise, saying that he was going to go to the academy. Giancarlo noted with a smile that Lyman was always attentive to details and decided to wait for him to go out into the world before discussing the future. Lyman pointed out that Giancarlo would be 17 years old by then. In response, Giancarlo explained that he did not have so much time and turned to his brother with a question, "Is it not so?" Lyman realized that his brother Giancarlo wasn't as simple as he thought. He realizes what is really behind his back and understands how Lyman affects his future. Lyman asked what Giancarlo is going to do with the color of his eyes, as the green color inherent in the heads of the royal family stands out strongly. Giancarlo, in turn, enthusiastically replied that he planned to become a blind artist. Lyman, hearing this, couldn't help but protest and express his displeasure. Lyman protested that Giancarlo couldn't leave the palace and keep his eyes closed all the time. Giancarlo, chuckling a little, replied that he knew this, but still planned to use magic to see even with his eyes closed. Lyman thought it was crazy, but still admitted that it sounded pretty cool. Giancarlo happily thanked his brother for his support, and at that moment Lyman noticed that his smile took all thoughts to the back of his mind. After that, Giancarlo turned to Lyman, reminding him of his desire to enter the Knights Department. Lyman confirmed that this was the case. Giancarlo asked if there was a group of students going to the academy. Lyman thought about it, remembering that the academy does have a system of groups where 5 students are gathered, who together learn to apply their knowledge in practice. Giancarlo admitted that he didn't know how to fight at all, and if he decided to go on a trip, he would request an escort at the academy. He suggested that if Lyman formed a group of his own, they would take on the responsibility of accompanying him on the journey. Lyman agreed without hesitation, wondering why he had to accompany Giancarlo. Giancarlo explained that if Lyman was with him, they could go to John's house and notes. He added that Lyman also wanted to see how surprised John would be when they met. Lyman, after considering this, happily agreed and confirmed his intention. Maria informed Lyman that invitations to tea parties had arrived, to which he responded with a tired sigh. Lyman noted in his mind that after meeting General Balzar, the aristocrats began to show even more interest in him, literally going crazy, trying to establish contact with him. It seemed to him that adults brought too many problems. Maria then announced that Chris had arrived, and Lyman told her to let him in. Chris informed him that there were a lot of people walking along the east corridor lately, and asked Lyman to be careful not to be alone, even in his room. Lyman agreed, and then asked Chris if he was on any assignment. Chris confirmed that he was indeed on a mission, and mentioned that there seemed to be someone in the army who wanted to keep him away from Lyman's room. He promised to come back as soon as he completed the task. Lyman, showing concern, asked him to be careful and not let himself get hurt. Chris assured him that he would not allow Lyman to be left alone with people who might try to use him. He offered to rely on him completely. After Chris left, Lyman turned to Maria, wondering if he'd made a mistake. In his mind's eye, he realized that Chris had become his sword and protector, and he wondered if he should have told Chris what he said back then. Limond shared with Maria his doubts, saying that he always wanted only a simple life with his family, and not to plunge into politics and the struggle for power, which is alien to him. He expressed uncertainty about whether he could handle it. Maria, in response to this, admitted that she does not understand all the complex things, but is grateful that Lyman shared his experiences with her. If he hadn't told her, she probably would have felt helpless, not knowing how to help in difficult moments. She also noted that neither she nor Chris could truly understand the horror of the power struggle. Lyman continued to ponder, thinking that perhaps someone else would have come up with a better plan, but he felt like he couldn't find a solution. And he also understood what Chris was going through. Maria bitterly admitted that both she and Chris are very angry with themselves for not knowing what was going on and allowing Lyman to make important decisions alone. She explained that Chris now realized what a heavy burden Lyman had taken on and blamed himself for it. It seemed to her that they both needed time to get rid of their guilt. Lyman, reflecting, agreed that he too needed time to sort out his emotions. Lyman thanked Maria for her support, and at that moment there was a knock on the door. When the door opened, a man entered, apologizing for the intrusion. He introduced himself as Kojimo, explaining that he had come to guard Lyman instead of Chris. Kojimo exclaimed with a smile when he recognized Lyman and said that he would take over Chris' duties while he was gone. He added enthusiastically that he was glad to meet them, but at the same time he hesitated, not knowing how to finish the sentence properly. However, when he saw Maria, he suddenly recognized her and enthusiastically declared that he was looking forward to their work together. Maria glanced at Kojimo and noted with a puzzled expression that he was the son of a count, even though he did not serve her Grimaldi family. She stressed that she is the daughter of a duke and will not tolerate an imposing attitude towards herself. Kojimo, realizing his mistake, immediately apologized. He kissed Maria's hand, trying to make up for it. Kojimo repeated Maria's name with slight confusion and clarified that he meant her when he addressed her as mistress. He tried to ask permission to speak to Lyman, but Maria, coolly and confidently, replied that she would not allow him to communicate with Prince Lyman unless he knew the basics of politeness, and told him to leave the room immediately. Realizing his mistake, Kojimo quickly apologized and explained that he was very nervous, as it was the first time he was performing protection of the royal person. He promised that he would only be polite from now on, and asked permission to introduce himself to Lyman again. Lyman, seeing that the situation was beginning to escalate, asked Maria to contact General Balzar immediately, as he was probably responsible for changing his guards. Kojimo tried to protest in surprise, but Lyman confidently continued that they would discuss the situation with the general. Maria nodded, accepting the order. Lyman, meanwhile, took up his sword and said emphatically that he would get rid of this hindrance that was bothering him and Maria. Kojimo panicked and tried to stop him, suggesting that they discuss the situation. However, Lyman resolutely noted that the way was finally clear and suggested that Maria go to the general. Kojimo shouted for them to stop. He, aware of the growing tension, offered to leave the room, but added that if Lyman went outside, the local nobles would immediately reach out to him. He noted that Chris had warned him that Lyman should never go out. Maria noticed with disdain that Kojimo was a brute. Lyman made no secret of his feelings, saying that he didn't want people like Kojimo to touch Maria, much less kiss her. Maria, in turn, said that she did not want such people to protect Lyman. Lyman, holding back his emotions, asked Maria to promise him that if he was forced to give up or lose, she would leave him. He added that if she was happy, he would be happy too. Maria, moved by his words, didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, Leandra bade her father good night. General Balzar wished his daughter good night and left, after which another man approached him. The general asked how Lyman was doing, and the man reported that the prince was very careful with his surroundings and wouldn't let even the aristocrats of the Maya faction near him. He noted that Lyman is taken care of by Maria from the Grimaldi family, and apparently she has a significant influence on him. General Balzar pondered the situation, remembering that the Grimaldi family had declared their neutrality since Lyman's birth. He noted that the outcome of the struggle between the factions may depend on which side they decide to join. The general reflected on the influence of the Grimaldi family, their background, and connections to powerful swordsmen like Nyarkos. He wondered if Lyman was planning to get rid of all his brothers and take over the throne. General Balzar ordered his man to continue monitoring Lyman, but to do so with caution. In the end, he wondered if he should address him by his own surname. The man replied with a smile that he was Rashid Herdzan, the prodigal son, and that he would prove what he was capable of. Meanwhile, someone quietly crept up to Maria and, pressing a handkerchief to her nose, whispered that he had found her, his dear Maria. The events unfolded shortly before the publication of Giancarlo. Bertrand, annoyed, shouted that he had had enough. He couldn't take it any longer and asked how much longer Andre was going to sew, since Giancarlo wasn't his doll. Andre, without losing his enthusiasm, replied that his beloved younger brother had an important day, and he wanted to make the best outfit for him. Orlando intervened, trying to smooth out the conflict, noticing that they still did not choose an outfit and scared Giancarlo, offering to live together. Bertrand replied coldly that he only tolerated Andre for Giancarlo's sake. Andre remarked with disdain that then he shouldn't bother, since he was already making the last adjustments to the suit. After that, Bertrand and Andre left the room at the same time, showing their annoyance. Bertrand and Andre left irritably, slamming the door behind them. Orlando sighed and noted how thoughtful they were, but they couldn't agree on anything. Giancarlo, a little confused, asked why they hated each other so much. Orlando smiled and, looking thoughtfully at Giancarlo, replied that it was not so. Surprised, Giancarlo asked again. Orlando continued, explaining that when Andre has problems he always runs to Bertrand, as he has long trusted him, despite their frequent quarrels. As a child, Andre came running to his brother with the words that his bear was badly injured. Bertrand, without hesitation, offered to take a look and, using magic, quickly cured the toy. Andre thanked him gratefully. Bertrand chuckled, described the moment as a nostalgic dream. Someone was knocking on the door. Bertrand opened the door and saw Andre. Andre approached Bertrand and asked for his help. He wanted to pack Giancarlo's outfit beautifully, but he couldn't handle it on his own. He asked Bertrand to adjust the size with magic. Bertrand agreed to try it and asked Andre to wait in the room. Using his magic, he finished the job and handed the outfit to Andre. He was pleased to see that it was perfect and thanked Bertrand. Bertrand, in turn, laid a gentle hand on Andre's head, noting that he hadn't changed at all. Andre was outraged, saying that even though he gave up the slack, this is not a reason to touch him. Bertrand calmly asked him not to shout, reminding him that it was too late. Andre, not giving up, said that he blamed Bertrand for his increased excitement. The next day, Giancarlo was delighted with the outfit. He expressed his gratitude to his brother Andre, noting that the size fit perfectly. Lyman, joining in the praise, noticed that the outfit suited his brother very well. Giancarlo thanked Lyman for the compliment. The stranger said that he found it, addressing Maria with tenderness. At this time, Lyman woke up and, not understanding what was happening, said her name. Kojima threw out the door and happily exclaimed that it was His Highness and Lady Maria, wishing them a good morning. Kojima's heart was filled with confusion. It was strange that Maria didn't wake Lyman up at this time, as she usually did. Anxiously, he asked how Mr. Lyman was doing, paying attention to him. He also found it strange to check it out. Kojima pulled out his sword and examined Lyman's bed, noticing that he was under the bed. Kojima, shocked, exclaimed that Lyman was His Highness, and began to apologize for his oversight. The atmosphere in the room was unusual, and he didn't understand what had happened when he asked about Lady Maria. Lyman sighed and said Maria hadn't come. He reflected that it had been 7 years since he was born, and she had always been there for him, never leaving him alone. Lyman knew that Maria was at an age where she could spend time with friends or even start a family, but she chose him anyway. The idea that she might have gone on vacation without warning seemed absurd to him. Lyman, concerned, suggested that Maria might have been abducted. Kojima, not understanding, exclaimed in surprise. Lyman turned to Kojima and asked him to listen carefully. He explained that Kojima could do him a favor and suggested that they join forces to find Maria. Kojima, confused, shouted for them to stop and asked him to wait. He wondered why Lyman thought Maria had been abducted. Lyman considered, realizing that Maria had devoted 7 years of her life to him and was in trouble because of him. The thought of protecting her was becoming a priority for him, and he couldn't leave her in the lurch. Kojima, still hoping for the best, suggested that maybe Maria was just running late. Lyman, annoyed, grabbed Kojima's face while saying his name and said with determination that this was not a request but an order. He said to Kojima that he should answer as you ordered, Your Highness, and asked if he understood. Lyman waited impatiently for Kojima's reply, watching as Kojima stammered and looked nervous as he tried to find the right words. After a brief moment of confusion, Kojima steeled himself and said that he would do as His Highness ordered. Lyman, confirming that Kojima now understood, ordered him to go to General Balzar and tell him about the situation, so that he would return the master to Chris. Headed that, although he didn't need to say it, Chris also held Maria very dear. It could be said that the two of them raised him like real parents. Kojima thought about how Chris would react to this news, and he knew that it was all because General Balzar had sent him away. Kojima agreed, but there was a hint of unease in his mind. He began to wonder if Lyman had really realized that he was a spy. Lyman's words seemed too insistent, which only added to his unease. Lyman said that he would try to find out how long Maria had been missing. Kojima, trying to warn Lyman, asked where he was going in such a hurry, reminding him that Maria was the daughter of the Grimaldi family. He added that if she is harmed, the Grimaldi family will act, and this should guarantee her safety. Therefore, in Kojima's opinion, There was no need to rush. Lyman, after listening to Kojima, was puzzled. He didn't know if he really thought the kidnappers would care. Lyman added that the knights didn't just run into honest people. He explained that the chances of survival in the event of abduction depend on time. If she was abducted for the purpose of murder or rape, the chances are minimal. If he was wrong, they wouldn't lose anything. However, Lyman did not rule out that Maria could have been kidnapped to subdue him. He wasn't sure what might have happened to her, so he was in a hurry. Kojima, realizing the importance of the situation, said that he was ready to support Lyman, but only on condition that he promised not to leave the room. He reminded them that Mr. Chris would return to protect him, and offered to rely on them to find Maria. Lyman, taking this into consideration, set a deadline. Kojima has until the end of the day. If he couldn't find Maria, then Lyman would do it himself. He reminded her that he wanted to go to his mother's house today and needed Kojima's protection. Kojima, reflecting on the situation, thought that he probably had never felt such pressure during a conversation as he did with His Highness Lyman. He admitted that he was definitely smart, but he couldn't understand what 7-year-old child would be able to assess the chances of survival in the event of a kidnapping. Lyman, summoning Kojima, told him to stop standing and come with him. Kojima apologetically replied that he would show him to Lady Maya's room. While holding Lyman's hand, Kojima noticed that his hand was shaking and wondered if he was worried. He realized that Lyman was pretending to be strong when he was actually afraid. Kojima thought that he might have been mistaken in thinking that Lyman didn't look like a child. If only Lyman had followed Monsieur Girard, he could have protected him even under his false identity of Rashid Herzen. Kojima asked if he should take Lyman's hand. Lyman, slightly annoyed, replied that it was not necessary to go too far, and added that Kojima could only accompany him today. Kojima thought for a moment that, despite everything, Lyman was cute in some ways. At this time, Maria came to her senses and, looking around, asked where she was. She realized that she seemed to have become a weak spot for His Highness, and realized that he was unlikely to just abandon her even if she got hurt. Maria thought that he would probably say that the main thing was that she was safe, so she came up with the idea of running away on her own. She looked around the room and noticed a window, but unfortunately she couldn't reach it. At this point, the stranger asked her what she was going to do. Maria, startled, fell over in shock and recognized him. Hoffrey, with a slight smile on his face, said that it was a long time no see. He introduced himself as Hoffrey Casanelli, the current head of the Casanelli family and a leading aristocrat from the Maya faction. Maria looked at Hoffrey and asked him why he had brought her here and why he was doing this. Hoffrey, responding confidently, said that she herself perfectly understands the reason for his action. He encouraged her to relax and reminded her that they had already discussed the topic of marriage. Maria, refusing to go into the matter further, reminded him that they had already closed the subject and asked if he still intended to take her as his wife in order to win Prince Limond over to his side. She couldn't believe that Hoffrey thought he would take him seriously when he resorted to such subterfuges. Hoffrey, thoughtfully, said that it was also very useful and asked her if she didn't understand what he wanted her to do. He continued, begging her to make him happy. Lyman went to see his mother. She invited him to come and sit on her lap, expressing her concern and tenderness. Lyman hugged his mother, expressing joy at the closeness. Lyman thought about how the relationship between his parents had changed, and his mother had become extraordinarily beautiful. She used to make him fear her, but now she looked more emotional and warm. Even the servants who used to be afraid of her started smiling at her. Lyman noted in his thoughts how the reconciliation of his parents made his mother more kind and attractive not only to him, but also to others. Maya mentioned that Abram had complimented her dress and that she was going to wear it more often. The servants, in turn, admired Lady Maya, calling her cute. Kojima was taken aback by the fact that Lyman was sitting on Maya's lap and demanded that someone immediately bring an artist to capture the moment. Lyman, undeterred, replied that he was only 7 years old and there was nothing strange about it. He also pointed out Kojima's responsibilities, asking him to bring Master Chris in so that this would be the first step towards restoring the S reputation. Kojima, startled by Limon's words, made a mental note of the prince's age, then excused himself and readily agreed to carry out the order. Maya noted that Kojima seems to be replacing Narukos. She asked Lyman about Maria, noticing her absence. Lyman noted in his mind that Maria had disappeared, and he suspected that she might have been abducted, though he wasn't sure yet. He told his mother that it was Maria's day off. Maya, hearing this, expressed surprise, calling the situation strange. Then she turned to her servants, trying to find out if they knew anything about Mary. The servants replied that this was the first time they had heard about it and suggested that Maria might be ill. In his base, Lyman had assumed that someone close to Ma might have been involved in her disappearance, but now he was beginning to doubt it. He added that Maria did not inform him about her day off, which was extremely unusual. Lyman expressed the hope that at least Maya's servants might know something about her disappearance. Maya, calming her son, put her hand on his head and promised to talk to Abram, suggesting that he might know something about Maria. In his mind, Lyman expressed the hope that Abram would actually be knowledgeable. He was convinced that Maria was in danger because of him, and he was sure that she hated him now. Maya reached out to Lyman, asking why he didn't want to rely on her. She remembered that until Lyman opened her eyes, she couldn't even express her feelings. Maya considered it her own fault and admitted that her constant demands for her son to become the crown prince could cause him pain. Lyman noticed that even if it wasn't for her, someone else would also be telling him about it. Maya, admiring Lyman's kindness, compared him to Abram and promised to protect Maria with all her might, admitting that it all started with her actions. Lyman warned his mother not to overdo it, reminding her that he wanted her to be happy. Maya asked Lyman in surprise if he wanted to be king. Lyman frankly admitted that he did not want to become king, and added that he did not have the necessary qualities for this, but his brother Frederick did. Maya, interested, asked what Lyman wanted to be. Lyman noted in his mind that he had never thought about it before. He remembered that each of his brothers was good at something special, and realized that he would like to try something new. He, not being sure of his choice, suggested that he could become a traveler. Lyman shared with Maya what Maria had told him about the world outside their home. He expressed a strong desire to see this world, especially mentioning the legends of the Midlands, where the gods are said to live in the mountains, dragons live, and knights can ride these dragons. These stories filled his heart with awe. Maya, hearing him, said that Lyman wanted to see her homeland. She told him that in the Ost Empire, every member of the imperial family has their own dragon. She didn't have a dragon because she was given in marriage, but every firstborn who inherits the kingdom is given a dragon. She promised that she would definitely show him everything if they went to her native lands. Lyman agreed with his mother, and added that someday he would be able to show it to Maria too. Maya confirmed his words with support. Then she suggested that General Balzar should leave the search for Maria to General Balzar, and that Lamon should take a little time off and talk to her. Later Chris appeared and addressed Lyman as His Highness. Lyman greeted Chris, glad to see him back. Chris said that he had heard about Maria's disappearance, and Lyman confirmed that according to the Knight's investigation, she had disappeared last night. Chris expressed his joy that Lyman was safe and sound, and promised that now he would not let the prince go a step further. Tomorrow, he would have to discuss Maria's disappearance with Mr. Kojimo. Then he assured the others that he alone was enough to protect the prince, and sent them back to General Balzar. The knights objected, reminding Chris that Lord Balzar had ordered them to accompany Prince Lyman. Chris, remaining cool, said that with their presence, it would be harder for him to protect Lyman, as they would only get in the way. Hub went on to explain that when hunting, if you relax even for a moment, you become a corpse. Then, with some defiance, he asked if any of the knights could follow his movements. The knights were startled and confused by Chris' words. Chris ended the conversation with them with a smile, suggesting that they go find Mistress Maria. Chris then said that he would join the search later, along with Lyman, and urged the knights to gather all the necessary information. Chris asked if someone from Maya's faction was involved in Maria's disappearance. Lyman said that he would like to say that it was true, but it didn't look like anyone close to his mother knew anything about what had happened. He pointed out that they were all the daughters of aristocrats from the Maya faction, and if something happened related to him, they would definitely be the first to come under suspicion. He also added that if their parents were planning something, they should have been aware of it. Chris agreed that they probably weren't involved. Lyman then asked about Maria's family and asked if there was any aristocrat who could compete with the Grimaldi family. Chris, thinking out loud, named several influential families, including Queen Bernini's family and the Balzar military family of the Centauro Kingdom. He also mentioned that these two families support Frederick, and Karina's faction supports the Rover family. Chris added that the Casinelli faction, which is at the head of the Maya faction, supports Limond as crown prince, and the Grimaldi family protects their authority. He explained that the 5 duchies of Centauro are Casinelli in the east of the country, Grimaldi in the south, Rover in the west, Bernini in the center, and Balzar in the north. Lyman suggested that one of these families might have been involved in Maria's abduction. He began to think about the possible perpetrators of Maria's abduction. He excluded the Bernini family, as Rain knew that Limond was going to leave the family, and it was unlikely that they would have kidnapped Maria. He also pointed out that General Balzar has already mobilized forces to search for her, which also excludes his involvement. The Grimaldi family, in his opinion, does not need to kidnap their own daughter. There were only 2 families left, the Rover or the Casinels. Chris called Kojimo in for a conversation, waiting for an explanation about what had happened. He turned to Kojima, reminding him that Maria had been abducted while he was away, and asked if he would like to explain how it had happened. Kojima started to squirm and apologize, but Chris got impatient and slammed his hand against the wall next to him, making him cry out in fear. Chris threatened him that if anything happened to Maria, he would cut his throat. Hearing this, Kojima was startled. Lyman intervened, calming Chris down by reminding him that it wasn't time to do Kojima yet. Chris agreed with Lyman and apologized for his outburst. Then he took Lyman's hand, noting that it would make the prince safer. Lyman admired Chris's skill in his mind, thinking it was cool. At this point, General Balzar, who had noticed their conversation, cleared his throat and remarked that although they got along well, he would like to know what their purpose was. Lyman apologized to the general and went to the heart of the matter, asking which of the Cassinelli or Rover families might have been involved in Maria's abduction. General Balzar asked specifically why Lyman suspected these two families. Lyman explained that this is an exception method. The Grimaldi family doesn't need to kidnap their own daughter, and the Bernini family would be stopped by his brother Frederick. The Balzar family, in Lyman's opinion, could not have been involved either, and he added with a slight joke that he was sure of it. General Balzard, listening with interest, asked if Lyman himself had come to these conclusions. Lyman asked, with a touch of sarcasm, why the general was so interested. General Balzard, while still showing interest, admitted that he was really curious about how Lyman came to such conclusions. Lyman, annoyed at the length of the conversation, asked General Balzard directly which of the two families might be involved in Maria's abduction. He added that maybe then he will answer his question. General Balzar replied that it was most likely the Cassinelli family. Lyman asked a clarifying question about why the Cassinelli family might be involved. The general explained that the head of the Cassinelli family, Hoffrey Cassinelli, took advantage of the moment when Lady Maya entered the Centauro family to unseat her predecessor. According to rumors, he only pretends to support Maya so as not to lose his title. The general added that if anyone is capable of such a dirty act as kidnapping a woman, it is Hoffrey. Lyman, hearing this, called out to Chris, urging him to hurry up as they had to save Maria. Chris obediently agreed and opened the window, preparing to jump. General Balzar was shocked by Chris and Lyman's intention to jump from such a height. He was surprised to be reminded that they were on the second floor. Lamont pointed out that they were heading for Hoffrey Cassinelli's estate. Chris jumped through the window, Lyman in his hand. Lyman shouted to move forward. General Balzar, worried, exclaimed and shouted at Kojima, ordering him to protect Prince Lamont. Kojima, stunned by what was happening, asked in surprise what was going on, but despite his confusion, he also jumped through the window. Chris, concerned, asked Kojima if he was okay after the jump. Kojima, annoyed, complained that he not only jumped from the second floor, but also had to run after them at great speed. He expressed his displeasure, pointing out how hard it was to keep up with them. Lyman calmly ignored Kojima's complaints and suggested that we head to the Cassinelli family home. Kojima, outraged at being ignored, exclaimed, asking if they were going to just ignore him. He reminded her that it was a long way to Cassinelli's house and offered to use a carriage or teleportation magic, admitting that he was not good at magic. Chris admitted that he didn't know any magic either. In his mind, Lyman noted with admiration that Chris was already incredibly good at swordsmanship, and if he also knew magic, it would be cheating. Kojima continued to insist that they could take a carriage from the royal palace, and wondered why they had taken off on foot in the first place. Chris replied with slight embarrassment that the prince had told him to go, and he had gone without thinking about the carriage. Kojima sighed and asked Chris to refrain from taking such independent actions in the future. Lyman, not missing the opportunity to remind them, chided them for not being able to find Maria all day yesterday. Lyman then asked where they were at the moment. Chris offered to look around and explained that they were outside of the royal palace that Lyman usually resides in. Nearby is the headquarters building, where military units and training grounds are located. They are currently located outside the main gate, directly behind the headquarters building. Lyman, surprised, asked Chris how he was able to get through the security of the military units while holding him in his arms. Chris confidently replied that the guards hadn't even noticed them, and if Lyman ever wanted to leave the palace, he could take him out at any time. Kojima, concerned, remarked that if Lyman ran away like this, his job would become much more difficult, and asked them not to do it. He offered to go and get a horse, but asked me not to leave this place while he was gone. Lyman teasingly asked if he could leave. Kojima, clearly nervous, replied that it was impossible to leave, and strongly asked not to move a single step. Meanwhile, Chris put his cape on Lyman, explaining that he had only just realized how much the prince's black hair and green eyes stood out, giving away his origin. Lyman wondered if he should put on his armor. Chris explained that the armor would be uncomfortable for him to hold the prince in his arms, and he wasn't sure if it would fit Lyman. Lyman admired Chris and again remarked on how cool he was. Chris thanked her for the compliment. Kojima returned and, noticing that they were too relaxed, reminded them that they were in a hurry. Chris, agreeing with him, announced that they were moving out. He began to explain the location of the Centauro Kingdom. It is located in the heart of the world, and the royal palace is located in the center of the aristocrat district. Around the aristocrat district is the commoner district, and they need to move east. Lyman, looking at all that was happening, noted in his mind that now a world was unfolding before him, which he had only seen from the window. This was the world outside the royal palace. Chris had warned them that Casanelli's mansion was farther away, but if they rode closer on horseback they might be noticed, so he suggested that they continue on foot. Kojima offered to stay behind to look after the horses, and asked Limond a question, although he called it stupid. Is the prince going to take Mariah by force? Chris, speaking to Kojima, instructed him to keep an eye on Lyman in case something happened. He asked me to be prepared to run away with the prince if things didn't go according to plan, because in the event of a battle, the outcome could be unpredictable. Chris then wondered how they could get into the Casanelli family mansion. Kojima was shocked to hear that Chris still didn't have a well-thought-out plan and was just going to go inside. Lyman tried to calm Kojima down by saying that everything would be fine. In his mind, Lyman analyzed the situation and concluded that Maria had been abducted to get his attention. He thought that it was unlikely that she would be harmed, and most likely she was just being held hostage. Lyman decided that if Maria was in any danger, he would give up and submit, no matter how humiliating it might be. The prince figured that, after they confirmed that Maria was in Casanelli's mansion, the rest could be left to General Balzar, and he himself will become bait in the hands of kidnappers for a while. Lyman turned to Chris to discuss his plan. Chris immediately refused without even listening to him. He said with confidence that he knew what Lyman was going to offer, because he had been watching him since birth, and could already predict his thoughts. Lyman tried to persuade Chris to agree, emphasizing that the kidnappers weren't going to kill him, which meant it was the best way to save Maria. He expressed confidence that only Crucible to save Maria, no matter how many guards there were in the mansion. Lyman stressed that Maria should come first, and that his hands are tied while she remains a hostage. Chris agreed with Lyman's logic, but he wasn't going to give him up to the kidnappers anyway. He firmly stated that the three of them would get out of this situation: Lyman, Maria, and himself. Chris assured the prince that he would protect them all and urged Lyman to believe in him and stop thinking about giving up. Lyman, moved by Chris' words, felt that he could trust his protector. The guards, noticing Lyman, began to discuss his strange presence, suggesting that he might be lost. One of them said with a puzzled expression, asking if his appearance was connected with the Casanelli mansions. They warned the boy that if he continued to remain silent, it could lead to a misunderstanding, and urged him to tell about his intentions. Laughter rang out among the guards, as one of them couldn't help but chuckle, making the situation less tense, while one of the guards yawned in boredom. Joy, trying to figure out what was going on, leaned closer to Lyman and said the question curiously. Lyman responded by reminding his brother not to be distracted from his duties at the post. At this point, Chris took advantage of the situation and quickly and quietly knocked out the guards, acting effectively. Chris expressed his concern, asking what they would do if it turned out that the Casanels had nothing to do with the abduction. Lyman, remaining calm, assured him that the guards were simply unconscious and not dangerous. Chris humorously remarked that he would have to tell everyone off for what had happened, and added that it was time for them to go inside. Lyman knocked on the door, waiting for someone to answer. The person outside the door asked who exactly had come. Limon hesitated, then said that he would like to know if Monsieur Hoffrey was at the mansion at the moment. When asked about the purpose of the visit, the person behind the door clarified what business Lyman had come for. Lyman responded saying that he would let them know when they would let him in, expressing his displeasure at having to wait outside for so long. Lyman stated that he had come to see Hoffrey and asked him to deliver this message. At that moment, the person behind the door abruptly opened it, granting access. A strange man, noticing Lyman, exclaimed in amazement, pronouncing his name with difficulty. He couldn't believe that this was really Prince Lyman. Lyman, a little embarrassed, confirmed that he was indeed a prince. The man continued to admire Lyman's appearance, describing his beautiful glossy black locks and green eyes like emeralds. As if realizing who he was dealing with, the stranger excused himself and invited Limond in, promising to show him to Monsieur Hoffrey. He added that his companion might come in with Lyman. According to him, Mr. Hoffrey will definitely find time to meet with them. At that moment, the man noticed that Hoffrey was probably talking to Mrs. Maria. Lyman, hearing this, thought that Maria was indeed in this mansion, and it might be a trap. The stranger, noticing his confusion, said that Madame Maria had worked at the palace for 7 years, and that Mr. Hoffrey wanted to talk to him, so they were happy to see him here. He asked if Limon knew Madame Maria. Lyman, suspecting something strange, replied that he knew her perfectly well. The man exclaimed in delight that it was wonderful, and that Lyman and Maria would be able to have a great conversation. Lyman looked puzzled, not understanding what exactly was causing such a commotion. At this point, Chris introduced himself, saying that his name was Chris Nyarukos, and asked what the stranger's name was. The man, remembering his impoliteness, apologized and introduced himself as Sergio, Mr. Hoffrey's right-hand man. Chris, noticing that Sergio has ash-colored hair, asked about his background, clarifying that the inhabitants of the Centauro kingdom usually have bright hair colors, and his color is rare. Sergio confirmed that this was the case and said that he was born in Centauro. He shared that because of his hair color, he was ridiculed as a child, but despite this, Mr. Hoffrey accepted him, showing kindness and support. Lyman paused, wondering if Sergio could really help him. He remembered that General Balzar had spoken of him as a scoundrel, which made him doubt it. Perhaps the general simply didn't know Hoffrey well. Sergio, interrupting his thoughts, informed him that Monsieur Hoffre and Madame Maria were here. Lyman, realizing this, instantly changed his mind, suspecting that Hoffrey might be keeping Maria in the basement, which confirmed his suspicions about the stranger's villainous nature. Chris, noticing that Lyman might stumble, offered to help him, saying that he would carry him. Sergio invited them in, opening the door. Lyman prayed to himself as he entered that Maria would be all right. They were met in the room by Hoffrey, who exclaimed in obvious surprise that this was Prince Lyman, who had used magic for the first time. This caused him to be delighted. Maria, admiring Lyman, described him as a sweet young man with gentle hands and eyes that sparkled like emeralds when he was happy. She added that it was beautiful. Hoffrey, overcome with emotion, fell out of his chair and began to spin around, making indistinct noises that reflected his admiration. He soon shouted that Prince Lyman was the best artist and that an artist should be called immediately to draw Lyman right now. Lyman was puzzled. Maria, it seems, was tired of everything that was happening and expressed a desire to return home. However, Hoffrey was not going to let her go, and exclaimed with displeasure that she had been with Lyman all this time, and no one knew him better than she did. He demanded that she tell him all the details, adding that he would not let her go until he received the information. Maria, apparently at a loss for words, repeated that she wanted to go home. Suddenly, she noticed Lyman and Chris, exclaiming their names in surprise. Lyman, not understanding what was going on, was simply surprised that this was Hoffrey. Limon reflected on how Hoffrey had taken power from his predecessor, the head of the Cassinelli family. He understood that Hoffrey had kidnapped Maria to trap him, and he imagined him as a terrible person. Hoffrey introduced himself enthusiastically, shouting out his first and last name. He got up and moved closer to Lyman. Lyman asked why he had kidnapped Maria. Hoffrey didn't seem to understand the question and only said unintelligible words. Lyman insisted that he had abducted Maria, who was close to him, and demanded an answer. Hoffrey, confused by what was happening and overwhelmed with emotion, continued to repeat that he would die happy, and then fell to the ground. Sergio called out to Hoffrey in a panic, trying to wake him up. Limon couldn't understand what was going on, and he was confused. Meanwhile, Maria straightened her hair and clothes. Lyman expressed his joy that she was fine and asked if she was hurt. She said no, but explained that Hoffrey simply wanted to find out everything about him and therefore did not let her go back to the palace. She remembered what Hoffrey had said, that he wanted to know everything about Prince Lyman and that he wouldn't let her go until he had all the information. Lyman wondered why Hoffrey was so interested in him. Sergio explained that Hoffrey was in love with his mother, Madame Maya. Lyman, hearing this, was furious and said that he should be castrated. Sergio tried to reassure Limon by pointing out that Hoffrey wasn't capable of confessing his feelings. He explained that Hoffrey has no confidence in himself, and therefore he wants to do something meaningful for the lady. Sergio added that Hoffrey is ready to give everything for the sake of Miss Maya, including his power and money. Chris noticed that Sergio looked like a religious fanatic. Sergio agreed with him, saying that he was loyal to Mr. Hoffrey, who in turn was loyal to Mrs. Maya and Lyman. He pointed out that the entire Cassinelli family and all the servants were completely under Lyman's command. Every drop of their blood and every hair on their heads belonged to Mistress Maya and, of course, to Lyman. Lyman thought that it really did sound like a cult, as if otakis would give their lives for their waifu. He decided to go to Hoffrey, telling him to wake up. Hoffrey, a little confused, replied that he was here, and Lyman directly asked him if he was in love with his mother. Hoffrey confirmed with certainty that he did. Lyman, knowing he could use this to his advantage, asked if Hoffrey would listen to him. Hoffrey, hearing the question, was somewhat taken aback, but Lyman went on to explain that if he called him, Hoffrey would have to come. He demanded that Hoffrey wait for him at the first order and bring whatever he asked for, without any argument. In return, he promised to set aside time for meetings with him. He wanted to know if Hoffrey would become his loyal PJ. Hoffrey, overcome with emotion, jumped to his feet and enthusiastically agreed. He declared that he would go with Lyman even to hell and grant his every wish, even if it was impossible. Hoffrey promised to grant Lyman's every wish, even if it seemed impossible. Lyman, on the one hand, felt fear from such zeal, but on the other hand, he realized that he now had other allies besides the Master and Maria. He knew that he had a loyal ally, but at the same time he wondered how many men Hoffrey would bring with him and whether they would obey him without question. Lyman wasn't sure these people wouldn't betray him. Eventually, he told Hoffra that he needed help right now. Kojima expressed bewilderment, asking why Lyman had brought Mr. Hoffrey with him if they were going to rescue Maria. Lyman replied that Hoffra would explain everything himself and urged him to introduce himself. Hoffrey immediately announced that his name was Hoffrey Casinelli and that he was Titus. Lyman clarified that he was already familiar with Hoffrey and that the whole situation arose because of his lack of training. He assured that there would be no more kidnappings. Kojima, surprised, expressed doubt that this was possible and asked what had happened. Lyman promised to explain everything later in the presence of General Balzar. He also considered his lie about meeting Hoffrey, realizing that he could use him in a power struggle between Maya and Karina's factions. Kojima claimed that the faithful dog had abducted the master's servant, and that Limond, as an adult, should not have allowed it. Hoffrey agreed, saying that he had nothing against such a statement. Kojima turned his attention to Maria, asking if she was okay. Maria confirmed that she is feeling well thanks to Prince Limond. Kojima then asked if Maria was going to marry Mr. Hoffrey. He claimed that even if she was from the Grimaldi family, her honor would still be tarnished. Lyman tried to intervene, but Kojima continued, claiming that he wasn't wrong. He recalled that Maria had spent the night at the Casinelli mansion, and that despite the breakup, Hoffrey and Maria were a potential couple. Kojima noted that rumors that Hoffrey kidnapped Maria to get Lyman will continue to spread. Hoffrey was indignant, asking if Kojima was being too rude. Lyman, on the other hand, Hoffrey exclaimed with delight that he would die of happiness if he could get Prince Lyman. Lyman, tired of such frankness, demanded to stop, saying that this was not what he wanted Hoffrey to say. Hoffrey, confused, apologized for his words. Lyman told Kojima that if absolutely necessary, he would personally choose a partner for Maria and take care of her until the end. Kojima, hearing this, noted that it meant that Lyman was ready to give up her happiness in marriage. He warned that those who want to get close to the prince will be in the forefront of asking Maria to marry, while other young people will not want to get involved in this hassle. Lyman said Maria's name thoughtfully. Chris, trying to calm the situation, assured everyone that there was nothing to worry about. Kojima clarified whether this means that Chris is going to take Maria as his wife. Chris confirmed his intentions. Everyone present was surprised. Chris went on to explain that when he heard about Maria's abduction, he was restless. He said he was always there for her. Chris added if he can't become a worthy partner for her, then until she finds a more suitable person, he will protect her and her honor. He professed his love for her, emphasizing that although he was an ordinary commoner and not an aristocrat, he begged her to give him a chance. Maria, moved by his words, said Chris's name. Kojima, startled by Chris' words, just watched. Chris also warned that if anyone made a big fuss about it, they would have to talk to him in person. He promised that anyone who would discuss the girl he loved with all his heart would get no mercy from him. Kojima, just in case, said that he wasn't going to say anything. He turned to the prince, asking if Lyman would mind. Lyman, however, was trembling with excitement and, unable to contain his emotions, shouted with joy. Kojima, noticing his condition, expressed concern and asked Lyman to pull himself together. They rode their horses back to the kingdom. Chris turned to Maria and asked if she was comfortable. Maria replied that she was fine. Chris thought for a moment, then admitted that he had left the prince on Kojima, and it bothered him. Maria supported him, saying that it was better than leaving the prince in the care of Monsieur Hoffrey. Meanwhile, Hoffrey himself, remembering Prince Limon with admiration, noted how silky his skin was, and sadly added that it was impossible for him, such as he, to touch the prince. Chris only sighed softly, understanding the situation. Prince Lyman was still happy for Maria and Chris, unable to contain his emotions. Kojima, trying to support the prince, reminded him of the importance of breathing. Lyman, agreeing, added that he should meet the children, but admitted that if they were together, he could choke with happiness. Kojima bitterly remarked that he wanted a normal job, clearly tired of his duties. General Balzar, continuing the interrogation, asked Hoffrey directly if he confirmed that he had abducted the daughter of the Grimaldi family. Hoffrey nodded and admitted it, but assured me that he hadn't planned anything bad. The general noticed with suspicion that she was a confidant of the Prince of Le Monde, and did not quite understand how Hoffrey could pretend to be a kidnapper and get past the guards. Hoffrey clapped his hand and interrupted, noting that there was nothing more important to discuss than this. General Balzar sternly reminded Hoffrey to think about the kingdom and the disgrace that his actions might bring upon the Grimaldi family. Hoffrey hung his head and promised that this would not happen again, adding that Prince Le Monde had already told him not to do this to Maria again. Lymond, thinking about it, realized that the situation was this. Hoffrey was one of the people who wrote him letters, but it seemed that Maria burned the ones that came from Hoffrey. So they met for the first time, but decided to pretend that they had communicated secretly before. Hoffrey had to pretend to send the letters anonymously, so that Le Monde wouldn't know his name or appearance. The letters were signed with the pseudonym Pochi. Hoffrey hid his identity, fearing that the correspondence would stop if he was discovered, and Lymond, for the same reason, did not try to find out who he was. Now that Lymond had accidentally discovered that Hoffrey was Pocacci, they could communicate face to face. Lymond pondered this while Kojimo, sent by General Balzar from Karina's faction, stayed by his side. In secret, Lymond allegedly communicated with Hoffrey, who belonged to another faction. Lymond decided that this conflict would draw the attention of all the factions away from Jean. He supposed General Balzar might wonder if this was true, but looking at Hoffrey's fanatical behavior, the general's doubts should have disappeared. General Balzar agreed that there was no choice, and ordered that the order be passed on to the head of the Casinelli family. Then he announced the distribution of further responsibilities. Kojimo will continue to guard His Highness, while Chris will return to guard Maria and Prince Lymond. Chris approved of the plan, noting that it suited him. Kojimo replied laconically that he would follow the order. General Balzar then asked Hoffrey what he would do next. Hoffrey looked uncertainly at Lymond and asked him what he should do. Lymond calmly suggested that he return to the mansion. Hoffrey agreed and said he would come back. However, General Balzar, surprised by this situation, sarcastically asked why Hoffrey had come at all. Hoffrey said goodbye to Prince Lymond, expressing a desire to talk to him longer, but apologizing for bothering him. General Balzar couldn't stand it any longer and slammed down on the table, clearly annoyed. He noted how much Hoffrey annoyed him and clenched his fist, adding that he had to clean up after Hoffrey all the time. The general then turned to Prince Lymond, somewhat embarrassing him. Lymond, feeling unsure, tried to reply, but the general continued his angry monologue. Balzar wondered why they had trusted Hoffrey in the first place, and expressed disbelief that the man had removed his father for personal gain. He also complained that Hoffrey was dragging him into various problems, saying that it was better not to be a duke at all than someone like Hoffrey. The general compared him to his predecessor, who, according to him, was a man with a kind heart, which Hoffrey did not inherit. Lymond, uncomfortable with these accusations, promised the general that he would keep Hoffrey under control so that he would not worry. Balzar said sarcastically that he didn't know whether to be glad that the burden had fallen on Le Monde's shoulders or glad that his own responsibilities had been reduced. Lymond wondered what Hoffrey had done to arouse so much hatred in the general, but decided it didn't really matter. The general, continuing the conversation, said that he had one more question. Lymond, remembering that he had promised the general that he would answer all his questions, asked him what he was talking about. After a brief pause, Balzar asked a question that surprised Lymond. He wanted to know what the prince thought of his daughter Leandra. Lymond, hearing General Balzar's question, asked in surprise. The general went on to explain that he was really interested in Le Monde's reaction to his daughter Leandra becoming the prince's bride. Lymond, a little confused, replied that he would like to make a love match, and did not yet consider Leandra as a bride. Balzar, not giving up, suggested that Le Monde get to know his daughter better. The prince felt the pressure from the general and noticed this, to which Balzar calmly replied that it was natural for a father to try to help his daughter in matters of love. The general recalled how his daughter, Leandra, had enthusiastically announced that she wanted to go to the palace to see Le Monde. She told her father that she intended to be a worthy lady for the prince and become strong enough to protect him. Returning to his conversation with Lymond, the general suggested that he at least meet his daughter. However, Lymond refused, explaining that he felt weak and would not be able to protect her if something went wrong. He didn't want to take responsibility for her life, so he couldn't agree to meet her. The general, in turn, assured the prince that if there was any danger, he would personally protect both his daughter and Lymond himself. But the prince wasn't convinced, noting that while it might sound simple to Balzar, he would find himself in a difficult position if he couldn't do anything about it. The general, somewhat annoyed by Lymond's obstinacy, called him stubborn. Lyman, correcting General Balzar, said that he rather considered himself a strong spirit. The general laughed and, changing his tone, asked the prince a direct question. Does he really have any support? He added that he was not sure that Lyman really communicated with people from the faction of Mrs. Maya and with Hoffrey. Lyman began to think to himself, trying to understand the general's true intentions. He wasn't sure if Balzar really cared about him, or if he was just trying to take advantage of his insecurities. The prince decided that he needed to make sure that the general wasn't an enemy. Out loud, Lyman calmly confirmed that he has support, but did not disclose who exactly supports him, noting that he and the general are not yet close enough to discuss such things. Balzar was about to continue the conversation, but Lyman cut him off abruptly, saying that the conversation was over. He added that he would go to his room and reminded the general that he had more work to do now, relying on his help. Kojima was about to say something when he started to move, but Lyman pointed a finger at him and ordered him to stop. Kojima was taken aback by this treatment and asked uncertainly what was going on. Lyman coldly replied that he didn't need an escort who was rude to him and Maria. The prince warned that if Kojima was sent to him again, he must first be taught manners. Lyman has made it clear that he has not forgiven Kojima for his previous behavior and is not going to stay silent when someone hurts someone dear to him. He added that as long as Kojima doesn't apologize, they won't meet again. General Balzar asked Kojima what he had done. Kojima explained that his plan was to make Prince Lamond angry, hoping that in his anger, he would tell the whole truth about Hoffrey. That's why he insulted Maria. The general, after remarking sarcastically that Kojima's rude behavior with everyone but him made him feel special, admitted that Kojima had made a mistake this time. Kojima immediately apologized to the general. Balzar, however, suggested that he leave his apologies to Lamond, since it was to the prince that he was to blame. Realizing his mistake, Kojima replied with determination that he would do his best to be helpful. The general reminded him that Kojima's opponents were aristocrats, and he should be more serious. Kojima, loyal to the general, declared that he was ready to do anything, since Balzar had once saved his life. He asked the general to use it as he saw fit. Balzar, somewhat annoyed, told Kojima to stop talking so sweetly, reminding him that he had already told him so, to which Kojima, with a slight grin, agreed. In his mind, Balzar noticed that he was surrounded only by madmen, Hoffrey and Herzen. He only wished that there was at least one normal person around. Meanwhile, Prince Lyman invited Chris and Maria to sit down and have tea with him. Chris calmly agreed, and Maria, slightly embarrassed, quietly confirmed. Giancarlo, who was watching, was left in disbelief. When he saw what was happening, he exclaimed in surprise, turning to Maria and Chris, that they might have decided to get married. Giancarlo congratulated them, saying that he had always thought how wonderful it would be if they were together. Chris, thanking for the congratulations, clarified that he had not yet received a response from Maria. Maria admitted, a little sheepishly, that she was going to tell them everything as soon as they decided everything. She'd already told her father what Chris had said, which gave her a lot of guesswork. Lyman and Giancarlo both assumed in their minds that Maria seemed to have given her consent. Chris, startled by this, asked Maria in surprise if this meant that she agreed. At this point, Lyman suddenly jumped up from his seat and, somewhat emotionally, announced that he and Giancarlo would go to the next room, leaving this room to Chris and Maria for a private conversation. Giancarlo, taking the initiative, supported Limond and added that they should take their time. Maria, a little stayed in the room. Chris took the opportunity to continue the conversation. He sincerely asked if Maria had a place in her heart for him. At his words, Maria laughed merrily and confidently replied that, of course, there was no need to doubt it. Chris was overjoyed by her response. Chris, determined to move forward in his relationship with Maria, said that he would go to talk to the Duke of Grimaldi, her father. He noted that with his blessing, they will be able to continue discussing their future together. Many days passed, and one day a little girl barely touched the door handle, calling out to Lyman, calling him Bianca. Lyman was thinking about his age at this point, realizing that he was already 12 years old. A few months before these events, Maria recalled how her father had informed her that she would become Maya's new maid. Maria agreed to this, even though her thoughts were filled with fear. She knew that Maya was a princess of the Ost Empire, and that she didn't seem to realize her position. Her mood was extremely volatile, and it was rumored that the maids often broke down and quit. Despite her misgivings, Maria decided to take this job for the sake of her family. Maria knocked on the door and went in. Maya, noticing her lateness, expressed her displeasure, asking how much longer she had to wait. Maria apologized, but Maya quickly dismissed this and invited her to come in and sit down, as she wanted to talk. Maria was surprised and asked what exactly she should tell about herself. Maya insisted, and Maria thought that the princess was friendlier than she had expected, although very energetic. During the conversation, Maya suddenly asked Maria if she had a fiancé. Maria, somewhat embarrassed, replied that at the moment she did not have a fiancé. Maya, hearing from Maria that she did not have a fiancé, became interested and asked if she had ever had anyone before. Maria replied that Maya herself was married to His Majesty. These words caused Maya to freeze for a moment, after which she coldly told Maria to forget about him and asked her to get up. Maria thought about Maya's marriage to Abram, which, in her opinion, was made for convenience. She thought about what happens in a woman's heart when her husband doesn't visit her for more than a year. Maria told Maya that her potential fiancé was Mr. Hoffrey. They had been engaged when they were children, but she found it very boring, and their possible wedding never took place, which Maria, according to her, was glad. Maya asked if Maria had ever loved Hoffrey. Maria replied that she never thought about love, because in her head there was only the thought that she should marry him for the sake of her family. She was thinking that she needed to like Hoffrey enough to make him want to be with her. She even thought that maybe one day he might like her. Suddenly, Maya went into labor, and soon she gave birth to a child. Maya noticed that the newborn had green eyes like his father and dark hair like hers. Maria breathed a sigh of relief, silently thanking God that everything had gone well. But then she noticed with alarm that Maya was crying, and she couldn't understand why the princess was feeling this way. Maya said that Lyman's name would be Lyman, and he would be the next king of the kingdom of Centauro. Hearing these words, Maria dropped the vase in shock. She apologized shamefacedly, promising to clean it up. The servants, hearing Maya's words, began to discuss her, saying that her child was the 7th prince, and were shocked and could not believe it because it was impossible. At that moment, Maria was thinking that she should protect Prince Limond from the attention of the aristocrats, especially considering the character of Lady Maya, who, in her opinion, would not be able to raise a child. She wondered why she had to sacrifice herself for her family, and in her heart of hearts, she wished someone would replace her. Tears rolled down her face. Chris, noticing that Maria was not well, asked if she was doing well. Chris explained that there is always a lot of blood during childbirth, and not everyone can stand the sight and smell of it. He offered to take her to another place where she could rest, and asked if he could get her something to drink. Maria refused his offer. Chris noticed that she was crying and assumed it had something to do with Prince Lyman. He added that apparently she is very young and inexperienced. Chris offered his support if she was scared, and said that he, too, had been chosen to be the personal protector of Miss Maya's child. He assured her that the two of them could handle any difficulties together and asked her how she felt about it. Maria introduced herself, saying that her name was Maria Grimaldi. Chris replied that his name was Chris Nyarukos and suggested that she just call him Chris. So the two of them started raising Lyman. One day Maria exclaimed that Lyman had a fever again, and Chris promised to call a doctor while she calmed down. The servants whispered among themselves as they passed that it was the child of that shameless Maquis. Chris advised Marius to ignore them and continue on his way. Baby Lyman was talking. Chris noticed that at this rate, His Highness would soon have his first word. Maria agreed with him, adding that she had recently fallen seriously in love with Prince Limond, even though he was not her son. She noted that when she sees him smile, she feels calmer. Chris, understanding her feelings, admitted that he didn't understand a word of what Lyman was trying to say, but his touch and smile made his heart flutter. After a while, Maria, feeling encouraged, said that when Lyman grew up, he would be able to attend various events and lead girls by the hand, of which perhaps one would become his bride. She added that when he was a little older, he would be able to learn dancing. Lyman turned to Maria and asked if she wanted to go to events as well. She replied that it was more important for her to spend time with him, and said that there were enough stories for today. But Lyman begged me to tell him something again. He suddenly apologized when he realized he might have interrupted her. Maria thought about the way he looked at her, as if he was trying to hide his feelings. It became clear to her that he needed love, just like any other child, and she decided to become a mother to Lyman. She hoped that Mr. Chris would be with her. At this time, Chris, sensing her thoughtfulness, turned to her. Maria suddenly exclaimed and turned to Chris, who immediately noticed that she was blushing and asked if she was ill. She tried to reassure him that everything was fine, but suddenly lost consciousness and started to fall. Chris caught her in time, surprised by what had happened, and called her name in a panic. The doctor later informed Chris that Maria had caught a cold. She apologized to him, feeling awkward for making him worry. Chris admitted that he was very scared when she fell in front of him and asked her not to make him worry anymore. After saying goodbye, he said that it was time for him to leave. and Maria agreed. After he left, Maria, left alone, gave a small cry of embarrassment, not expecting things to turn out this way. Chris, as he walked away, remembered the moment when she fell, and her words spoken at that moment. He found himself thinking that even though it was wrong, he actually liked it. Maya noticed Maria and complimented her on her beauty, and Maria thanked her for her makeup. Maya said it wasn't difficult because it was an important day for her beloved maid. She hurried to get ready and left. When she was alone, Maria reflected that becoming Maya's servant had brought her true happiness. She had thought that once she married, she would see less of Prince Lymond, but she was sure that he would be happy for her. He was the one who had shown her this path, and now she had no reason to give up. Maria was determined and confident that no one could stop her on the way to her own happiness. It was so close, and she knew that nothing and no one would lead her astray. Chris soon came up to her and asked if she was ready. Maria, having collected her thoughts, confidently replied that she was ready. Lymond realized that he had been reborn in a world where there were 5 large countries and 19 small ones. He was glad that he was finally in the biggest academy in this world. Lymond noticed his brother Bertrand and asked if he was all right. Bertrand replied that he simply couldn't get used to the color of Lymond's hair. Lymond en turn said that if he looks different, no one will guess that he is from the royal family. Bertrand reminded him that he would be in Academy City and advised Lymond to contact him if there were any problems. Lymond reassured him that he was no longer a child. He said goodbye, expressed hope for a quick meeting with the teacher. In his thoughts, Lymond noted that this was the beginning of his academic life at the academy. A year ago, Lymond met children who said they had grown up. He asked Master Chris and Maria if they had had a third Aurora. Maria confirmed to A that this was the case. Lymond remembered that he was still 12 years old. After that incident, Maria and Chris got married and immediately started having children. To raise the child, Maria had to leave the position of a servant, and her place was taken by a new servant, Irina Protsenko, who came from a count's family in the north of the kingdom. Lymond wondered why anyone would think that becoming his servant would help her find a husband. Lymond turned to the children of Maria and Chris, Zeno and Nestor, and asked how they were doing. Zeno replied that he was always fine. Nestor said that he was also doing well, and added that he had read all the books that he was given last year. At that moment, someone was knocking on the door. Opening the door, a Camiand exclaimed Karitu Limondu, calling him little brother. Lymond happily said his sister Elle's name. He was amazed that he had a little sister, whom he considered the best and sweetest in the world. When Maria saw Elfrida, she said with a smile that she hadn't seen her in a long time and noted how much nicer she had become. Elfrida pointed that Maria had also become more beautiful. Chris, referring to Elfrida, noted that she studies hard every day and he sees her efforts. Elfrida proudly said that she worked every day to grow up to be a worthy lady. Lymond, watching his sister, thought that her personality strongly resembled his mother's, which he found very charming. Lymond played with the children, scaring them. Then, unable to contain his emotions, hugged the children and said with a smile that they were so cute. Then Maria reminded him that he had a social debut planned for this year. Lymond confirmed her words and added that his brother Jean was already burning with impatience. He said that Jean for some reason tried to capture his image in the picture, and his brother Andre sewed a lot of outfits for the debut. Lymond also noted that their father was already buzzing about his coming out. Maria said that Miss Leandro from the Balzer family will also be at the opening. Lymond, remembering the offer of an engagement to her, he admitted that he hadn't thought about the wedding yet, because he didn't want to spoil her fate. Maria, understanding his concern for others, expressed confidence that after talking to Leandro, he could think about his answer. Lymond agreed, noting that if he still liked Leander Yi, he might think about how to respond. Chris, wanting to support Lymond, said that if something happens, he will be able to protect him and is ready to give everything to fulfill his duty. He also added that he is his sword and shield. Chris emphasized that he wanted to protect everything he held dear and was confident in his abilities. Lymond, impressed by his loyalty, thought how cool Chris was. Leandro trained hard in martial arts every day. General Balzar asked her to finish her training and reminded her that she needed to prepare for her social debut. At this point, an unknown man stated that he was looking forward to meeting the son of Abram and Maya, and was looking forward to seeing his nephew. He added that although Maya had talked about Lymond in her letters, this would be their first meeting. The stranger decided that he would definitely invite Lymond to the Ost Empire. He also reminded Wilhelm Lymond was cousin and asked if he would like to see him. Wilhelm gritted his teeth and said Lymond's name as if preparing for a meeting. On the day of the social debut, Irina informed Lymond that everything was ready and said that he looked just fine. Lymond thanked Irina for the compliment. Lymond thought about his clothes, thinking they were too ornate, and had a lot of details that made it difficult to dance and move around. He was impatiently waiting for the moment when all this was over so that he could finally enter the academy. Just then, Giancarlo came up to him. He congratulated Lymond on his 12th birthday and gave him a gift, a purple Antaros. Giancarlo explained that the meaning of Antaros depends on the color. Maple represents eternal love. Purple represents perfect beauty. He praised Lymond, noting that he looked amazing and perfect today. John came up to this man and asked Giancarlo to stop. Lymond, noticing how much his brothers had matured, noted that they were truly handsome because of the blood of the elves. He felt that even in his new clothes, he couldn't compare to them, as they were much taller than him. John again appealed to Giancarlo to stop torturing Lymond. In response, Giancarlo, looking menacingly at his brother, replied that his best brother had a social debut today. Lymond, slightly nervous, found it difficult to remain calm. John apologized for Giancarlo's behavior, to which Lymond replied that there was nothing to apologize for, and expressed joy to see John. He asked if John had returned from the Nos Kingdom. John wished Lymond a happy birthday, and said that he had brought him a present, but expressed doubt whether Lymond would like it. Giancarlo was surprised to learn that John had been making a present for Lymond all along. Lymond asked incredulously if John had done it himself. John confusedly confirmed that it was indeed his work, even though Giancarlo had designed it. He admitted that he himself is not very good at creating scripts. John asked Giancarlo to help him activate the gift. Giancarlo used his magic to cast a spell to Siris. Lymond, looking at the beautiful gift, expressed his gratitude, promising that he would cherish it. Giancarlo added that if Lymond wants to take it off, just touch it and cast Eshu's spell. Lymond thanked his brother for his helpful advice. Giancarlo, noticing that time was running out, reminded them that it was time to go. Otherwise, their father would come for Lymond himself. John confirmed that this was indeed the case, and asked Lymond if he was ready. Lymond said with confidence that he was ready. In the hall, the girls shouted in delight, calling for Prince Lymond to dance with them. Some of them began to argue over which of them would get the first chance to dance. Lymond, watching the commotion, reflected on how difficult it was to be popular. One of the girls, dissatisfied with the altercation, protested, saying that they only create problems for His Highness, and offered to settle the dispute elsewhere. Then Lymond caught sight of Leandra, and his voice cracked with surprise. Leandra greeted Lymond by introducing herself and reminding him that she was Leandra Balzar. The prince happily confirmed that he remembered her. The girls in the audience started whispering to each other, mentioning that it was Leandra from the Balzar family. Leandra remarked that the prince was probably very tired of her peers, and Lymond ironically asked if she was going to apologize for them. However, Leandra replied that, as the daughter of a duke, she should be a worthy example for others, and is responsible for not giving him problems. Lymond, noticing that she was flustered and slightly blushing, decided to offer her a dance. Leandra happily agreed. Oni started dancing. During the dance, Lymond asked if she was going to go to the academy. Leandra, a little surprised, replied that yes, she was going to do it. Lymond admitted that he does not like noisy parties too much, but expressed hope for a meeting at the academy. He'd be much more fun to be. After that, he said that it was time for him to leave. Leandra admired the fact that it wasn't fair to have a charming smile like Lymond's. Lymond was relieved that he had danced at least once, and was glad that it was an acquaintance. At this time, Andre came up to them, who was surprised that Lymond no longer looked like a child. He praised his outfit, saying that he did not make a mistake with the design. Lymond asked how Andre could have made a mistake, to which Andre replied that the delightful things Lymond says only make him more beautiful. Andre noticed Lymond wearing an earring that was a dragon pearl, and the prince explained that it was a gift from Jean and John. Andre said that this gemstone symbolizes that Lymond is his light, especially for Jean, who suffered from poor health, and Giovanni, who could not master magic. Andre kissed Lymond on the head and expressed his love for him. Lymond thought that they might have been misunderstood if Andre had been a girl. Lymond reflected on his brothers, noting that they were all kind and incredibly beautiful. He imagined that if they worked in a host club, they would quickly become the best in Japan. In his mind, Andre invited clients to have fun, showing his charisma and enthusiasm. Andre replied that he didn't need to, as he would choose his own partner. He loved spending time with cute girls, which became a hobby of his. Then, hearing the girls in the hall calling out to him, Andre said a polite goodbye and left. Lymond reflected on his brother's strange attitude. Orlando called out to Lymond, coming up behind him and suddenly grabbing his arm, startling him. Lymond, surprised, exclaimed when he recognized his brother and asked why he was so frightening. Orlando apologized, laughing. The woman, noticing Lymond, was surprised and asked if he was Orlando's younger brother. Orlando confirmed this and introduced his bride to Francis, The woman introduced herself as Orlando's fiancée, then corrected herself by saying that her name was Francisca Okidens. Lyman kissed Francisca's hand and introduced himself. In response, she remarked on how cute he looked. Lyman asked if they were going to see their father, to which Orlando confirmed, and Francisca asked if Lyman was too relaxed at an important party. Orlando apologized and explained that he loved Francisca very much and was glad that he could finally introduce her to his family. Francisca, noticing how cute Orlando looked, asked him to show that expression again, which he sheepishly refused. Lyman, watching their interaction, thought that it was similar to the situation from Otome, where a shy girl and a confident guy, and in the end, congratulated them both. Orlando reminded Lyman of his dream of traveling in the future, and informed him that if he married Francisca, he would become the king of the Okidens kingdom. He noted that although Francisca will be in charge, he will also help her. Orlando invited Lyman to be sure to visit them when he entered the academy, adding that he and Francisca would be waiting for him. Lyman promised that he would come to Orlando's house if he didn't interfere. Then he turned to Francisca, expressing his desire to speak with her. Francisca said that the lemon is really cute, to which Orlando confirmed her words. Lyman, embarrassed, asked her not to look at him like that. He felt a sense of shame at the attention. Abram called out to Lyman and picked him up. Lyman turned to his father, glad to see him. Abram asked how Limandu was at the party. He noticed that Limand gotten heavier since the last time he'd picked him up when he was little. Then he asked how Maya had been doing lately. Lyman thought about his mother, noting that she was now taking care of Elle's little sister, and there were always a lot of people around her. He felt that they had been communicating less frequently lately, and it even made him feel a little lonely. However, he is happy to see that Maya is happy. Abram assured Lyman that even though they had become less social, his mother loved him dearly. He also expressed his love for Lyman, Maya, and Elfrida, saying that he wants them all to be happy. Then he noticed that Lyman was blushing, and Lyman responded to his father. Lyman thought that his family was trying to embarrass him today, especially with people around. People around him started whispering about his good relationship. He turned to his brothers for support, but Brother Sengoregli urged him to hold on. Lyman wondered if his brothers had experienced similar moments too. The brothers confirmed that they were also tormented by similar attention. This inspired Lyman to take the next step. He hugged his father and sincerely declared how happy he was, expressing his love for the family, thanking Abram for everything. This touching scene brought tears to Abram's eyes, who happily spun Lyman around and called him an angel descended from heaven. At this time, someone intervened, reminding Abram to be careful with his nephew, since he was still quite cute. It was Oswald Kaiser. Abram greeted Oswald happily, surprised that he had arrived after all, as he thought he would not be there. Oswald explained the delay by saying that there were a lot of monsters in the mountains. Lyman remembered that Oswald was the current emperor of the Ost Empire and his mother's brother. Oswald said that he had heard that Lyman was the nicest person in the palace, and asked if his father had ever told him about him. Lyman confirmed that both mom and dad had talked about their uncle. Oswald also noticed that he had heard about Lyman through letters from Maya and learned that he was doing various research with Bertan. Lyman explained to Oswald that he didn't consider his actions research, but rather just shared his observations, helping Jean and John. Oswald patted Lyman's head and praised him, noting that despite his young age, he was already showing maturity and dignity. He expressed the hope that Lyman would use his mental abilities for the benefit of the Ost Empire in the future. After that, Oswald said that he had something to do and said goodbye. Lyman, sensing his uncle's warm friendliness, Lyman noticed that someone was looking at him with a hard stare. He turned and saw Wilhelm. The man turned away without a word, leaving Lyman puzzled. Lyman was surprised, not understanding what could have caused this behavior. Bertrand asked Lyman if he was sure he wanted to go to the academy this year. Lyman confirmed that this was in his plans, especially after it was released. He noted that Karina and Maya's factions would start to show him increased attention, and he would like to avoid this. Bertrand then asked if Lyman was going to hide his identity. Lyman said that this was his intention, as he did not want to be exposed. He reflected that Centauro is the center of the world, and all roads lead there. Lyman knew that the kingdom had become a hub for scientific knowledge, and that was why it provided first-class education. Centauro Academy attracts many people. Its campus is so large that it has become a full-fledged city where students live and study without parental supervision. Lyman realized that even though his brother Bertrand was already teaching him at a high level, admission to the academy was necessary for those who wanted to become adventurers. The academy provides a unique experience, exploring dungeons, ruins, and fighting monsters. In addition, depending on the success of the group, students can receive recommendations for joining guilds. Lyman decided to hide his status in the academy to avoid getting too much attention. Lyman then warned Bertrand that he would be studying under a different name and asked him not to reveal his identity if he met him at the academy. This news surprised Bertrand greatly, and he jumped up abruptly to express his surprise. Irina asked why Lyman wouldn't take her with them. Lyman, slightly surprised by her question, explained that he wasn't going to take anyone to the academy. He recalled that he had already mentioned this, explaining that he was going to study, not demonstrate his royal status, and since he was not going to act as a member of the royal family, he did not need servants. Irina asked Lyman what he would eat at the academy. Lyman calmly replied that there were restaurants and grocery stores in Academy City, so there shouldn't be any problems with food. Irina immediately asked what he was going to buy food for, and Lyman confidently said that he planned to work and cope with it. Irina was shocked that His Highness was going to work. Lyman interrupted her abruptly, saying that he wasn't going to take anyone with him, and bade her goodbye. Irina, still confused, tried to say something, but Lyman only thought that he felt sorry for her as he said goodbye to himself. Maya appeared the seamess and excitedly asked if Lyman was really going to leave for the academy. Lyman confirmed this, and Maya, not hiding her tears, said that she hoped he had changed his mind. Lyman tried to calm her down, promising that he would return, and added that time would pass quickly. Maya continued to express her dismay, noting that she had only just begun to feel that their relationship, like that with Abram, was starting to improve. Lyman realized that his mother didn't want to be a bad mother to him like she used to be. He tried to comfort her, explaining that his home was here, and that he would still love his family even if he went to the academy. Lyman promised to write letters and come back during the holidays. Maya replied that she would be waiting for him and confessed her love for him. Lyman, feeling that the time had come, said that it was time for him to go. Giancarlo appeared Kodai, shouting his name. Hissed Lamanda that he was leaving for the academy with Bertrand, and decided to accompany him. Giancarlo remembered how they used to play together when Lyman was little, and asked Bertrand to give them some time. He noticed that Lyman was wearing the thing he and John had given him. Lyman admitted that he liked the gift very much, and promised to wear it if the opportunity presented itself. This answer touched Giancarlo. Giancarlo expressed his sadness, saying that he would be lonely without Limond. He added that thanks to his help, he also received permission to leave the palace. Limond, showing concern, advised Giancarlo not to overexert himself and be careful. Giancarlo, expressing his concern, told Limond that if it got hard for him, he could always go home. He also added that if he felt lonely, he would write letters, and asked Lyman to write to him too. Lyman agreed, assuring Giancarlo that they would keep in touch through letters. Giancarlo then remarked that Lyman was going to live like a common man, so he didn't take any servants with him, and asked if that meant they wouldn't be allowed to visit him either. Lyman said that it would be strange if the royal family visited him, but added that if they disguised themselves, then a visit is possible. Giancarlo happily declared that they would definitely disguise themselves and come to him with John. Limond thought for a moment, and realized that he was truly loved. He told Giancarlo that he would look forward to their visit. Giancarlo wished him luck on the journey, and Lyman said goodbye, saying that he was going on his way. Giancarlo felt sad as he realized that Limond was leaving. Bertrand was waiting for Lyman outside. He asked if they had finished saying goodbye, to which Lyman replied in the affirmative. Lyman also told Bertrand that he planned to come for a long vacation. Bertrand replied that at the very least, the academy was not a prison, and Lyman could return whenever he wanted. Lyman agreed, but added that at the moment his thoughts are only occupied with the upcoming training at the academy. Bertrand understood his attitude and supported him. Lyman reflected that it had been 13 years since he was born, and this was the first time he had ever left the palace walls. Suddenly he realized that he had forgotten to tell Hoffrey that he was leaving. He started thinking about the Centauro Academy, which is divided into 3 levels of training. The first is general primary education, where commoners and low-ranking aristocrats study who did not have the opportunity to get private teachers in their childhood. The second is secondary education, where those who have completed primary education or successfully passed the exam enter. At this level, students choose to specialize between the night and magic departments, depending on what they want to become in the future. And finally, the third is higher education, where students can learn the basics of teaching or do specialized research. The best graduates who have shown good results in research or studies can become professors. Lyman decided to enroll in the Knights department at the intermediate level of education, as he did not see the point of studying magic. Bertrand, his brother, had already taught him everything he knew, so Lyman didn't expect to learn anything new in the magic department. Meanwhile, Bertrand himself was thinking that he would like to see Lyman in his department of magic, since he was a professor there himself. Lyman kept thinking that he wouldn't be able to train with Master Chris in Academy City, and it was important for him to maintain his swordsmanship skills. Entering the night department seemed like the best solution, especially since many famous adventurers graduated from this department, and Lyman also dreamed of becoming one of them. Soon Bertrand announced that they had arrived. Lyman asked for some time to disguise himself. He used magic to change the color of his hair and put on his glasses. Looking down at himself, Lyman noticed that everything had worked out perfectly. Lyman was thinking about his disguise. He changed the color of his black hair to ash and used colored glasses to hide his green eyes. This, in his opinion, was the perfect disguise that made him a completely different person. Then he asked Bertrand if he noticed anything strange. Bertrand replied that it was all right, but admitted that he was not used to seeing Lamond with such a color of hair. Lyman thought about his disguise again, confident that no one would guess that he was from the royal family, thanks to his elaborate disguise changes. His appearance with black curls and green eyes would have been too recognizable, but with his new appearance he was confident of his anonymity. Bertrand reminded Lyman that he would be staying in the academic city and suggested that he contact him immediately if there were any problems. Lyman, confident in his abilities, assured him that everything would be fine and there was nothing to worry about, since he was no longer a child. Lyman called Bertrand a teacher and said that he counted on his support. Bertrand, who admired Lyman's talents in magic, said that he would always be happy to see him in the Faculty of Magic and called him a new name for disguise, Lee Ortnek. Lyman thought to himself that this was the beginning of his new academic life at Centauro Academy. Meanwhile, a stranger watching Lyman from the roof noticed him and wondered who the man was. Lyman was thinking about his new pseudonym, Lee Ortnek. Under this identity, he was going to hide in the academic city. He chose this name not by chance. If you read his last name in reverse, you will get Centauro in Italian. Lyman knew this might seem obvious, but fortunately, there was no Italian language in this world. Ly's name was similar to his real name, Lyman, which was also part of his plan. After all, he and Prince Lyman were born in the same year. Lyman also provided that if anyone was surprised by his slow reaction to the surname, he would explain it by saying that he came from a village where he was never called by his last name. Lyman was sure that he would not be discovered. When Lyman arrived at the dorm, he was overwhelmed by a new sensation. Growing up in a royal family, he had always been surrounded by servants, and now, for the first time, he was going to live alone. His room was number 301, and it made him feel a little nervous. Suddenly, a stranger approached Lyman, who immediately greeted him. It was Oliver, Lyman's roommate in room 302. Oliver introduced himself warmly and asked if Lyman was from the magic department. Lyman politely replied that it was a pleasure to meet you, but that he was a night student himself. As soon as Oliver heard this, his attitude changed dramatically. He withdrew his outstretched hand and immediately became aloof. Lyman, puzzled by this behavior, asked him a question, but Oliver coldly asked him if he was studying economics or engineering. Lyman confusedly confirmed that he was studying in the Knights department. Oliver just snorted, turned, and left quickly, slamming the door behind him, leaving Lyman baffled. Lyman, surprised by Oliver's behavior, wondered what was wrong with him, but decided not to dwell on it. Instead, he began sorting through his luggage. He noted that the academy does not have a uniform, and each student wears a badge that shows which faculty they are studying in. Apart from the night and magic departments that he already knew about, the academy also had economics, technology, and humanities departments. The Faculty of Humanities offered studies in history, literature, and other humanities. Lyman also remembered that medicine was part of white magic and was taught in the magic department. As for the geography and natural sciences that were in his previous world, they were not considered very important in this world, because magic has replaced many scientific disciplines. Lyman reflected that if people could draw maps, there was no need for geography. The natural sciences are also ignored, as magic is central to their lives. To the world, magic was an integral part of this world. Lyman used magic to light up his room. He noted that instead of electricity, they used light from magical plants. These plants created an eco-friendly light that reminded him of the magic stones produced in Centauro. These stones glowed due to the magical power accumulated in the ground over the years. However, they were produced in small quantities. The alternative was monster cores, which were also used for lighting, and this was the main way for adventurers to earn money. But Lyman found a way to light up his room without expensive stones and monster cores. He used a magical plant called dragon pearl. This plant could be kept alive for a long time if it was cared for with love and care. As Lyman continued to ponder, he thought again of Oliver and his sudden change in demeanor. He wondered why Oliver had changed so dramatically when he found out that Lyman was from the Knights department. Lyman began to suspect that there was some sort of rivalry between the Knight and Magic departments. In his previous world, there were also such divisions in schools, and this often led to conflicts. He noticed that the teachers always said that these faculties were nothing but problems. In particular, he had heard that there were some weirdos studying in the Knights department, which created a negative image among people. He decided that perhaps something similar was going on at the academy, when there was bias and misunderstanding between the faculties. Thinking about his goal, Lyman admitted that he wasn't a blade genius like his master Chris, but his brother Bertrand had taught him magic. He dreamed of becoming strong by using both sword and magic at the same time, which seemed like a daunting task to him. Lyman was thinking about how he would like to use both opportunities. But given the strained relations between the faculties in the academy, it might become extremely troublesome. He began to worry about the future, even though classes weren't scheduled to start until tomorrow. In the morning, Lyman said out loud that it was time to go, but realized that now he lives alone and no one will answer him. Lyman and Oliver's eyes met by chance, and Lyman was taken aback. He thought Oliver might have heard him. He greeted him, but Oliver only gave a short grunt in response, then turned and walked away, leaving Lyman at a loss. Lyman was starting to get annoyed that Oliver was acting like this just because he was from the Knights department. He concluded that he would bypass the Magic department and try not to run into its problems. Lyman steeled himself. He gathered his thoughts and headed to the academy, which was about a 25-minute walk away from the dorm. On the way, he thought that it would be more convenient to get around on a bicycle. But since they didn't exist in this world, he thought about trying to contact local inventors and recreate a bicycle. This was his first goal. Lyman admired the academic city, which seemed like an ideal place for students to live. He realized that here you can find everything you need for the life of students in the academy. Lyman also remembered his father, who had tearfully given him a huge bag of money when he left for the academy. His father was worried that Lyman would need funds to live independently, but Lyman did not want to rely on this money and decided that he would try to find a part-time job. Upon arriving at the academy, a girl stopped him and asked if he was new. Lyman confirmed that he was from the Knights department. The girl, laughing, remarked that he was quite new and that today was his first day. She asked if he knew anything about the faculty logo. Lyman said sheepishly that he didn't know. The girl greeted Lyman warmly, saying that he had entered the best academy in the world. She started explaining important information to him. The girl said that the emblem worn by students serves as an identifier and a pass through magical barriers. If someone doesn't have an emblem, they won't be allowed through the barrier. She also warned that if you try to pass through a door for which there is no permission, you can get punished. Lyman noted that her explanations reminded him of the behavior of a character from the game. The girl went on to say that with the logo you can make purchases at the academy at a discount. After that, she handed Lyman a map of the academy and wished him good luck with his studies. Lyman thanked her, though he was a little surprised when he noticed that she repeated the exact same words to the other students. He looked at the academy with interest and realized that this building was the auditorium of the Knight faculty. When he arrived first, he decided that he would not stand out here. He still had time before the lecture started, so he took out the spell book that Bertrand had given him. Before giving the book to Lyman, Bertrand said that it contained more information than Lyman had learned in the palace. He also added that this knowledge was usually taught in the senior years of the Faculty of Magic, but he was sure that Lyman would be able to understand the material. Bertrand hoped that Lyman would find spells that would be useful to him in the dungeons. Lyman thought about how exciting this was, and knew that many of these spells might be useless for real combat. He thought of the fire magic that could burn everything around him, including his allies, in streams of water that can wash everything away. Lyman believed that these spells required a lot of mages to use, and doubted that they could be used in real combat. He wondered if mages and knights couldn't fight as a team. He came to the conclusion that it looked like the mages alone weren't enough, which gave him a sense of isolation. Despite his thoughts, the instructors noticed him reading a spellbook. One of them noticed that Lyman was reading a spellbook, and it could be that he got lost or confused the audience of the Knights department with the audience of the Magic department. At this time, the other boy added with a sneer that the mage who had made his way into the Knights audience had really surprised him. Hen felt that this was the beginning of his long-awaited academic life, but he immediately noticed that it had not started smoothly at all. One of the boys was laughing at him, and there was a hostile atmosphere in the audience. Lyman thought about the fact that he was obviously being bothered by a guy who would only cause him problems. Soon, the boy Lyman was looking at said something to stop him from staring at him and asking if he didn't want to get hit back. Lyman sighed and smiled, which puzzled the boy. He noted that he had an emblem on his chest. and added that if the boy hadn't noticed, then perhaps knighthood wasn't for him. Lamond emphasized that with such vision attention, he would miss all the monsters. The boy was not going to give up and asked what Lyman had said. In response, Lyman said that judging by appearance is banal stupid and suggested that the boy personally evaluate his fencing skills. The boy was obviously aggressive and asked if he was challenging, calling Lyman squishy. Lyman, trying to calm him down, noticed that the boy's breath stank and suggested that he calm down. Mem Alchik was not going to stop and said that he would cut him down. He also expressed a desire to introduce himself, adding that Lyman should know the name of the person who will beat him. The boy introduced himself as Arthur Shishikin and asked Lyman to remember his name because he was going to humiliate him. Lyman, laughing, paraphrased the name, calling it Shichikin and Tuna. He ironically asked if Arthur really believed that a fish could defeat a human. At that moment, a man entered the classroom and was surprised at how energetic the new students were this year. He said he wouldn't be able to introduce himself if the noise didn't stop, and urged everyone to take their seats. Arthur, however, was not going to calm down and insisted that he would not calm down the situation until he had punched Lemon in the face. Lyman apologized, explaining that he had let his emotions run wild because the boy had attacked him with screams. At this point, Lyman noticed the man symbol and realized that Simmet was the professor's symbol and decided that it would be better to keep quiet. Lyman's words made Arthur wonder. Arthur, clearly angry, began to threaten Lyman, saying that he was going to punch him. At that moment, a man who was nearby grabbed Arthur's arm and reminded him that he had clearly said to take your seats, then remarking that if Arthur blood was so hot, it didn't seem like he was going to sit down. The man reminded about collective responsibility and suggested that Arthur Shishikinwu and Leortnik resolve their disputes on the training ground. He also mentioned that the other students should also go with them. Although it was unexpected, the man explained that such fights will help to show the strengths of both, as well as understand their weaknesses. He had originally planned on just getting to know each other, but now, because of their conflict, everyone had to suffer. The man added that he expects decent fights from them and suggested starting. Arthur wasted no time in attacking Lyman, shouting that he would never be able to defeat him with his gentle wizard hands. Lyman noticed that Arthur was fast. Arthur, not understanding what was going on, asked where Lyman's fuse had gone. Lyman reflected on how amazing it was that he was still holding on. He didn't consider himself a fencing genius. The more he trained with the master, the clearer it became that he would never reach his level. At the moment, Lyman could fence like a normal person, or a little stronger if he tried his best. He concluded that genius is 99% effort and only 1% talent. The average person will never get that 1%, and they are not destined to reach 100%. However, Arthur wasn't an ordinary person. Owen clearly possessed that 1%. Lyman admired the way Arthur moved and wielded the sword, knowing that he was superior in everything. Arthur exclaimed, demanding to stop jumping and expressing his displeasure. He was clearly annoyed and didn't understand, so he asked Lyman if he was being bullied. Lyman, aware of his situation, admitted that Arthur was much stronger than he thought. He was surprised, but then asked if Arthur was sure he should have stopped attacking. Arthur, not understanding what was going on, asked what Lyman meant by that. In response, Lyman noticed that he hadn't even started fighting yet and was only blocking his punches. He added that, apparently, Arthur still did not understand his fighting style. Lyman wondered if he should have given him a break and noted that the delay had helped him know how to feed Arthur, thanking him sincerely for that. Arthur, enraged, promised that he would kill Lyman. At this time, the other students began to discuss the situation, wondering what the bespectacled man had come up with. They doubted if it would help him, or if Arthur would really be serious about his intentions. Arthur, not wanting to wait, attacked again, shouting that Lyman could only talk. However, Lyman managed to block his attack. Arthur jumped back, feeling confused, not understanding what had just happened. But Prith quickly dismissed his thoughts, deciding that it didn't matter. When Arthur attacked again, he noticed that his sword had become somewhat strange. He wondered if his weapons had gotten heavier. Lyman took advantage of the moment to inquire and ask Arthur if he felt the weight of his weapon increase. Arthur, puzzled, repeated the word weight in a questioning tone. Lyman wasted no time attacking Arthur himself, but Arthur managed to block the blow. At this point, Arthur wondered what he should do now, since he couldn't use the sword the way he wanted to. Lyman explained to Arthur that he had used a spell to increase the weight of objects. To do this, he needed to touch the blade of the sword. He added that the spell only lasts for 10 seconds, but this time is more than enough for him to win. Lyman Vereno declared that he won and felt a surge of confidence and satisfaction that he was able to outwit his opponent. Arthur, not understanding what had happened, expressed. In response, Lyman repeated that he had indeed won. He explained that Arthur lost because he couldn't interrupt his spell. Since this is just a practice fight, Lyman noted that there is no need to land a direct hit. The students started whispering, wondering how Bespectacled could win. One of the boys noticed that this was interesting. At this time, Arthur grabbed Lyman's clothes and asked if he was looking down on him. Lyman, slightly surprised, replied that it was Arthur who had underestimated him. He added that if he had continued to attack, he would not have had a chance to win. A man who watched the fight commented that, as expected, it was a great fight. He turned to Arthur Shishikinu, saying that it would be a good lesson for him. Even if the opponent seems to be weaker, you can't relax until the very end. Otherwise, everything will end badly. The man then drew attention to Lee's fighting style, noting that he had a rather curious approach. However, he also added that Lyman's physique doesn't match swordsmanship, which relies heavily on body strength and intuition. In his opinion, Lyman would have definitely lost if Arthur hadn't decided to make fun of him. Lyman, thinking about it, realized that he didn't have a talent for swordsmanship, which was a little frustrating. The man continued, complimenting Lyman on his excellent command of magic. He noted the speed of spell activation and impressive control, saying that it was all top-notch and well thought out. Therefore, he didn't understand why Lyman decided to choose the knight department instead of the mage department. The man wondered if Lyman had decided to become a new kind of knight. Lyman reflected that most of the new students were already 15 years old, and since he couldn't win by force, he decided to use magic as his fighting style. He was only 13, and his physique was different from the older students. That was why he continued to delve deeper into the study of magic. He also knew that there was magic that could increase muscle strength and speed up movement. But he didn't need to rely on it all the time, because magic had its limits and its effects would weaken over time. He knew that he would not be able to win alone, using only magic. His power will only be revealed in a team battle, where he will be able to make things easier for his group with buffs and debuffs. However, Lyman understood that there was a problem with creating such a group. From his recent acquaintance with Oliver, it was clear that in this world, mages usually only formed groups with other mages, and knights only formed groups with other knights. No one even thinks about mixed groups, and against strong opponents they prefer to rely on pure firepower, without any planning, relying solely on strength. Lyman felt that this was completely contrary to his aspirations. In this world, there is practically no class that uses both magic and a sword at the same time. Therefore, very few groups are able to defeat S-rank monsters. He was thinking that with teamwork, there might be more strong groups. In addition, he knew that Teacher Chris was an S-rank adventurer who received his rank for defeating an S-rank monster, a dragon. Lyman doubted that he would ever be able to reach that level. He aimed to create a balance between magic and swordsmanship, dreaming of forming a group with the perfect combination of these two elements. However, he faced the prejudice of others. Students of the Faculty of Magic called the Faculty of Knights a barbaric place where strength is valued more than intelligence. In turn, the students of the Knights Department considered mages to be nerds who sit in the library all day and already smell musty. Lyman knew that this kind of relationship would be difficult to work with, and it made him feel frustrated. Clovis Muller, the man who introduced himself after the unexpected sparring session, said that from today on he will observe the students and teach them the basics of fencing. His name caused surprise among the students, who recognized him as an A-rank adventurer and dragon knight. Clovis said that he had long since left his job as an adventurer, but his fame still lingers. He said that he needed some time and asked everyone to wait until they finished the case. Arthur, not wanting to ignore the situation, began to argue with Lyman. Arthur exclaimed, demanding to know what kind of magic it was. He recalled that Clovis had said that he needed to wait, and added that he was better at intuition and swordsmanship, and only lost because of Lyman's magic. Lyman admitted that Arthur was indeed better at fencing than he was, as was everyone else present. However, he added that by thinking so narrowly and relying only on his sword skills, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. Lamond asked if Arthur had tried to think for himself, find answers to his questions. He explained that before asking questions you should understand what he did, how much time he spent on the spell, and what the activation condition was. Lyman offered to tell us about it, but noted that he needed something in return for the information, so that it would be honest. Arthur, surprised, asked what exactly Lyman wanted. In response, Lyman grabbed him by the collar and offered him a deal. Lyman will teach Arthur magic, and Arthur will teach him swordsmanship. It was a kind of skill exchange. Lyman reflected that his lessons with S teacher been more entertaining, and he hadn't felt much progress. The teacher tried not to overexert him, but it wasn't enough for Lyman, who was striving for more. However, Arthur, despite the tempting offer, immediately refused. Lyman was surprised by the refusal of Arthur, who didn't want to accept the exchange of skills. He puzzled as to why Arthur refused to learn magic, emphasizing that it would only benefit him. Arthur said firmly that he didn't want to do it. Lyman called him a stubborn mutton in exasperation, to which Arthur responded with an angry curse. The boy intervened, saying that everyone should calm down, and asked if they had let off any more steam. Arthur, annoyed, asked the boy if he was looking for trouble. The boy replied that it wasn't him but Shiro, mentioning the night department and Akiri Shiro. Arthur expressed indifference to the person standing in front of him, calling him a bastard. Shiro turned to Arthur and asked him why he was acting so violent and picking fights with everyone. Arthur said he didn't care. Shiro noticed with a grin that it was just hot young blood. Lyman, feeling uneasy about his friend's behavior, apologized, but Shiro assured him that it wasn't his fault, and even noted that he had added fuel to the fire. Lyman suddenly covered Arthur's mouth to calm him down. Arthur was puzzled and asked what Lyman was doing. Lyman said that Arthur was too loud and he should calm down. Shiro noticed that Arthur was a really energetic guy. Arthur asked them to let him go, and Lyman introduced himself, saying that his name was Lee Ortneck. He added that he doesn't like being called by his last name, so he prefers to be called just Lee. Shiro greeted Lee by saying it was nice to meet him, while Arthur called them freaks. Lyman thought Nakiri sounded like a Japanese name, and asked Shiro if Nakiri was a surname and Shiro was a first name. Shiro confirmed this, noting that many people confuse and consider Nakiri to be a given name. He glad that someone finally understood him, as many people were confusing the two parts of his name. Arthur said that he had calmed down and asked to be released. He added that he wasn't interested in weaklings like Lyman. Lyman thought that Arthur was deliberately trying to make him angry and was looking for trouble. He wondered if Arthur thought he was weak, then how he had defeated him back then, and it was starting to annoy him. Shiro asked what they were going to do next, and what their plans were. Arthur said he wanted to have lunch. Shiro reminded him that it was morning, and Arthur said that he was hungry after the battle. Shiro turned to Lyman and asked his plans, to which Lyman replied that he was going to study magic in the library. Arthur mockingly declared that the library was full of frail weaklings. Lyman, in turn, reminded that it was Arthur who lost to this weakling. After that, a fight broke out between Lyman and Arthur. Shiro desperately shouted for them to stop, urging them to be more friendly. Shiro tried to calm them down by telling them that was enough. Hienoyade remarked that he didn't like the long name, and suggested that they just call Arthur Error. Shiro reminded him that Arthur wanted to eat and suggested that we go to the dining room. Arthur, however, challenged, telling Lyman to attack him, calling him bespectacled. Lyman reflected on Shishikin, noting that his decision-making, reaction time, and body control were top-notch. Although he didn't want to admit it, he knew that Shishikin was the strongest in this class. He also noticed that his classmate Shiro was probably from the south, and if he was able to hold Shishikin down, then he wasn't weak either. Lyman wondered why he had met so many strong people on his first day. He began to doubt his own talent, realizing that mages from the magic department were most likely not inferior to them. Nevertheless, Lyman had his own way. He was skilled with both sword and magic, and he was confident that he could defeat any opponent. He planned to make them play by their own rules, use magic against knights, and use their weaknesses against mages. Lyman understood that to achieve this goal he needed to work hard and study hard, especially in the Academy's main library, which housed the largest collection of books in the world. He was determined to learn both magic and swordsmanship in order to become a strong fighter, capable of winning victories using his unique combination of skills. Oliver, noticing Lyman in the library, expressed his bewilderment, wondering what Lyman had forgotten in this place. He had noticed that stupid knights were usually supposed to practice with their swords on the playground, not read books. In response to this, Lyman, a little surprised, asked what was so bad about it if he was reading magic books. With a reaction of surprise, Oliver exclaimed in disbelief that Lyman was actually reading a magic book. He wondered if he really understood what he was reading. Lyman insisted that if he didn't understand, he wouldn't have read it. Oliver's next question was about the department Lyman had entered, expressing his confusion as to why Lyman had chosen the Knights department, even if they hadn't already taken the course. He spoke of his inability to understand Lyman's decision. Lyman, interested, asked what course Oliver was in. He replied that he was in his third year, adding that he was older than Lyman, and noting that he was being disrespectful to him, even though they were in different departments. Lyman said thoughtfully that, given their familiarity, he didn't want to address Oliver as you. Oliver, bringing up the topic of the book, clarified that this is what they will be studying in the second semester of the third year. He explained that the book is about how to fight monsters with a high level of resistance, such as dragons. He also mentioned the importance of creating large magic circles with the participation of 10 or more people, since such opponents cannot be defeated alone, and a large group is necessary. Lyman, with a touch of irony, remarked that mages can't work alone, wondering at this fact. Oliver confirmed his words, pointing out that the mage department, like the knight department, teaches that fighting alone is very difficult. He added that it wasn't enough to just read books, and without companions, it was impossible to become a true adventurer. However, he also noticed that if the battle was between groups, the mage house would be stronger, hinting at the knight's weakness. The thought flashed through Lyman's mind that Oliver was showing confidence that the mages would not be defeated, which, in his opinion, is what defines the mage's house as such. He decided to express his disagreement with Oliver, pointing out that if Oliver was so confident, why wouldn't he use these incompetent idiots from the knight department? Puzzled, Oliver asked how exactly to use them. Lyman explained that in order to produce a powerful spell, you need to draw a large magic circle, and therefore monsters can easily interfere with this process. Oliver agreed, noting that this is why you can't become an adventurer alone. And it's not just the opinion of mages. Lyman pondered the strengths and weaknesses of mages, realizing that they had massive magic damage, but at the same time light armor and low health. He suggested that it would be better if Oliver had someone to distract the enemy's attention, i.e. a tank. Lyman came up with the idea that a tank is a class in RPG games that can distract enemies from other members of the group. He believed that in any group, there should be a tank, a healer, and a character that deals damage. Mages can take on the roles of healers and DDS, while knights can also be DDS and can take on the role of a tank. Lyman suggested that if the mage department and the knight department merged, then creating groups and completing any tasks would become easier. Oliver, surprised at the thought, admitted that he hadn't even thought about it. Lyman went on to explain that combining mages and knights would increase their utility quotient, but at the moment, both houses don't get along with each other. Oliver noted that none of them had thought about the possibility of working with the knights, considering them only stupid imbeciles who do not know magic and only get in the way. The thought of hate coming up again in their conversations flashed through Lyman's mind. However, Oliver was happy to note that Lyman was different from them and introduced himself, saying that his name was Oliver Wood. It occurred to Lyman that if he enlisted the support of Oliver from the mage department, then his study of magic would develop. He introduced himself as Lee, adding that he didn't like being called by his last name. Oliver, appreciating Lee's idea, said that he was surprised by it and that he was also very interested in Lee. Lyman changed the subject and asked who Oliver's teacher was. The latter, a little embarrassed, replied that he had more than one teacher. Then he remembered that there was only one teacher in the Knights department who taught them science, history, and the art of combat all by himself. Lyman, with a smirk, compared it to a homeroom teacher at an elementary school, to which Oliver quizzically asked what an elementary school was. Lyman explained that the mages department had a different system. Depending on the type of magic, their lessons changed, which he thought was better suited for deep learning. Lyman noticed that the situation was similar to that in middle and high schools. Oliver, puzzled, asked what Lyman meant by middle and high. Lyman asked how he thought teachers would respond to the idea of interfaculty collaboration. Oliver expressed uncertainty, noting that different teachers may have different opinions about the idea of collaboration. Lyman suggested that then you should try to talk to them and ask questions. Oliver thought about it and said that, unfortunately, catching the teachers of their department is not so easy. Lyman, hearing this, thought about it, realizing that this might be a problem. At that moment, Lyman noticed Bertrand and exclaimed with delight at his appearance. Then he called out to Bertrand enthusiastically, showing his enthusiasm. Lyman wondered if he was hiding his identity as a member of the royal family at the academy. He realized that he couldn't communicate with others the way he did in the palace. To maintain anonymity, he decided to call Bertrand his brother, which would allow him to reveal his identity more openly. Oliver, noticing Lyman's address to the teacher, was surprised and asked why he was calling Bertrand. Lyman, confused, exclaimed to the teacher. Bertrand, noting the increased energy of the students this year, he looked at Oliver and, recognizing him, confirmed that he remembered him from his classes. Bertrand also reached out to a new student, Lee, who ended up in the Knights department. He noticed that Lee's name was the same as his younger brother. Bertrand greeted Lyman and asked if he wanted to talk to him. Lyman began to explain that the situation was not so simple, and that it would be a long conversation. He offered to discuss everything in the conference room. Bertrand remarked that the room was a little cramped, to which Lyman replied that it was probably because his room was too big. Bertrand asked if it was true. Lyman thought that Bertrand's room in the palace was huge, and he was not used to the usual size, which seemed small to him. I remembered that his room looked like a one-room apartment. Oliver, realizing the situation, began to panic, realizing that Bertrand was from the royal family. He wondered how it was possible to communicate so freely with a member of the royal family. Lyman asked if Oliver was all right. The latter, still confused, reminded him again that Bertrand was also from the royal family and did not understand why Lyman remained calm. Bertrand, not understanding the reason for concern, asked again why Lyman had called him. Lyman hesitated, then admitted that he would like to discuss the possibility of joint research. Oliver, gropingly, tried to explain that he was against it, since he was the second prince of the Centauro kingdom and a famous researcher, while he and Lyman were ordinary people. Oliver couldn't believe they were able to talk to a member of the royal family so easily. Lyman's thoughts intersected with his fears. If Oliver found out about his royal parentage, it might come as a shock. Lyman apologized for the interruption and explained that it was about joint research in the field of magic development. Bertrand, hearing this, immediately explained that this practice is not used in their academy, since each discipline and specialty work independently of each other. He stressed that fire is fire and water is water. Each discipline is assigned its own teacher, who is best versed in this area. The only thing that all the majors of the Faculty of Magic have in common is the theory of magic. Lyman clarified that, therefore, the development of each student depends on whether the teacher can convince them to study their specialty. Bertrand agreed with this view. Lyman asked if that meant they didn't combine different magics. Bertrand, who loved to listen, asked for an explanation. Lyman continued, asking how they thought the lightning effect could be enhanced. Oliver immediately suggested that just adding more magic power would be enough. Lyman explained that in this case, the power of magic would only depend on the amount of magic energy the caster had. He noticed that if you develop a battle strategy, you can win against strong opponents. Strong mages won't notice the problem, but mages with low strength will consider themselves weak. Bertrand asked again about how to increase the lightning effect. Lyman explained that it's not really that hard. He began to analyze what lightning is and why it occurs, emphasizing that the secret lies in this understanding. Oliver suggested that lightning often strikes lightning rods, and therefore metal can be used. Bertrand added that lightning also strikes from the clouds, so it is somehow connected with rain and water. Lyman confirmed that this was true. He explained that lightning often strikes tall objects, and that objects wet after rain conduct electricity better. However, he cautioned that wearing precious metals does not guarantee that lightning will strike a person. He clarified that metals do conduct electricity better than the human body, and if lightning strikes, the current will pass through the metal. Lyman suggested that in order to hit the enemy harder with lightning, you should first wet it with water magic. Alternatively, you can use a long metal object, such as a spear, to drive it into the enemy's body to act as a lightning rod. Thus, it will be possible to deliver a more accurate blow. Bertrand expressed surprise that he had never thought of such a thing. He found the idea interesting and promised to talk to each professor, believing that they would also be interested. He suggested that, most likely, they will agree to conduct joint classes. Bertrand thanked me for the interesting idea. Lyman, in reply, said that it was not necessary to thank him, and thanked Bertrand for taking the time to talk to him. Oliver, still flustered, noticed that he was close to a member of the royal family and was communicating with him in private. Lyman jokingly told Oliver not to die. A feeling of weariness crossed his mind, and he wondered if it was time to go home. He also thought about his part-time job, not wanting to rely on money from the royal palace. Lyman sought independence to avoid unnecessary suspicion. At this time, Shiro called out to Lyman, who responded by calling him by name. Shiro greeted Lyman, who asked where Shishikin was. Shiro explained that Shishikin had gone to train, and he had decided to take a walk around the city looking for a job. Lyman suggested that Shiro accompany him, as he was also looking for a part-time job. Shiro was surprised and asked if Lyman really didn't get any money from home. Lyman confirmed that he wasn't getting anything. Lyman asked Shiro if his homeland was far away. In response, Shiro said that his homeland is far away and described his village, which is located in the wilderness to the south of the empire. He mentioned a tunnel carved into the mountain and forests filled with demons. Shiro pointed out that in their village, if you were weak, it was almost impossible to get to the Imperial Academy. Most people spend most of their childhood in the countryside, and then start families. However, Shiro also expressed his dream that children would have more opportunities to develop their lives. Lyman wondered how Shiro cared about the future of his fellow countrymen. He knew that Shiro probably had the noblest goal of studying at Centauro Academy, and he couldn't help but wonder at his determination. Shiro turned to Lyman and asked him why he was here and if he was up to something unusual. Lyman modestly replied that he wasn't as amazing as Shiro, just wanted to leave home to live on his own. The thought crossed his mind that Shiro might think he was a child. Shiro noticed that Lyman had the courage to go to a strange place where he didn't know anyone, and praised him. Lyman thought that despite what Shiro had said, it wasn't what he thought it would be, and added that he had entered the academy as a thug. Shiro asked what kind of job Lyman was looking for. Lyman thought about it and said that he hadn't decided yet, and Shiro was asked which one he wanted. Shiro confidently said that he wanted to find a job where he could earn a lot of money without experiencing problems. Lyman's thoughts were filled with unease. He had no specific job requirements other than the need to hide his identity. On thought that he would need glasses and long bangs to disguise himself, but that he wouldn't be able to serve customers like this. Lyman wondered what else he was doing. Then an antique shop caught his attention. Shiro noticed that Lyman liked the store. Lyman offered to come and asked if Shiro would come with him. He refused, saying that he did not understand antiques, and said goodbye, wishing until tomorrow. Lyman walked over to the store and wondered what this place was, why it had caught his attention. Peeking through the window, he saw an elderly woman who noticed him and startled him with her gaze. She opened the door and exclaimed, asking what they needed and what they were doing here. The elderly woman noticed that they were looking at other people's goods, as if the young man standing in front of her understood something about it. Lyman, a little confused, asked if this store was hers. The woman snapped back that it was indeed her shop, and Lyman could tell by her tone that she was hostile. He tried to find out if she needed employees, but the elderly woman immediately refused, saying that she did not need employees. Then, Lyman cautiously asked if he could go to the store. An elderly woman, not waiting for Lyman to enter, opened the door and invited him in, but warned him to be careful not to break anything. Lyman, a little embarrassed, agreed to come in. He had the idea of buying something before going back. In the shop, he was surprised to see a high-quality magic stone placed in front of him, priced at the price of a single-use pen. He also noticed furniture, clearly manufactured in some mansion, that cost 50 times less than the market price. Next to it was a ring with a precious stone, the price of which was like a child's toy. Lyman suspected that there was something wrong with the prices in this store. They were too low. He couldn't resist asking the elderly woman who set such prices. The woman, surprised by his question, asked why he was interested. Lyman wondered how she didn't know about the price situation in her store. He continued that all the products are too cheap and that only great things are on the shelves. Lyman felt that the price tags urgently need to be revised. At this moment, he felt that he might displease the woman and apologized for his words. But instead of anger, the elderly woman suddenly started crying. Lyman, confused, didn't know what to say. The elderly woman was crying, and Lyman was clearly surprised by her condition, not understanding what was going on at first. He asked her a question, and she apologized, saying that the guy probably asked earlier if she needed employees. Lyman confirmed that he was looking for a part-time job. The woman added that the salary will be small, which surprised Lyman. She explained that the upkeep of the store is expensive, and even though prices are low, customers often bargain. She noted that she needs a person to work with clients. Lyman, understanding her intentions, happily expressed his willingness to be hired, as he had hoped. At that moment, a girl who called the elderly woman Granny entered the room, and when she saw Lyman, she was surprised, taking him for a client. The elderly woman noted that the girl came just in time, and informed her that from that day the boy will work in the store. She asked for his name, and he introduced himself as Lee. After that, the elderly woman introduced her granddaughter to Lee and told him that he should listen to her instructions. The girl, in turn, introduced herself as Julia and said that she would be happy to work with Lee. The elderly woman assigned Lee his first task, to redo all the prices in the store, and then left. Lyman turned to Julia, remarked that he had been unexpectedly hired, and asked if she could help him if he had any questions. Julia said she was always ready to help. Lyman also mentioned that he is studying at the academy and can sometimes be busy with his studies. Julia, when she found out that Lyman was studying at the academy, reassured him that it wasn't a problem. She also received her elementary education there and then started working in a store, adding that she would manage on her own while Lyman was gone. She asked him not to take offense at his grandmother, explaining that she began to behave like this after her father died. Lyman, sympathetic, asked what had happened to Julia's father. She explained that her father was away on business, but never returned, Everyone thinks he was killed by monsters. Lyman apologized for the question, but Julia said it was okay, adding that since Lyman now works in the store, he should know about it. Then Lyman asked her what her grandmother's name was. Julia said her name was Ginevra. Meanwhile, Lyman was thinking about the situation. Ginevra had lost her son and probably taken over the store to fill the void after losing him. He wondered who had originally owned the store, because the prices set there didn't seem to be Ginevra's decision. He wondered if the shop had once belonged to Ginevra's husband, or if it had been given away after Julia's father. Given the prices, it didn't seem like the store was particularly important to the previous owner. Julia noticed that Lyman was thinking, and asked him what he was thinking. He woke up abruptly and apologized in embarrassment, saying that he had probably been staring at one spot for too long. Julia then asked where Lyman had learned to evaluate goods. Lyman hesitated, then said that he had learned it at home. In his thoughts, he added that knowing the value of things is a necessary skill for every aristocrat, because any of them should understand how much the item in front of them is worth. Julia said that she learned how to run the store by watching her parents. Her father served clients and handled most of the sales. She tried to learn, but admitted that she still doesn't understand a lot of things. Julia noted that she had made up all the current prices in the store herself, but suggested that they might be incorrect. Lyman offered to help her with her training, and Julia was surprised to ask if he could really help. When the answer was yes, she thanked him. Lyman added that he didn't know much yet, but he could teach her the basics. In his mind, Lyman reflected that he understood the quality of things quite easily. Comparing the goods with those in the palace, he could easily determine the good quality, because, as a prince, he only saw the best. However, he had not yet mastered local pricing, and did not know which price should be the minimum or maximum. He needed to study the supply and demand of local goods. Lyman also thought that he could find out the price of magic stones and tools from Oliver, and he could try to find out the price of jewelry himself. If something didn't work out, he planned to ask Julia for help. As for the power-up accessories, Lyman decided to consult with the knights. He reflected that if you don't know something, it's always better to go to experts. At the same time, he regretted that he didn't have any acquaintances from the merchant field. Julia noticed the accessory, and noticed that it was too expensive to sell in these times. Lyman, after studying the decoration, agreed that the design was outdated, but the stone was real. He suggested the idea of redesigning the design to suit modern tastes. Then the item will definitely sell at a good price. He also pointed out that the pattern around the gem was oxidized, suggesting that it was silver. In his mind, Lyman wondered if someone from the technical department could change the decoration's design. He expressed it briefly and suggested that we stop at these actions for now. They worked until sunset. After a long day at work, Julia and Lyman looked at each other, and Julia suddenly stifled a laugh. Lyman, noticing this, said that if she was going to laugh, she should do it out loud. Julia apologized, then laughed out loud. She decided to make amends for laughing, and invited Lamont to dinner, promising to show him where the food was delicious. Lyman thanked her and said it would be helpful. Julia suggested that they finish the job, assuming that her grandmother must have said something ridiculous to Lemon, such as that his shift starts right after school and lasts until the store closes. However, she clarified that, in fact, his job will be to check the correctness of the prices that she set and look after the store a little. Julia admitted that this is the first time she hires someone for work and therefore does not know what salary to assign. Lyman suggested taking a look at the store's earnings to think about the salary level. He suggested that there should be an income book. Julia, somewhat embarrassed, said that her father had once led something similar, and she tried to imitate him, but she wasn't sure that Lyman would understand her notes. Lyman asked me to look at the book. In his mind, he noticed that the records were in a terrible state. Purchase prices, sales prices of goods, information about whether the goods were sold, as well as unclear expenses were noted. In addition, the book contained records of the family's personal expenses, which made it difficult to keep accurate accounting records. He realized that Julia was completely ignorant of keeping such records and was simply trying to imitate her father. At this rate, Lyman thought uneasily, the store might go bankrupt before he started working here. Relenting, he told Julia that in time he would teach her how to keep proper notes. Julia agreed, though a little hesitantly. Lyman enjoyed his meal, noting that the food was delicious. He remembered that the food in the palace was much more refined, but simple food also had its own charms and was healthy. It made him think of the past world. Julia asked if Lyman liked her recommendation of a place for dinner. He confirmed that the food was delicious and suggested that we return to discussing important matters. Lyman noted that he is just an amateur trader. Julia admitted that even so, he knew more than she did. Lyman explained that even though his knowledge is higher, he still can't change the situation alone, but promised to do everything in his power. However, he noted that they will need the help of a specialist, which he does not have yet, but he intends to find it. Julia, feeling helpless, asked what she should do. Lyman advised her to focus on keeping a proper income and expense book, considering it an important first step. Julia agreed and took his advice. Watching Julia, Lyman felt a familiar sensation, remembering how she reminded him of Ale. After the birth of his younger sister, little girls began to touch him, but he immediately stopped his thoughts, reminding himself that it didn't mean anything bad and that he wasn't a pedophile. Lyman noted that memories of his past life make it difficult for him to develop a romantic interest in girls his age. He wondered if he could get married in this world. Lyman then told Julia that he would think about the next steps and suggested that we discuss the details next time. Julia, somewhat embarrassed, asked why she had to wait, but Lyman didn't understand her question at first. Julia asked Lyman why he was helping people he had just met and why he was working for them. Lyman replied that he was doing it because he could, and since they were now acquainted, he no longer considered them strangers. He added that he just thought, why not? In his thoughts, Lyman admitted to himself that he hadn't told the whole truth. He wasn't as good a person as he might have seemed. If he didn't see the benefits for himself, he wouldn't have put in so much effort. The reason for his actions was simple. If the people he knows are suffering, it bothers him. He couldn't sleep well, constantly wondering if there was really nothing he could do to help. The thought haunted him, and he couldn't shake it off. However, Lyman decided not to share this with Julia and decided to embellish his behavior a little to appear more cool. Lyman then offered to walk Julia home, noting that it was getting late. She agreed, and Lyman walked her home and then back to the dorm. When he got home, Lyman sighed, thinking about the day that had passed. He realized that he had a lot of things to do. The first is the academy. He needed to create or push for a mixed group between knights and mages, convincing the houses to cooperate. To do this, he had to openly use both magic and the sword to demonstrate that it was possible to defeat stronger monsters by working together. The second case concerned his life. Now that he had found a part-time job, he needed to study local supply and demand, learn how to run a store, calculate and set accurate prices, and find an adult to help him understand the trade. Lyman realized that he had taken on a lot of tasks, and his head began to ache from thinking. He decided to focus on his immediate tasks and started by checking his email. Lyman looked at the letter and noticed that it was written on the outside of the letters that they were letters from his faithful dog. This letter was from Hoffrey. Lyman thought that the postman who delivered it must have had a lot of questions. He remembered the moment when Hoffrey had offered to write him letters. Then Hoffrey enthusiastically said that he could write letters, and Lyman agreed, explaining that while at the academy, he would not be aware of events in the royal palace, and therefore regular information was important to him. When Lyman looked at the email, he made a mental note to ask Hoffrey to stop writing "from your faithful dog" in the sender's line, as it sounded too weird. He decided that he would definitely write about this in the response. Lyman then moved on to the main body of the email. In the letter, Hoffrey addressed Lyman in an extremely high and somewhat strange manner, calling him a dear, beautiful, and unique angel. Hoffrey wrote that every day when he did not see Lyman, he felt lost, as if deprived of a guiding light. He mentioned that even in the unchanging climate of their country, he gets cold, and his heart seems to stop beating. Hoffrey added that he could find no solace anywhere, and his heart flutters at the thought of Lyman's silky hair. Lyman was puzzled to think that the letter looked like a love letter, and that Hoffrey could have written more appropriately and without such excessive romance. But he read on. In the remainder of the letter, Hoffrey mentioned that there are some supporters of Maya who consider themselves to be part of the Limond faction. Because of their impoliteness, Hoffrey was forced to shut them up and try to maintain order. He also expressed hope for Limond's speedy return so that everything would fall into place. Lyman, when he received the letter from Hoffrey, was surprised and annoyed that the letter did not contain enough information about important matters. He wondered how his own faction could have formed in just 2 days after he left the palace. Questions about who had done it and why kept nagging at him. Lyman was annoyed that the letter contained too little factual information and too much excessive affection on Hoffrey's part. He felt tired after reading one of the letters and decided that he would deal with this matter later, but Lyman knew that he was going to be very busy starting tomorrow. His plan was to create a group that united knights and mages, as well as continue his part-time work. To do this, he needed to find people from different departments of the academy. He thought he could come up with something for the magic department to interest them, but the main problem was the technical department and the commerce department. Lyman was thinking about how to get them to join his project. Suddenly, he came up with the idea of inventing something lucrative, like a bicycle, a means of transportation that would be cheaper than a horse and faster than walking. To implement this idea, he would need cooperation with the technical faculty to create a bicycle, and with the Faculty of Commerce to promote it. He thought that if the Commerce Department found out about the potential revenue from his idea, they might be interested. Lyman even considered creating a book of ideas where he could write down his thoughts, which were mostly memories from his past life. His life progressed rapidly. During the day he studied at the academy, and in the evening he worked part-time in an antique shop, which became his new routine. During the practice sessions at the academy, Lyman encountered a problem. He couldn't win at all. Teacher Muller noticed this and said that Lyman was clearly not suitable for the night department, suggesting that he consider moving to the mage department because he could do better there. Lyman reflected that on the first day he had won by fighting Shishikin. Therefore, he believed that he could handle this situation using similar techniques. However, Mr. Muller explained that it is forbidden to use magic in the knights department. Lyman believed that this measure was introduced because they were honing their swordsmanship skills in this house. Muller confirmed this, agreeing with his conclusion. Muller then mentioned that a teacher from the magic department recently wanted to talk to Lyman. Lyman asked him why he had come to see him and expressed his bewilderment by asking if he had done something wrong. To this, Lyman suggested that the teacher probably wanted to discuss the possibility of combining magic and swordsmanship. Muller wondered why his presence in the knights department was necessary. Lyman didn't understand why Muller was being so direct. At that moment, Shiro put his hand on Lyman's shoulder and asked if he was okay. Lyman, noticing Shiro's support, answered him. Shiro noticed that Mr. Mueller sometimes said cruel things. Arthur laughed and commented that Lyman was just a weakling. Lyman, frustrated and offended, used magic on Arthur, who responded by calling him a scarecrow in exasperation. Lyman, feeling confident, called Arthur a dumbass. Arthur accused Lyman of doing it on purpose, calling him a scoundrel. Lyman jokingly exclaimed that Mr. Shiro should help him, as this scoundrel scares him. Arthur, outraged, shouted who was calling him a scoundrel. Shiro, trying to protect Lyman, stated that he was a knight who was supposed to protect Princess Lee. He challenged Arthur to a fight, calling him a scoundrel. Arthur, not going to back down, promised Shiro to crush him. The students noticed that Lyman and Arthur were having a good time during the break, so they decided to wave their fists. Lyman reflected that this was obvious enough, since both of them were stronger than he was. He was aware that Arthur was older and therefore more robust. In addition, he thought of Shishikin, who had good muscles and an unusual swordsmanship style. Lyman noted that Shishikin's agility would be the envy of any other person, and he knew perfectly well when to attack and when to retreat. In any situation, Shishikin was quick to react and find gaps in the opponent's defense, reminding Lyman of Chris. On the other hand, Shiro had overwhelming strength. Lyman noticed that the man was releasing all of his power with each swing. His movements were slow as he put all his strength into each attack, and if he hit, the damage was colossal. Lyman thought that Shiro could easily become a walking cannon. He understood why he fought like this. These two disciples were easy to use tactically, and their strength was easy to understand. Lyman was committed to giving people like them the opportunity to prove themselves in the team. If their comrades in arms are mages, then they will become even stronger, since both magic and swords are unique in their own way. The main thing is to let them open up. Arthur exclaimed in displeasure, and Shiro remarked that when it comes to a battle where strength decides, he always wins. He then asked Lee if she wanted to fight next. Lyman said why not. He stated that he would like to hold the match in a 2-on-2 format. Shiro was surprised and asked what he was up to. Lyman, realizing that it was in English, clarified that it was a 2-on-2 team battle. He pointed out that high-ranking adventurers are determined by their individual strength. But in the beginning, it is the group's strength and teamwork that determine success. That's why he wanted to try this format. Shiro was interested and said he would call someone. Arthur, on the other hand, complained about why he should be stuck with a useless weakling like Lyman. Lyman replied that Arthur was too noisy to shout in his ear. He reminded her that they were now on the same team, so he should accept it. Because of his fighting style, Lyman suggested a strategy meeting. Arthur abruptly stated that he wasn't going to fight according to Lyman's rules, and confirmed that he wouldn't. Lyman couldn't help but tell him not to act like a jerk and remind him that he had just lost to Shiro. He urged Arthur to listen to him at least once. Arthur was annoyed when he asked what Lyman was going to change. Lyman acknowledged that Arthur was indeed strong, but added that even if they teamed up, they still wouldn't be able to defeat Shiro with pure strength. Arthur disagreed and asked if he wanted to argue. Lyman explained that this is a team fight, and the one with the best tactics wins. He assured Arthur that the two of them could make a strong team. Lyman emphasized that it's not just pure strength and power that matters in a team. The key to winning is how well they can collaborate to increase their strength. Lyman was confident that they could win. Shiro, who had overheard their conversation, noticed with interest that it looked like they were having a strategy meeting and asked if they were waiting too long. Lyman turned to Arthur and asked him to follow his strategy for once. Arthur responded by saying that if Lyman's strategy didn't work, they would use his plan. The battle began, with Arthur fighting against Shiro and Limond against a strange boy. Lyman was thinking that his current task was to defeat this opponent. Meanwhile, a strange boy was thinking about Lee Ortneka and calling him a skinny little brat with disdain. He believed that Lee's accidental victory over Shishikin that day couldn't be repeated, as he had never seen this guy win a training match. After confirming his strength, he was confident that he could defeat Lyman without any problems. Shiro announced that it was time to start and warned that he was going to strike. He wondered if Arthur would be able to withstand his attack. Lyman and Arthur readily accepted the opponent's blow and repelled his attack. Shiro and the unknown boy were surprised by the resistance of their opponents. The thought flashed through Shiro's mind that he had lost in the force. However, he wasn't going to back down. If Arthur decided to fight him fairly, then victory would always be on his side. Lyman concentrated and cast a muscle-building spell on himself and Shishikin. Shiro, watching this, inwardly noted that the situation was dangerous. At this time, Arthur turned around and walked over to the strange boy. A strange boy asked in bewilderment what was going on, because Shishikin was supposed to fight Shiro. Arthur explained that there were some minor changes. Meanwhile, Lyman thought that during this time, he would also cast a spell on him and Arthur to increase their speed. The fight continued, with Arthur battling a strange boy and Lamond battling Shiro. Shiro was surprised to note that he hadn't expected such a shift, and added that he had deliberately chosen an opponent against whom Lyman would have a chance. Despite this, Shiro became annoyed and stated that he couldn't run away from him forever. He was sure that Lyman couldn't beat him. Lyman, feeling the pressure, thought that if it wasn't for the speed spell, the fight would have been over by now. Even the magic barrier might have been cut. However, he noticed that everything was going according to plan for now, which meant that they would win. Shiro, growing increasingly aggressive, demanded that Lee start fighting him. Inside himself, Lyman felt that Shiro was a strong opponent. Arthur, realizing the need for changes, offered to replace himself, and soon Arthur became Shiro's opponent. He had successfully defeated a strange boy, and Lyman was relieved to see that his plan seemed to have worked. However, Lyman realized that the speed spell had come to an end. Now he had to cast the next spell. Lyman used a new spell to strengthen Arthur. The man felt a surge of strength and cheered. Shiro, noticing the changes in the opponents, began to suspect that they had some kind of plan. He said that now he will fight seriously and is confident in his strength, adding that he will not lose. In the middle of the fight, Shiro's sword flew into the sky, and Lyman watched it, thinking that he had once again used the muscle strengthening spell he had used the first time. He noticed that the spell had already expired, and this time he only cast it on Shishikin. Lyman realized that the effectiveness of magic depends on the amount of magic power. The first time Shishikin had almost defeated Shiro, but then Lyman had split his magic power between the two of them. Now, he decided to spend all the mana he had used on himself exclusively on Shishikin. In the end, Arthur defeated Shiraro. The latter said with chagrin that he hadn't expected such a result. Arthur, unable to contain his joy, exclaimed that he had managed to win. Shiro remarked with chagrin that he thought he would definitely win. He grabbed Lyman's head and was surprised that he was able to overcome him despite his frail physical form. Lyman, in pain, asked Shiro to be careful. Shiro apologized and noted that during the fight, Lyman and Shishikin moved much better than usual. He wondered what exactly had happened. Lyman explained that if he had fought Shiro face to face, he would have lost outright. So he asked Shishikin to replace him in the fight. In a matter of seconds, Limond cast a muscle-building spell on Shishikin. He thought that if he fought fairly, there was a high probability that he would lose. Shishikin and Shiro were almost equal in strength, so even a small boost would give a significant advantage. Lyman realized that the longer the battle went on, the more likely he was to lose the buff and lose immediately. He didn't want Shishikin to stay behind to fight against two enemies, as it would greatly increase the chance of him being defeated. Lyman wanted the two of them to fight against Shiro alone, so he tried to hold Shiro back while Shishikin defeated his opponent. Shishikin, who had received the speed spell, quickly dealt with the opponent. Lyman knew that the speed buff effect only lasted for a few seconds, and if Shishikin didn't defeat the enemy before it expired, then Shiro could have defeated him. Lyman had no choice but to trust Shishikin's abilities. When he defeated his opponent, He returned to Lyman to fight Shiro. Since Shiro and Shishikin's strength was equal, Lyman used a muscle-building spell, putting all his might into it. This provided the difference in strength between the two. Lyman summed up that winning a team match is not about who is stronger, but about competent teamwork. He noticed that Shiro didn't look very well and asked if everything was okay. Arthur grabbed a handful of Lyman's clothes. Lyman looked puzzled and asked what was the matter. Arthur announced his desire to hold another round. Lyman thought about the fact that after that, he and Shishikin fought against Shiro again and participated in several matches with different teams. Lyman gave out that he couldn't fight anymore, as his stamina was exhausted after the 10th battle. Shiro noticed that the Lyman was completely broken, but Arthur replied that nothing serious had happened yet. Muller, watching their fights, noted that this is an interesting way of fighting. Lyman was surprised and turned to the teacher, who said that he initially thought that Lyman would just get in Shishikin's way. However, statistics showed that they have a high percentage of wins. Lyman thought about his individual effectiveness. When he fought alone, his chance of winning was only 20%, and that was because of luck. But in a team with Shishikin, they won 90% of the time. He wondered if the win rate when teaming up with someone should be higher than half. Lyman also realized that at least he could do magic normally. Muller went on to say that he didn't know anything about magic, but he understood why the Faculty of Magic kept asking about Lyman. He asked why he wasn't in the magic department, saying that he would be very popular there. Lyman wished that Muller would tell him at least once that he had done well, because he was also a knight. Arthur intervened, saying that he was willing to take Lyman into his group as it was better than working with clumsy mages. He was confident that he could get the most out of Lyman, unlike the weaklings. Limon turned to Shishikin, expressing doubts about joining his group after the latter called him a weakling. Arthur, puzzled, asked what was wrong, to which Lyman replied that maybe he was really weak, but one-on-one Arthur would not defeat him, no matter what he did. Lyman added that no one wants to associate with a person who looks down on others. Shiro, watching their exchange, was outraged, asking why they could only communicate by fighting with each other. Mueller reminded Lyman that if he didn't pass the exam, he wouldn't be able to form his own group, and missions outside of the academy were out of the question. Lyman wondered if he could become an adventurer. He was thinking that the decision about his abilities and success should be made by a teacher from the Knight Department. He knew that if he couldn't match the level of an adventurer, he would just needlessly lose his life. He had to pass an exam that involved fighting without a group to prove that he was capable of doing it alone. Shiro expressed doubt that it would be easy for Lyman. Muller reassured him that Lyman still had plenty of time to study at the academy. He noted that by remaining for the second year, Lyman will be able to get ahead of his younger comrades, which is not at all shameful. Lyman, for his part, thought that all this was hurting his already wounded heart. Shiro said that he would wait for Lyman no matter how long it took, and Lyman wondered which side Shiro was on. Muller, however, urged Lamont not to think about the future, but to focus on the present and move on to the classroom. After taking classes, Lyman went to work part-time. Noticing Julia, he greeted her, asking if there was any news. Julia, surprised, replied that she needed to think about it. Julia said that the man who always comes for shopping today could not come because of business. Lyman thought about the recent disappearance of merchants who sold their goods in bulk. It is not known when exactly Julia's father disappeared, but after that, no one really worked at the store. Because of the drop in prices for good products, people began to suspect that something was wrong. Lyman realized that he needed to find a good professional who could be trusted, because if other merchants refused them, they would be left without goods. Julia expressed the hope that she would find someone who could help her, and Lyman asked if she had been told that it was better to close the store. Julia confirmed that yes, it was said so. Lyman understood that only a few people succeed in trading after graduating from the Academy's Commerce Department. Julia had only recently graduated from elementary school and couldn't even tell an antique from a fake. There were no adults around to help her. Lyman started to think that maybe he should take care of her, but then realized that she shouldn't rely on him alone. He decided that he could introduce her to someone who might be able to help. If he asks for help, he will probably send the right person today. However, he was worried about what would happen to her when he graduated from the academy. After all, he couldn't stay here forever. He came across this place by accident, but he wants to help her. Lyman noticed that many shops were in a similar situation, but it was Julia who caused him special concern. He was worried that she might cry because of the problems with running the store since they couldn't purchase new items. If there are no new products, they will simply sell the old ones and eventually find themselves in a dead end. The store looked inconspicuous and was located in a back alley, so there were few customers. However, every day they were visited by several regular customers who came because of the ridiculous prices of goods that Julia set. Thanks to her, The shop was known as a place where you could buy magic stones at an exceptional price. A customer came into the store, and Julia and Lyman greeted him. The customer complained that the price of magic stones had increased with the arrival of Lyman. Lyman didn't understand what they were talking about, so he suggested simply buying the stones, noting that they were still cheaper than in other stores. The client agreed. Lyman and Julia thanked the customer for the purchase. Lyman thought that the magic department teacher from their academy had become the main source of income for the store, appearing only after Julia started running it. Furniture and other items were sold less frequently, and Lyman wondered if he should arrange a sale to increase the store's traffic. He understood that even if the price was slightly lower than the purchase price, they would be able to sell the goods to other stores and earn money that could then be used to buy magic stones. However, he didn't want to be involved in the magic stone trade. Lyman turned to Julia with a question about the delivery of goods. She confirmed that an intermediary hired by her father is still working. Julia added that when her father was still here, the intermediary came much more often, but now he comes once a week. Lyman asked Julia to ask the supplier if he could buy some furniture, even if it was a little cheaper. Julia thought that they should only sell in the store, but Lyman explained that if there was no demand, it was better to sell the product to an intermediary so that they could sell it elsewhere. He mentioned that he was running out of magic stones and needed to replenish them, but he didn't have the money to do so right now. Julia agreed to talk to the supplier when he came back. A few weeks later, Lyman noticed that the supplier had stopped coming. Julia was surprised, as this had never happened before. Lyman decided that he would have to find another way, and saw Julia clench her fist in concern. He reassured her by reminding her that the store was important to her because her father had left it to her. Lyman reflected on how hard Julia worked despite her lack of experience. He felt the urge to take care of her and wondered what it was like to protect or replace her father. Julia turned to him and wanted to say something. Lyman thought about Julia's feelings and assumed that she was probably in love with him. This put him in a difficult position because he didn't know how to handle the situation regarding the management of the store. Lyman wondered if it wouldn't be easier for Julia if she had an older brother who could help her in her time of need. He felt that Julia could vent her inner feelings on him, but as the seventh prince, he couldn't return her feelings. Eventually, he would have to leave the store because they wouldn't be able to be together, and he hoped he was worrying unnecessarily. Lyman decided to call Julia his little sister, admitting that she reminded him of his own sister. He suggested that she consider him her brother and assured her that she could rely on him. Julia burst into tears of joy and gratitude as she thanked him. Then she said she was going to check her inventory. Lyman answered her with understanding. Inside, he was thinking that he might have done something wrong, but he knew it was better this way. He also wondered if he might have been her first love, but decided to focus on the store. Meanwhile, the stranger was watching the store from the outside. At the academy's lunch, Lyman greeted his friends. Shiro came up to them and asked if he could sit down, which Lyman happily agreed to. Then Arthur joined them. Lyman tried to express his displeasure when Arthur joined their table, saying that he didn't give him permission to sit down. However, Arthur, clearly not intending to stand on ceremony, rudely replied that he didn't care where he was and didn't have to ask permission, calling Lyman a jerk. Shiro, trying to lighten the tension between Lyman and Arthur, noticed with a smile that they looked like good friends, and feeling a little sad and hungry, suggested that they try his side dish to calm down. Lyman replied that they weren't friends, but thanked Shiro for the treat. Shiro continued that he had a lot of other dishes, to which Arthur was surprised to see how much he was eating. Shiro shared that he has 8 different servings and enjoyed the variety of meals at school. Lyman noted that it was surprising that they were allowed to eat so much, but it was necessary to gain muscle mass. Shiro agreed with him. Arthur teased Lyman, saying that he ate like a bird, to which Lyman was indignant, not understanding why he could not eat in peace. Shiro noted that even though the lemon takes small bites, it looks very elegant, which caused Lyman to have doubts. He thought of the manners he'd been taught in the palace, and how despite trying to hide his background, it might show up. Shiro noticed that Arthur was also constantly eating something, despite his comments. Lyman confirmed this, adding that Arthur eats even on the way to the academy and in class. Arthur explained that no matter how much he ate, he quickly became hungry again. Lyman suggested that Arthur was using up more energy than he was getting with food, to which Arthur and Shiro were both surprised and confused at the same time. At this point, Arthur was eating rapidly, and Lyman noticed this and was indignant that it was his food. Arthur, pretending not to understand what was going on, said that he felt like a fool, so he got angry. Lyman demanded to return the food, but Arthur, laughing, told him to calm down and eat his rice. Suddenly Muller came up to them and asked what was going on in the dining room. 7th Prince Lemond entered the academy while hiding his true identity, Every day, he diligently practiced magic and swordsmanship. He managed to make friends with 2 students from his department, and everything seemed to be going well. However, he was concerned about the fate of the antique shop where he worked part-time, because it was threatened with closure. One day, Lyman approached his friends, Arthur and Shiro, with an offer to take a walk after school. He wanted to explore the city. Shiro was surprised, because usually Lyman went straight to work part-time after class. Lyman noticed this and mentioned that Shiro also had a job. Shiro confirmed that his part-time job starts late at night. Arthur, who showed interest in the plan, asked what they were going to do. Lyman suggested exploring the market. In his mind, Lyman noted that he worked in the area. The academy was located in the very center of the city, and from it the streets diverged in different directions: north, south, east, and west. East Street, a bent, was a place that sold weapons, armor, and magic tools, everything adventurers needed. The West Street, Mercium, offered food, household goods, and daily necessities. South Street, Diaz, was a place where cafes, restaurants, pastry shops, and eateries were located. And on the North Street, La Machine, you could find everything related to clothing, costume jewelry, and shoes. Lyman noticed that there were different people living on each street. For example, Abent was inhabited by adventurers, while Lashani was mostly inhabited by aristocrats. Lyman's goal was to find a store that sold antiques so that he could possibly redirect his store in this direction. He could have done the search himself, but he wanted to hear the opinions of his friends, so he invited them along. However, Lyman felt somewhat insecure around them, as if he was inferior to them in status. Although they were both older than him, the age difference was insignificant. All 3 of them were beautiful and young, but Lyman felt that he was losing to them on a genetic level. Still, he tried to remind himself that his height was average, and added that he would grow up again and nothing was lost. Arthur expressed his doubts as he pointed to one of the stores and asked about its honor. It occurred to Lyman that the store was in a prime location, right in the middle of Mercium Street. It was a general store where you could find almost anything, and Lyman remembered the name Fredino. The customers inside were discussing a great selection of products to date. Someone pointed out that the current owner had made this store so big with his own hands, and added that the goods here were relatively inexpensive. Lyman noticed a large number of customers and decided to learn more about the store's know-how. He noticed that in addition to the usual goods, magic stones and cores were also sold here. The core was the monster's core, which contained its magic power, and the magic stone was a stone or gem filled with magical energy. Lyman remembered that it was monster cores that were most commonly used, as they were cheaper than magic stones. However, the magic stones displayed in this shop were of low quality, making them cheap and affordable for students. Lyman asked Arthur about the price of these stones. Arthur answered, a little puzzled, and Lyman asked him if he thought the prices were low or high. Arthur confirmed that the price is really low. Lyman agreed, adding that there would be almost no profit at this price. Lyman's inner thoughts about the purchase price and the sale price led him to question the possible profit margins. Arthur, not understanding why such a price would be a problem, asked what was wrong with it. Lyman explained that everyone wants to buy cheap to make a profit, but their store can't sell goods at such a low price. Arthur reacted hesitantly, asking what exactly such a price meant. Lyman continued by claiming that the store can only offer such a low price because of its huge sales volumes. If you sell at such a low price to many people, you can accumulate a significant amount. However, their store is small, they don't have many customers, even at the best of times, and they can't sell in such volumes yet, because there are too few customers. Arthur yawned, which wasn't lost on Lyman, who thought he was deliberately showing his indifference. Arthur changed the subject and asked what kind of shop Lyman had where he worked part-time. Lyman said it was Juno's antique shop. They came to Lashini Street. Shiro added that this world seems too far away for him. Arthur, doubting their place, noticed that they didn't feel comfortable. Lyman, however, suggested not to be discouraged and continue to search. He was sure that there should be jewelry stores in the area and the ability to use prices like this store. Shiro, putting his hands on Lyman's head, suggested that he return home, explaining that such posh places are too foreign for him since he grew up in the mountains. Lyman said that he would grow up again and asked for help from Arthur. Arthur, hearing this, asked Shiro not to bully the little one. Lyman was privately displeased, thinking that Arthur was trying to bring it to a boil. The next day, Lyman found himself in a shop on Lacheni Street. He quizzically asked the man to repeat his words. The man said that only such a price would suit him. The thought flashed through Lyman's mind that the price was too low. He understood that the goods were of the highest quality, and the amount offered was extremely low. Lyman had planned to sell this item and use the money to buy magic stones, but at this price, it seemed impossible. He decided to abandon the deal and thought about moving on. However, in the next store, the price was just as low as in the previous one. Lyman visited the third and fourth stores, and everywhere he was waiting for only unfavorable offers. He began to wonder if he might be making a mistake in his assessment. But an inner voice assured him that this was impossible. After all, he had been raised as a true expert in the palace. The man pointed to the ceramic item, stating that it was of great value, and asked about the price. The thought crossed Lyman's mind that the price was normal. The second man suddenly stopped them, recognizing Lyman as the man from Juno's antique shop. Taking this with surprise, the first man then clarified that this is the last price. Lyman was taken aback and thought that the price was too cheap. Lyman sensed that something was wrong, and he was sure of it. Oliver, an acquaintance of Lyman's, also happened to be here and asked him what he had forgotten. Lyman asked if Oliver could sell the tea set at a nearby store. Oliver, puzzled, asked why it was necessary. A few minutes later, Oliver announced that he had sold the service at a high price. There was a feeling in Lyman's mind that the price was fair, but someone was clearly doing their best to close the store. This left him at a loss. Julia called out to Lamond, and Ginevra responded, noting that even when she hired Lamond, nothing had changed. Julia saw her grandmother and turned to her. Ginevra asked a question about when Dino was here, which made Lyman apologize. In his mind's eye, he thought about how he'd said he could fix everything, but in fact he hadn't done anything. Julia clarified that Dino was her dad's name. Lyman, surprised, asked if it was Dino, her dad. Julia added that the name of their store was coined together by her uncle and dad, namely Juno. It flashed through Lyman's mind that he had heard the name before. Suddenly he exclaimed, realizing that Fredino was the shop on Mercium Street. Ginevra noticed his reaction and asked him how he knew about Uncle Julia's store. She added that he was a completely different person, a businessman to the core, and knows how to conduct business. Lyman was stunned and couldn't contain his surprise. Julia explained that the store belonged to her uncle, to which Lyman exclaimed in surprise. He expressed his thoughts, noting that that person is a real genius who was able to open such a large store in a short time. He wondered why Julia hadn't asked for his help. Lyman added that he had heard that this person has some special know-how. If he could just temporarily take on the role of manager, it might help. He reflected that if the man had helped the inexperienced Julia run the store, the business might have flourished under his leadership. He thought that would be the perfect solution. However, Julia replied that it was her dad's store, and if her uncle took over, it would change its essence. She added that she originally wanted to work in this store and follow in her father's footsteps. Lyman continued the conversation, adding that it meant that his uncle had nothing to do with this store after all, and he had his own. He added that Julia should understand that at the moment she is not capable of running the store, and it will be easier for her to rely on her uncle. Julia replied that she had tried to ask her uncle for help because she was having trouble running a business. However, she said that her uncle told her that all this was not for her. She confirmed his words, emphasizing that her uncle had indeed said so. Lyman expressed the opinion that in this world, people do not understand what a merger of two companies is. Julia heard him and wondered if the merger would really mean losing the name of the shop, since it was her father's shop. Lyman reflected that for Julia to entrust the management of the store to her uncle would mean losing what her father had left her. He was beginning to understand why Julia didn't want to give up the store. However, he was confused as to why his uncle wouldn't help her at all. In the end, Lyman said he wanted to talk to Julia's uncle. The man greeted Lyman, expressing joy at the meeting. Lyman, a little embarrassed, answered him. The man, Julia's uncle, said he'd heard about Lyman from her mother and Julia herself. The thought crossed Lyman's mind that this man was Julia's uncle and the owner of Fredino's shop. Julia's uncle asked if Lyman really wanted to discuss running the store. Lyman confirmed this and thanked him for agreeing. Julia's uncle hugged Julia and told her that he wanted to help her with the management, but antiques is not his specialty, so he refused and suggested that she leave the business. He noticed that the situation had improved a little and wanted to know who had given Julia a helping hand. He asked what Lyman wanted to talk about. Lyman thought that his uncle might seem like a good person at first glance, but his eyes were appraising. Julia grudgingly told her uncle that he shouldn't force Lyman to discuss business with him. Julia's uncle laughed and suggested that we close for the day and talk at the table. Lyman agreed to the suggestion. Ginevra, Julia's grandmother, turned to her son, noting that he was back, and added that she would not have seen him for the same amount of time. She asked if he wanted to talk to him about the store. Ginevra stressed that this guy only helps her and that she is not going to give him her entire store. Julia's uncle humorously commented that his mother was always loud and rude. Lyman thought that he was being treated quite gently, despite the problems associated with his parents. Julia's uncle introduced himself as Giuseppe, the owner of a shop on Mercium Street that offers many useful products for students. Lyman replied that his name was Lee Ortnick, and that he had entered the Knights department this year. Giuseppe was surprised to learn that Lyman was in the Knights department, assuming that Lyman was an expert in magic stones and must be from the Mages department. Lyman said he understood why he thought that. Giuseppe asked if there were many like him this year. He noticed that in this case, his goods might sell well even among knights. Lyman, a little surprised, replied that he was probably the only one. Giuseppe, understanding the situation, noted that if it appeared, then in the future demand may still jump. He invited Lyman to make sure to come to his store and added that if he had any friends or classmates who needed his products, they should send them to him. Lyman suggested getting to the point, asking if he could discuss it. Giuseppe, realizing his mistake, apologized, noting that when it comes to income and benefits, he can sometimes lose his head. Julia pointed out that this was exactly why his girlfriend had left him. Ginevra supported her words, adding that the girl was good. She also mentioned that Dino, being Giuseppe's younger brother, had previously had a daughter. Giuseppe just laughed. Lyman, thinking to himself, thought that enough was enough, because Giuseppe might be suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder right now. Giuseppe explained that he gave priority to his store, to which Ginevra said that if he liked running the store so much, he could help Julia, since she didn't have anything left of her father. Giuseppe said that he had already spoken to Julia about the state of the store and had come to the conclusion that it was impossible to save it, so it would be easier to sell it before she got into debt. Lyman agreed with him, thinking that if Julia continued to run the store, sooner or later they would end up in debt. Giuseppe expressed his opinion that selling the store is the best option. He pointed out that if Julia didn't want to sell anything, she would end up in debt, and then he could help her with it, even offering her and Ginevra to stay with him. He added that he plans to send Julia to high school and then marry her off to someone he approves of. This way they can transfer their store. Julia looked puzzled. Lyman reflected, as one would expect from a merchant, that he had a shop on the main street of the city, and therefore had enough money. However, the problem was that he didn't have an heir. Lyman thought that if his niece had married a sensible man, it might have made a difference. In a meritocracy, everything is connected by blood. Julia, however, admitted that she never thought about it. Giuseppe explained that this is why he lets Julia and her mother do whatever they want and doesn't give them any good advice. He added that then Lyman came along and messed up his plans a bit. Julia agreed with her uncle and expressed her gratitude to Lyman for his help. Lyman understood the situation and said that now he understood why this was happening. He expressed suspicion that Giuseppe was putting pressure on other merchants so that their shop would not have a chance to rise. Giuseppe was surprised and asked why Lyman thought so. Lyman explained that he had never tried to do business with anyone else before and had never met with other suppliers. He added that even so, they knew where he worked. Lyman remembered that when he mentioned the name of the store to Arthur, Arthur didn't react, which confirmed his suspicions that Juno wasn't a household name. Giuseppe reminded Lyman that he had actually been to his shop at the time. Lyman went on to explain that after his visit, he couldn't find a normal price for the product anywhere. He noticed that as soon as he sent his acquaintance, he was able to easily get a good price. Lyman asked Giuseppe if he had thought about it, and mentioned that he might ask someone else to sell their product. He assumed that it was Giuseppe who had given instructions to the other merchants. Lyman realized that talking to Julia about why the store didn't make money from direct sales had brought him back to Giuseppe. If the store had started making money, Giuseppe's plans to sell it might not have worked out. He also suspected that Giuseppe had tried to gather information about him, but apparently found nothing significant. Lyman reflected that he was living the life of an ordinary commoner, but there was always a bodyguard hiding nearby. He remembered that in the letter from Hoffrey, the man had said that he knew what was going on at his place. Lyman was sure that Hoffrey's man was watching him everywhere. Hoffrey's letter said that he had heard about frequent lunches with classmates and expressed joy that Lyman was able to find friends. However, he also asked not to forget him, emphasizing that every day he breathes only for his sake and remembers how they spent time together. Hoffrey admitted that he misses Lyman very much and will always love him, adding that he will pray for him, signing himself as a loyal dog to Hoffrey. Lyman reflected that Hoffrey's subordinate probably hadn't been able to gather any information about him. He noticed that Giuseppe was panicking, because no matter how much he dug, he couldn't find anything. Lyman remembered that he had gone into Giuseppe's shop at the same time, and Giuseppe had heard that he was from Juno. At that moment, Giuseppe began to have doubts. What if Limon can spend enough money to normalize prices in the store and bring it to profit? In this case, Giuseppe will not be able to achieve his goals easily. Julia, disappointed by her uncle's actions, asked him why he was stopping them. Lyman, trying to explain the situation, said that she would not understand his intentions. He added that even if they continued to rely on him, he was unlikely to be able to change the situation before completing his training at the academy. He was sure that the store would close sooner or later anyway if nothing changed. Giuseppe turned to Julia, noting that there was a misunderstanding between them. He said that their store was also very important to him and asked her to listen carefully. Giuseppe asked why she thought that Lyman wanted to restore the store only out of good intentions. He doubted that she hadn't considered the possibility that Lyman might just want to take the store for himself. When Julia spoke of Lamonda, Giuseppe sensed an impending danger. He warned her that at this rate, even if she didn't want to lose the store, she and her mom might lose everything. If a stranger wanted his brother's shop, Giuseppe said he would crush it. Lyman, hearing Giuseppe's words, sarcastically remarked that if it was so serious, then why didn't he crush Giuseppe himself? Giuseppe, surprised by this remark, expressed bewilderment. Lyman noticed that Giuseppe was too worried. He added that if he becomes the owner, it will already be good. With his money, buying goods won't be a problem, and thanks to his connections, he can easily find new antique suppliers. Lyman suggested that Giuseppe should be free to buy out the store, and Julia should run it under his supervision. He asked if Giuseppe was against the idea. Giuseppe replied that if he became the new owner of the store, the guild would demand to change the name. In that case, it wouldn't be his little brother's store anymore. Lyman suggested that a business partnership should be considered, in which Giuseppe would teach Julia and tell her what to buy. He added that Juno will pay for it. In his opinion, this format can suit everyone. As for the employees, by becoming partners, Giuseppe will be able to train his salesmen by sending them over so that they can better understand antiques. Giuseppe agreed that the offer sounded good. However, he recalled that the guild's law forbids him from interfering with the store's management policy. He pointed out that he could only buy it, but he couldn't think of anything else. Lyman said there was one way around the situation. He thought that commerce is too complicated. Giuseppe offered to hide from the guild that he had anything to do with this. Lyman pointed out that if Giuseppe didn't sell his management practices and his staff to Juno as a commodity, it wouldn't give him the opportunity to circumvent the restrictions and help them run the store. Giuseppe then expressed doubts about whether Lyman offered to trade people. Lyman replied that this was not slavery but the sale of labor. He explained that Giuseppe will act as an intermediary between people who want to work and stores that need labor. He gave examples. Perhaps someone urgently needs a messenger, a handyman, or a salesman. Giuseppe will take people who want to work and introduce them to those who need employees, becoming something of a go-between company. Giuseppe was thinking about selling human resources and asked if such a thing could become a commodity. He concluded that he wasn't sure if it would be possible to promote such an idea since no one had tried it yet, but was willing to send an acquaintance on a temporary basis to give it a try. He offered to keep the name of the store and keep Julia as the owner, expressing the hope that this would help move the store forward. Julia, hearing this, took it as a sign of possible success. Julia remembered her father saying that he and his brother had chosen the name of the store, and they had thought about it for a long time. She recalled a conversation she'd had with her father when he'd asked her if she could take over the store when she grew up. Julia said yes. Her father, laughing, praised her, saying that he was happy about it. Julia felt that her father's store would live on, and she was very happy. However, Ginevra noticed that this is strange for Giuseppe, as he usually does not take risks and does not try something new. Giuseppe agreed with her observation, saying that sometimes you have to compromise to change something, which Ginevra thought about. Giuseppe started the conversation by saying that first of all he would send a person who could do the accounting, and after that he would send the rest of the staff. Until everything is ready, Lyman will continue to monitor the store and will have to show how much profit they can get. He reminded Lyman to buy only what he allowed and to listen carefully to Uncle Julia's advice. Lyman exclaimed in surprise that he would have to keep an eye on the store. Giuseppe responded by saying that it was obvious that he could not take Lyman's place. Lyman reminded Giuseppe that he was studying at the academy. In response, Giuseppe noted that this is not for long, and asked a question about who can give him a brief excursion into antique goods. He also admitted that he now sees that Lamond came to the store with good intentions and can trust him. However, Giuseppe added that this does not mean that he is ready to give him the management of the store. In the end, he reassured Lyman by saying that he would pay him a salary as a senior employee of his store. Lyman thanked Giuseppe, but then asked why he needed it. Giuseppe said that he could not let Lyman leave, as he wanted him to work in his store. He also asked why Lyman had decided to cooperate with his niece. Lyman replied that she reminded him of his younger sister, and so he couldn't say no to her. Giuseppe said approvingly that Lyman was a good guy, and asked if he could go to work tomorrow and the day after to show him how things worked. Lyman agreed, referring to Giuseppe as the boss. Giuseppe expressed his joy to be working with him. In his thoughts, Lyman noted that in this way he solved the problem of his part-time job. The girl introduced herself as Voria and said that she would be managing the establishment starting today. She asked if the interviewee was Mr. Lee. She added that she came only to study the situation. Lyman, watching her, noticed that she seemed emotionless. He introduced himself and said it was nice to meet you. After that, Voria and Lyman shook hands, and Lyman thought that the pause in communication was rather awkward. Voria noted that Julia had already told her about the state of affairs in the store, but she still had questions. She asked if she could ask them, adding that there were a lot of questions. Lyman readily replied that, of course, she could ask her own questions. Voria noted that, first of all, it is necessary to raise prices for products, adding that it is surprising that the store has not yet gone bankrupt. Lyman agreed, saying he'd thought about it too. Voria sighed and said that she would come up with something about it, and although she had been warned that there was a lot of work to be done, she didn't expect it to be so difficult. She suggested we discuss it tomorrow. Lyman agreed, noting in his mind that Voria looked stern and grim. Lyman then turned to Voria, asking if she was in the commercial department. She confirmed that she plans to become a merchant. Lyman then asked if she knew anyone from the technical department, as he had an idea that he would like to implement. Voria replied with a chuckle that it depends on what exactly he wants to do. Lyman began explaining that there was a vehicle that was easy to navigate, called a bicycle. Voria, interested, asked about the bike. Lyman clarified that the bike has front and rear wheels, as well as a seat that a person can sit on. He added that the bike is driven by pedals that are turned by a person. Voria, after listening to the explanation, noted that she has a couple of people in mind to whom she will tell about this design. Lyman expressed his gratitude for this. Oliver spotted Lyman in the dorm. He asked if Lyman was working late. Lyman answered the question and asked what Oliver was doing. He said that he continues to work on joint research with the teachers of the academy. Recently discussed group classes for magicians and knights, recalling that he participated in this discussion. The teachers wanted to know his opinion on this issue. Lyman, hearing this, remarked that it sounded interesting and suggested that we discuss the topic in more detail. Oliver confirmed that the teachers from the magic department were keen on the idea. Lyman remembered that he thought Herr Mueller had said something about it. Oliver added that the faculty of magic were unhappy that Mr. Mueller wouldn't let them talk to Lyman. Lyman was surprised, and added that if they were so eager to talk, he didn't mind. But Teacher Mueller hadn't said anything about it. Oliver asked if Lyman would have time to meet with Teacher Mueller. Lyman promised that he would find time for a meeting tomorrow. Lyman asked Mr. Mueller to give him a moment. Mueller asked if Lyman still had any questions, and asked if they related to the lectures. Lyman clarified that his question did not apply to lectures, and said that the other day students from the Faculty of Magic wanted to talk to him about something. Mueller asked if Lyman had heard it from a student in their department. Lyman mused, thinking that maybe he looked like a failure in the Knights department, and Mueller suspected that he was more in touch with mages. Mueller explained that he didn't keep quiet about it out of anger. Lyman asked why. Mueller reminded Lyman that he had said how much he liked knights, and that it didn't matter how weak he was considered, or how many times he was told that the magic department would suit him better. Mueller noted that Lyman came here to become a knight, and is not going to change the faculty. He expressed confidence that Lyman has enough perseverance to achieve his goal. Mueller added that if Lyman gets the basics right, he can move on to practice faster. He shared his experience, saying that at his age he also had high motivation, and the main thing is not to give up. Lyman, hearing these words, was moved, and thought that he almost burst into tears, because he did not expect such support. He was usually given only harsh comments, and Mueller was an understanding man. Mueller continued, noting that faculty members in the Faculty of Magic are blind when it comes to their specialty, and don't notice anything beyond their noses. He didn't mind Lyman talking to the mages, but added that there was a possibility that they might want to lure him over. As a responsible teacher, he couldn't send Lyman to a lion cage. Lyman, realizing that the reason for the discussion was clear, assured Mueller that he would be able to refuse the magicians if they pressed him. Mueller asked if Lyman had any other questions. Lyman said that was all, and Mueller said goodbye, saying that he would see you in class. Lyman confirmed it. When Lyman came out, he was met by Shiro, who asked if he had spoken to Mueller. Lyman confirmed and asked if they were waiting for him to eat together. Shiro and Arthur said they were waiting. Lyman asked if Arthur had made a mistake with the wait. Arthur proudly declared that he had endured. In the cafeteria, Shiro noticed that someone said they would eat everything and asked for 3 large portions. Arthur in turn noticed that no matter how much he ate, he could not gain muscle mass. Lyman explained that he had such a body constitution. Arthur noticed that Shiro's muscles were like steel and envied him. Shiro replied that he envied them for being able to move fast. Lyman suggested starting a strategy meeting. He remembered how after he and Arthur had teamed up, Teacher Muller had started not only doing the usual one-on-one duels, but also actively introducing team fights, where strategy was important. The teacher determined the pairs, but in team fights, they themselves joined together. So Lyman, Arthur, and Shiro decided to team up with the 3 of them to fight against their classmates. Lyman was interested in how many people the 3 of them could defeat, and today they had to face up to 6 opponents at once. Lyman said that Arthur and Shiro will have to take on the main number of opponents, as he will not be able to cope alone. Arthur called Lyman a useless, bespectacled man. Shiro disagreed with Arthur and reminded him that they were a team. Lyman, in turn, wondered whose magic Arthur would be able to defeat several opponents at once, adding that, to be honest, he would hardly be able to defeat even one opponent. Shiro, commenting on Lyman's skills, said that he doesn't handle the sword well. Lyman replied that he wasn't really offended anymore. Lyman then thought out loud that if they were going to have a group, they would need to learn how to properly control their enemy's aggression. Arthur was surprised to ask what he meant by controlling aggression. Lyman explained that the number of groups that attack monsters depends on the aggression score, which increases when players attack monsters. He added that players with a high aggression score will be attacked first. Lyman also talked about special skills that attract the attention of enemies to themselves. To properly control the level of aggression, he said, you need practice. Usually, the tanks go ahead and take on all the attacks, while the rest start fighting only after the tank makes the first hit. However, Lyman warned that you should not attract the attention of too many enemies, otherwise the tank will not be able to cope and will be vulnerable from different sides. In this case, you need to be careful and decide in advance who exactly will attract the main attention. Lyman concluded that they needed someone who could hold off all the enemy's attacks, and added that he himself would use support magic. Shiro noticed that Arthur always provokes his opponents by default. Lyman agreed that Arthur was distracting everyone with his behavior, and that he was using strengthening magic on Shiro so that he could defeat everyone in one hit. However, Lyman assumed that someone would definitely want to remove Shiro first. Shiro replied that the main thing was to prevent the enemies from reaching Lee. Arthur asked what if someone did make. In response, Shiro confidently stated that he was going to win. He explained that if he was distracted by others, his opponents might lose their guard, which would give him a chance to win. Lyman jokingly remarked that he felt like a princess. Arthur was surprised that he felt that way. Shiro reminded them that Lyman was their commander and asked them what they called him. Lyman didn't understand what he was talking about, and Shiro replied that he was called the General Puppet Master on the battlefield, as well as a rogue. Arthur added that this is not all. They call him a megamind and a vicious tactician. Lyman wondered what these titles were and considered it a nightmare. Arthur indignantly exclaimed, "Why does every adventurer need to have a profuse new name?" He gave examples like Crovis, known as the Dragon Knight, or Chris with the nickname Blood Sword Emperor. For an adventurer, in his opinion, there is no greater honor than to have such a titled nickname. Lyman thought about the fact that the Blood Sword Emperor was the work of a master. He asked if that meant he just needed to accept such titles. Shiro confirmed that this was the case. Arthur also explained that thanks to his magic, Lyman can change the course of any battle, despite the team's weaknesses. He compared Lyman to a general who looks after the battle and controls both his own and opponents. Lyman reflected that such a big name would only redirect the aggressiveness of his enemies to him. Lyman agreed with the plan and noted that, with this approach, they can win. He suggested that we wait until the next class to implement our ideas. Lyman had lost the battle again, and Arthur took the opportunity to make fun of his weakness. Despite the setback, Lyman was optimistic and believed that they would definitely win. He realized that he, Arthur, and Shiro were fighting against 6 of their classmates. The opponents decided that the first step was to get rid of Lyman, since he could use magic, and this made him dangerous. Lyman chuckled, noting that this was a mistake. If he were them, he would have ignored himself. Ironically, he added that he understood that he looked attractive but was not ready for such a relationship. The opponents were annoyed with Lyman, calling him a bespectacled man, to which he calmly reacted with irony, noting that they were clearly angry. Lyman smiled and asked Shiro and Arthur if they would protect him. Shiro gave a curt confirmation, and Arthur added emphatically that he wouldn't miss any threats. Lyman took up a position in the rear guard, allowing Shiro to be in the center and Arthur to be in the vanguard. This allowed him to use magic more safely. He knew that if he applied his skills properly, he could change the course of the battle. The opponents were panicking, wondering why Lyman was so fast. Meanwhile, Lyman made a mental note that while they were confused, he was using reinforcement magic to increase Arthur's attack power. Arthur noted with satisfaction that there were only 5 opponents left. The opponent was shocked at how quickly they had dealt with one of them. Lyman made a mental note that the opponents should not be distracted and decided that the time had come to strengthen Shiro. One of the opponents noticed Lyman and thought that he was open to attack, but at that moment Shiro intervened in time and stopped them. The opponents were surprised that Shiro had managed to get close so quickly, because they were sure that he was far away. The opponents noticed that only 4 people remained. When they saw Lyman, they started talking about him trying to hide behind Shiro and Arthur. Lyman felt that now was the right time to attack, as the speed magic was still active. Lyman managed to stop the enemy's attack, and the latter was surprised, not understanding how he managed it. Lyman used this moment to increase his strength. Only 3 people remained. The opponents were wary and couldn't afford to be distracted by Lyman. At that moment, Lyman cast his magic again, boosting Shiro's attack and giving Arthur a speed buff. Only 2 opponents remained, then 1. Summoning up his strength, Lyman declared that they had won this time. The team achieved their goal, and their plan worked. Arthur reminded his opponents not to think that defeating them would be easy. Shiro added that he doesn't like to lose. The opponents, realizing their failure, admitted that they could not defeat Lyman. They praised them, and also opponents, noting that the pseudonym of Lyman, General Temlatus, really not bad. Lyman felt uneasy about this assessment. Shiro pointed out that Lyman's magic doesn't have long spells, and Lyman explained that he chooses spells based on their effectiveness in combat and how long he can use them in combination with others. At this time, Teacher Muller came up to them and confirmed that short spells did indeed make the opponent unsure of what to expect from Lyman's magic. However, he also warned about the drawback of this approach. His comrades may not know what the next effect will be. Arthur noticed that if they had known which spell was coming next, they would have been able to work even more smoothly. Shiro added that at first he fought at his own pace, but later noticed that his movements became too fast, and it became easier for him to knock out the opponent's weapon. At the same time, when Limond increased his strength, he had to rebuild again. Lyman suggested that he could cast multiple spells on a single person, which added flexibility to their tactics. He was thinking that in a world where knights and mages didn't work together, magic often focused on strengthening only the mage himself. Lyman noticed that spells to enhance the physical abilities of the body are not popular. Muller suggested that Lyman talk to the magic teacher about it. Lyman asked, somewhat dubiously, if he didn't mind. Muller told Lyman that mages often add conditions to activate their spells, making them difficult for ordinary people to understand. He suggested that they go together to Professor Bertrand to find out all the details. Lyman, interested, clarified exactly what he had meant by mentioning Professor Bertrand. Muller was surprised to learn that Lyman knew Professor Bertrand, who is the second prince of Centauro. Lyman, in turn, knew Bertrand because he was his brother. Muller assured Lyman that Professor Bertrand was hard to beat as an expert in magic. Lyman expressed doubts about whether he could approach Bertrand for a conversation, to which Mueller replied that he did not see this as a problem, since the professor was interested in Lyman as head of the Faculty of Magicians. Surprised, Lyman asked if that was really the case. Mueller said he would check the time and place of the meeting with Bertrand, and then report back to the next class. After that, he set off. After that, Shiro reminded him of the need to get used to Lyman's magic enhancement, asking him what he thought about it. Lyman replied that everything went perfectly, and that he would look for additional spells that might be useful. Arriving at the library, Lyman met Oliver, who greeted him. Oliver said that he's been doing research together since morning, but he likes it, so he doesn't complain. Then he asked Lee what she was going to read today. Lyman said that he wanted to study magic that would help strengthen the body, as a variety of spells can be useful in battle. Oliver became interested in the topic after their last conversation. He decided to investigate what magic might be useful to knights. Oliver suggested that Lyman consider spells to strengthen the body, as well as magic to strengthen the sword and spells that can blind the opponent. Lyman was impressed and said it was amazing. Oliver was pleasantly surprised that their work was so exciting. He noted that they are pioneers in this direction, and it really takes your breath away. Oliver then expressed a desire to entrust Lyman with this research, but added that he lacked a knight friend to practice with. He admitted that even if he had such a friend, he couldn't do everything right, so he decided to entrust everything to Lyman. Lyman was outraged, feeling that Oliver was looking down on him and suggesting that he might appropriate his friend's research. He couldn't believe that anyone would think of this. Lamond recalled a conversation he'd had with Bertrand, who had also resented the idea of appropriating other people's research, emphasizing that it would damage his reputation. Lamond wondered how he understood Bertske. Oliver apologized, but Lyman was still nervous. He didn't want to raise his voice, but he couldn't help but notice that Oliver was talking about their research as if it was all his own. Lyman reminded that he was also a knight and had the right to participate in their joint project. Oliver chuckled and offered to test the magic together, to which Lyman replied that it wasn't up for discussion. Suggested calm down as well. Lyman and Oliver apologized for the noise. In the Juno store, Voria said that she discussed the bike with a friend, and it seems that he was interested in the project. Lyman was surprised by this news. Voria explained that she didn't quite understand the idea when he talked about it, but her friend, being an engineer, understands such things much better and has a more active imagination. Therefore, if they are interested in the project, it is possible that it can actually make a profit. Lyman was surprised and asked where the man was from. Voria explained that he was from Okudens. Lyman was surprised to learn that Voria's acquaintance was in Okudensie, since it was very far away. Voria confirmed this and added that he wanted to talk to him in person. She knew she wasn't going to be able to do it right now, but she offered Lyman time to think. He agreed to the suggestion. Julia noticed Lee's arrival and was surprised. Voria said she had a question. She wanted Lyman to quit the shop. The message caught Julia off guard, and she couldn't contain her surprise. Julia expressed her deep gratitude to Lee, noting that if it wasn't for him, she and her grandmother would have been in a difficult financial situation. She remembered how much her grandmother had been impressed that Lee thought practically like Julia's father, and how he had helped them negotiate with her uncle. Julia also noted that Voria came because of Lee. She added that words cannot describe how grateful she is to him, and when she heard about his departure, she was overcome with anxiety. Lyman tried to calm Julia down by explaining that Voria would bring an experienced appraiser in his place who could help them better. There was uncertainty in his mind as he realized that he was still an amateur and that this was causing problems. Despite his attempts to explain, Julia continued to insist that he had been very helpful. Lyman reassured her that it would be better if he left, since he was looking for a part-time job, not a full-time one. Julia, still upset, asked if they would see each other again if he left. Lyman opened the conversation by expressing his willingness to support Julia. He asked her if she didn't mind, and asked if she was sure of what she was saying. Julia, remembering the difficult times, replied that it was really hard for her then. She told how everyone had turned their backs on them. Even the merchants they had always worked with had started to leave. At the time, she thought that no one could help them, but Lyman was the one who came to the rescue. Lyman, understanding the situation, assured Julia that he would call on them. He asked not to be called the savior, adding that they were friends and colleagues, and he did not do it for them. He offered to seal their promise on their little fingers. Julia happily agreed, confirming that the promise was valid. Lyman disappeared into an alley to change his appearance. The residents noticed him and started discussing him. They assumed that he was an aristocrat, as he had black hair. Chris, seeing Lyman, addressed him with respect, calling him Your Highness. Lyman replied that he hadn't seen Chris for a long time, to which Chris agreed, noting that it had indeed been a long time. Chris then said that he had come to pick him up, and added that Mr. Hoffrey was surprised when he read his story. Lyman remembered the letter Hoffrey had sent him a couple of days ago. The letter said that Balser had made a huge fuss because his daughter Leandra had not received any answers to her letters from Lyman. Lyman was surprised and asked if there was a letter from Leandra. In his mind, he thought that the letter had probably been delivered to the house his father had prepared for him, but he hadn't been there yet. Lyman realized that maybe he should look in there. However, in his current disguise, he couldn't go to the aristocrat district, so he had to ask Chris for help. Chris noticed that he thought Lyman wouldn't come back to them until after graduation. Lyman smiled and said that he would definitely come back. Then he reminded Chris that he had once called himself his sword, which meant that Lyman couldn't leave him alone. Chris argued that it would be more logical to take him to the academy if that was the case. Lyman disagreed and explained that Chris was too famous. People called him the Emperor of the Sword covered in blood, and with such a reputation, it was impossible to remain in the shadows. Chris was stunned that Lyman knew about his past. He was surprised and asked where Lyman got this information, but then added that it didn't matter. Chris explained that he was now a knight and asked Lyman to forget about his past, as it was just a trace of his youth. Lyman, however, replied that he could never forget and asked Chris to tell him why his sword was covered in blood. Chris thought for a moment before admitting that it was a long time ago. He mentioned that he had shed a lot of blood fighting monsters and demons in his time. Lyman admired Chris's story inwardly, thinking it was a very cool one. Chris then changed the subject, asking why Lyman had decided to walk home. Lyman explained that he still doesn't know much about Akadem Gorodok and wants to explore on foot. Chris laughed, and Lyman asked worriedly what had happened. In response, Chris said that he was just happy to see how Lyman has changed. According to him, since entering the academy, Lyman began to build muscle mass, which gave him masculinity. He also added that he is happy to see how his student is growing. Lyman, hearing this, thought Chris was too good and felt somewhat embarrassed by Chris' praise. When Lyman reached the academy town estate, he started sorting through the accumulated items and letters. Among the letters, he even found some that were from people with whom he had never communicated. Letters from Baltzar and Leandra caught his attention, and Lyman decided to start with Baltzar's letters. In the letter, Baltzar urged Lyman to respond to his daughter. He also asked if Lyman would like to have tea with his daughter and what was the status of his response. Lyman, after reading the letter, thought that Baltzar looked very desperate. Chris noticed that Lyman was frowning and assumed that there was something unpleasant about the letter. Lyman replied that there was nothing wrong there, just that the general wanted him to meet his daughter. Then he thought aloud, noting that Leandra was also a student at the academy, but he had never seen her. Chris explained that he had heard that Mr. Baltzar's daughter had actually entered the same department as Lyman. Lyman was surprised and asked again that Leandra had entered the knighthood department. Chris added that most likely she was studying in a special program and reminded that Lyman insisted on entering the knight department for ordinary people. Because of this, in his opinion, Lyman is unlikely to be able to meet with Leandra. Lyman pondered, not understanding why Leandra chose the path of the sword. His thoughts drifted back to Leandra's letter. Meanwhile, Leandra was training hard. The girl Kameto Leandrand said that the tea was ready, then asked if Leandra would continue training. The girl asked in surprise how Leandra managed to swing such a long sword every day. Leandra calmly replied that thinking about Lyman gave her strength. The girl, clearly taken with the story, expressed her admiration, saying that she was interested in hearing about the seventh prince. She noted that the way a lady in love with him chose the path of the sword to become his bride was just fine. However, Leandra immediately corrected her, saying that she was not going to become Lyman's bride. The girl was surprised and asked why Leandra was studying martial arts so hard. Leandra replied that she just wanted to earn the right to stand next to Lyman and hoped that at least then he would think of her. In the center of the world, in the kingdom of Santoro, the eldest daughter was born to the Baltzar family, in charge of the army. General Baltzar, her father, had told her that she was a fragile girl and should leave the defense of the country to the men, him and her younger brother. Leandra's mother also supported this view, advising her to grow up to be a sweet and beautiful lady. Leandra grew up thinking that her main goal was to find a decent man and give him a child. She tried to be as feminine as possible, following the instructions of her parents. One day, Leandra met Limond for the first time. That day, she got lost and called for her parents. Lyman, noticing her, came over and asked if she was all right. Leandra recalled that up to this point, she had completely different dreams. But Lyman accompanied her to her father, talked to her so she wouldn't feel uncomfortable, and was kind. Rumor has it that he even found a way to cure his brother of his illness. In her eyes, Lyman was the ideal, the smart and noble person she dreamed of. That's why she decided to ask him to marry her. In her mind, it was the desire to be with him, because she saw perfection in him. Later, as she rested in the tub after a grueling workout, Leandra thought about how good it felt to be relaxed. She was tired and ready to go to bed. She had a dream about the past. In the dream, Lyman told her that he wasn't ready to marry her at that time because it would only bring them problems. He asked her to wait for the day when they would grow up, and if her feelings remained as strong, then she could tell him so. Lyman promised that he would give her his answer then. He also said that he himself should become a decent man, gain strength, and become someone who can protect her. Leandra resolutely declared that she would become strong enough to protect Lyman. She remembered how those words of hers, spoken as a child, had become an important moment in her life, despite their childishness. It was then that her path was determined. At that moment, Limond was involved in a factional conflict and didn't want her to get caught up in it. However, there was always Maria, the Duke's daughter, by his side. Leandra realized that Lyman hadn't chosen her, but she still wanted it to be her, to be with him. It seemed to her that Lyman was being cruel, because he could have said outright that he wasn't going to choose her. It would have hurt, but it would have clarified the situation. It was too late to change anything now. Lyman had already made his choice, but Leandra wasn't ready to give up. She thought about how she didn't want to live without regretting her actions. Tomorrow she would try her best for herself again. It had been a few months since she had started her studies at the academy. She never met Mr. Lyman. She couldn't help saying that if she got in, the academy would be more fun. Now Leandra wondered where he was, disappointed, because she was already here, and she wasn't having any fun. Meanwhile, several girls were discussing Leandra. They said that she had once directly told the 7th prince that she wanted to marry him. One of the girls suggested that Leandra took up martial arts because Lyman rejected her. They wondered why Lyman didn't meet her at the academy, and even suggested that he might avoid her. Leandra came up to them and asked what they were talking about. The girls were embarrassed and apologized, saying that they had not discussed anything of the sort. Leandra thought to herself that this was just gossip, but inwardly she began to wonder if Lyman was really avoiding her. She was tormented by the thought that even one word from Lyman, one letter, could change a lot. She would have welcomed any sign of his attention. Leandra then wondered if she should leave martial arts to become like the rest of the girls. She wondered what she would have to do to get Lyman to pay attention to her. All she could think about was what she needed to do to get Lyman to let her be near him. Lyman was reading the letter from Leandra and noticed that although it was an ordinary letter, there were traces of moisture on it, which puzzled him a little. After that, he decided it was time to go back, and Chris agreed with him. At this time, Leandra was riding in a carriage, but suddenly asked to stop her. She got out of the carriage, and when she saw Lyman, she suddenly stumbled. Lyman caught her and asked her if she was all right, calling her Lady Leandra. He even joked that he had always dreamed of catching someone so spectacularly. Leandra, confused by what had happened, finally met Le Monde, which she had long dreamed of. She apologized to him for forcing him to get down on his knees, to which Lyman said it wasn't a big deal and asked if she was hurt. Leandra assured him that everything was fine and apologized again for yelling at the whole street when she saw him. Lyman gently remarked that it was more pleasant to receive a lady's thanks than apologies, and Leandra immediately thanked him. At this time, Lyman felt someone's malicious gaze on him, which somewhat alarmed him. Lyman then apologized to Leandra, saying that he wasn't ready to receive guests that day. Leandra, being in his mansion, thought that it was enough for her that he had invited her, and added that he had nothing to apologize for. She also expressed concern that Lyman might not be interested in talking to her. Lyman was genuinely surprised and assured her that this was not the case, and, confused, asked if he had disturbed her in any way. Leandra, concerned about the awkwardness, added that if Lyman was uncomfortable being around her, he should say so. Lyman thought that maybe she was thinking that way because he hadn't responded to her emails. He decided to explain the situation and said that he had received her letters. Leandra quickly interrupted him, apologizing for sending him a lot of emails, realizing that he was very busy. However, Lyman insisted that it was he who should apologize. He explained that he had recently been forced to stay elsewhere. Lyman added that out about her letters after Hoffrey's message, which caused this awkward situation. Added that in the future, if Leandra wanted to write to him, she should send the letters through Hoffrey, since his whereabouts were known only to Chris, his family, and, of course, Hoffrey himself. Leandra asked if she could continue writing to him. Lyman thought that he was really interested in learning what they taught in aristocratic classes, and replied that of course she could write. Then Leandra noticed that she had never seen him at the academy, and asked him what department he was enrolled in. She offered to join him in a group if he didn't mind. Lyman was surprised, and asked if it was really possible to join the same group, even if they were in different classes. Leandra explained that in the academy you can team up with students from different classes, and then you can clearly define the roles. Lyman wondered if that was really reasonable. Since their training is different, they could think differently in battle, which would make their team more flexible. Leandra then asked if Lyman had already promised someone else to join the group. She assured him that she would be able to get along with his new friends as long as it didn't cause him any inconvenience. Lyman thought that it was very important for aristocrats to make useful connections, and that it would be good for Leandra. This would give her the opportunity to learn how to negotiate, because life can be much more difficult outside of the academy. If everyone at the academy was paying attention to her, then no one outside the academy would be so accommodating. However, having good connections in the academy could help her build her society for life, regardless of whether they were aristocrats or commoners. Lyman said with a smile that it was still a secret, and Leandra, taking the hint, suggested that if he still wanted to join forces, let her know. Leandra was a smart girl, Lyman noted, and he could tell by the look on her face that she'd learned when not to interfere. Even if you are not a duke, you can have a good position in society, and a good education is important for this. Lyman reflected that he might need a good wife, especially if he had to work like his brother Frederick. He remembered Leandra saying something naive once as a child. The memory took him back to the time when Leandra had asked him to marry her as a child. Unexpectedly, Lyman asked Leandra if she remembered their promise. Right after that, he realized that he had said it on impulse and quickly asked her to forget about it. Leandra, however, replied that she remembered and never forgot. She confessed that she had always wanted to be his wife. Despite the fact that she doesn't fully understand what position Lyman intends to take in the future, she is ready to support him. Her desire to be recognized by him hadn't changed. Lyman said gravely that he understood what she was saying. Lyman's thought occurred to him that he shouldn't say such things so casually. A couple of days later, General Balzar, addressing his daughter, exclaimed Leah's name, expressing his love and affection for her. At his words, Leandra was surprised and asked what had happened. General Balzar explained that a letter had arrived from His Highness. This letter contained an admission that, due to the long absence of an answer, he had greatly upset Leandra. The letter also contained a request for forgiveness for this. His Highness expressed regret for not being able to respond immediately. At the end of the letter was a request for the hand of the general's daughter. The general stressed that any response would be accepted and he would pass it on to his father. Leandra couldn't hold back her tears as she read the letter. Bertrand wondered if the young man wanted his advice on magic. Lyman received an invitation to talk about mixed magic. This time, he wanted advice on how to cast spells, so they came to Brother Bertrand. Muller, acting as a teacher, expressed his understanding that Bertrand is busy, but stressed that the young man is very interested in magic. He added that he couldn't let such a talent go to waste, even though he devoted himself to martial arts. Lyman pronounced the word teacher with respect. Bertrand, remembering Mueller, said that he had heard about him from Wood and had seen his notes when he was inventing spells. Bertrand then turned to the young man, asking if his name was Ortnek. He noted that he had heard a lot about his abilities, and if the student wanted to learn magic, he would be only too happy to help. Bertrand invited them in. Lyman looked at his brother, smiling. Oliver suggested that he prepare the tea, and Lyman asked if there were any servants. Bertrand explained that there were a lot of dangerous things stored in the lab, and if someone accidentally pushed something, it could cause an explosion. He noted that even students are rarely allowed here. As for the tea, he asked Oliver to make him a black one, and hoped that this time he wouldn't embarrass himself like last time. Oliver replied, laughing, that he would never have thought that making black tea was so difficult. Lyman's thought came to him when he remembered the Spartan conditions. Muller, addressing the audience, apologized for being in a hurry and suggested that we return to the case of Leah Ortnek. He noted that he initially treated Ortnek's ideas with caution and considered them meaningless. For example, Muller ignored his suggestions because his success as a knight was terrible. Bertrand confirmed this, saying that he had heard about it. Even they had heard a rumor about a student who wasn't qualified to be a knight. Muller agreed and added that he would now like to send Ortnek to study abroad in the fall. Lyman exclaimed in bewilderment that he had never heard of it. Muller replied that he hadn't told Yemu. He specified that Ortnek will leave for a year, and in the fall of next year he will return as a second-year student. Bertrand, hearing this, asked if they wanted to study his research in just a couple of months. Muller acknowledged that he was demanding the near impossible. Bertrand offered to keep Ortnek in his laboratory until he left. Muller agreed, but reminded him that Bertrand had to bring Ortnek back to him once a week. Bertrand, from today on, he would become of the university. He expressed a desire to learn more about mixed magic and offered him knowledge on whatever topic he wanted in return. Lyman expressed his thoughts, saying that he would like to create a group consisting of both knights and magicians and hoped for their help. Lyman's thoughts continued to evolve, and he added that he had begun studying magic with Oliver and Brother Bertrand. The days passed quickly. A couple of months later, Arthur exclaimed, pointing at Lyman, that it seemed that the knight department wasn't enough for him, and now he decided to join the magicians. Shiro, noticing Lyman, greeted him, saying that it was a long time no see. Lyman said he hadn't heard from them in a long time and asked Arthur if he was going to stop being his friend. From the look on Arthur's face, Lyman concluded that, unfortunately, this was not the case. Arthur confirmed it. Shiro asked if Lyman had packed a suitcase and if he was really going abroad. Lyman explained that he hadn't yet, as he wanted to discuss with his parents the issues related to studying abroad. Lyman's thought reminded him that it was also about an engagement. Arthur, surprised, said so, and asked if Lyman had also made friends with the bespectacled man. Oliver, hearing this, was indignant and asked why to call names. Lyman explained that Oliver is his roommate and helps him learn magic. Oliver introduced himself, saying that his name was Oliver Wood and that he was a third-year student in the magic department. He added that he would be joining magic research next semester. Lyman, surprised, said it was the first time he'd ever heard of it. Oliver admitted that he only recently found out about it. Lyman continued to introduce his acquaintances, noting that it was Shiro Nakiri, who was also studying under Mueller's teacher. Shiro happily introduced himself and said that he could just be called Shiro. Lyman added that this rebellious redneck Arthur Shishikin. Arthur turned to Oliver and asked if he was strong. Lyman intervened, urging Arthur to stop hitting on him. Oliver confidently stated that he was capable of more than just swinging his sword left and right. Arthur, not ignoring him, replied that he hated weaklings who tried to appear cool. Oliver, in turn, expressed his dissatisfaction, saying that he also does not tolerate people who do not know how to think with their heads and constantly run into trouble. He added that a sharp mind is also an indicator of strength, and Arthur does not have it. Shiro tried to calm the two of them down, urging them to calm down. Lyman, thinking back on his experience, remarked that Arthur always ran into people he saw for the first time, and that it was the same with him. Arthur, hearing this, shouted indignantly at Lyman to shut up. Lyman whispered in Oliver's ear that Arthur was one of the main strike forces of his future band, and asked Oliver to bear with him. He added that despite the barbs, Arthur is a close friend and someone he can rely on. Lyman thought for a moment that Arthur would probably be angry again, but instead Arthur blushed. Lyman noticed this and asked what was going on with his expression. Shiro explained that Arthur was one of those people. Oliver continued, noting that it was obvious why Arthur was so happy. For a knight, there is no greater happiness than to be needed by someone, especially when he is recognized by a dear friend. Shiro added that Arthur would say it was nothing to do with it, and that he didn't want to fight with Lyman because he wasn't in the mood, even though he was actually enjoying himself like a child. Oliver found it funny that they were so different from each other, especially Lyman. He noted that Lyman thinks tactically and looks for a way to unite knights and mages, and added that he could not do it himself. Oliver also noted that Lyman is going abroad, where he will learn a lot of new things. Suddenly, he realized that Arthur would be lonely without Lyman, since he didn't have any good friends, given his desire to compete with everyone else. Lyman's thought flashed through his mind, and he decided that he should stop or Arthur would go completely mad. Arthur said irritably that everything was not as it seemed, and that Lyman would not be able to study with them. Lyman was surprised to see that this was almost a confession on Arthur's part. Arthur was quick to explain that he really wanted to fight Lemon shoulder to shoulder again this semester, but that Lemon was going to go abroad. He also stressed that Lyman would be studying magic, not swordsmanship, and expressed a desire to join a group with Lyman and Shiro, wondering when they would be able to fight together again. Lyman's thought went through his head, and he wondered if Arthur was a child. Shiro tried to calm his friend down by telling him not to worry. Lyman thought again, realizing that despite their large size, they were still children. He realized that he did not perceive them as adults, recalling the experience of his previous life. These guys were really kids. Lyman put his hand on Arthur's head without thinking. Arthur wondered what Lyman was doing. Lyman's thought flashed through his mind again, and he realized that even though they had studied together at the academy, he had never thought that their communication would continue after that. At this age, every day was bright for Arthur, and he did not think about what would happen in 5 or 10 years. Lyman promised that they would form a band, even if he didn't return, and encouraged Arthur to wait until graduation. He added that by the fall, he will become stronger and will be able to defeat them. Arthur, clenching his fist, said that only he could kill Lyman, and asked him not to forget about it. Shiro asked where Lyman was going to go abroad. Lyman replied that Lyman remembered the words of his acquaintances. Orlando suggested that if he decided to study abroad, he should come to them, as he and Fran would be waiting. Voria also added that her friend is very interested in the idea of a bicycle, even obsessed with this idea. Muller asked a puzzled question about the Okuden's kingdom. He noticed that it wasn't the East, where martial arts were developed, or the South, where magic was developed, but Okuden's, where trade was developed. Lyman confirmed that it was Okuden's, adding that, to be honest, he has no talent in either magic or martial arts. Muller chuckled, noting that Lyman's swordsmanship wasn't very good and that he was also lagging behind in magic. Lyman reflected that if he wanted to be on an equal footing with his talented friends, he needed to learn a lot and improve his skills. The thought that he could use the memory from his previous life flashed through his mind. He said that he has certain knowledge and wants to test how much he can really benefit from it. Mueller agreed, summing up that, simply put, Lyman wants to make connections. Lyman thought back to his days working in a failing shop and noted that he had already tried his hand at being a merchant. At the same time, he expressed a desire to find a person who can give life to his ideas. Mueller cautioned Lyman, saying that the main thing is to understand your limits. He explained that there are things in the world that they can't do anything about. God gives you talent, gender, appearance, soul, and gender. He advised Lyman to know his limits, so as not to be disappointed, and asked if he could find another way out. Muller then added that if Lyman believes communication is the only way, then as his teacher he will support it with all his might. He stressed that Lyman is younger than the other students, so he is still weak and lacks technique. Muller remarked that the short-sighted fools would laugh at him, but they would also lose. Lyman will bypass them with his intelligence and use it to build his own path. In the end, he advised Lyman to go to the Okuden's kingdom. Oliver, Shiro, and Arthur wished good luck to Lyman, but he just nodded and told them not to fight with the mages, but to talk to Oliver instead. Arthur jokingly pretended not to understand him. At this time, a boy came up to them and asked Lyman if he would go abroad to study with him. Oliver, noticing that Lyman didn't understand, reminded him to bow his head. Lyman, surprised, asked if it was someone important. Bowing his head, he introduced himself, saying that his name was Lee Ortneck and it was a great honor to meet the other person. The boy replied that if so, maybe he would raise his head. He introduced himself as the Crown Prince, but added that they were on an equal footing in the academy. Lyman suddenly remembered that he had seen the boy somewhere before. It was the Crown Prince of the Ost Empire, Wilhelm von Ost, his cousin, who had once stared at him intently on his first public appearance. Lyman wondered uneasily if the prince would recognize him. He was also puzzled as to how they ended up going to the same place. Wilhelm expressed confidence that they would have a lot of work to do together abroad, and was happy to meet Lyman. Lyman reciprocated, but his thoughts were filled with doubts and confusion about the situation he was in. He wondered how it had happened.